Chips providing a bit of pressure here. Semiconductors downside. That has the NASDAQ in negative territory to kick things off this morning as we get going on Fed Day. Oh, by the way, yeah, Powell coming up this afternoon. Going to be no change as far as interest rates are concerned, but what will he say after more strong employment data even coming out this morning? ADP private payrolls coming out higher than expected, 192,000 versus 186 on that number. Remember, non-farm payrolls coming up Friday morning at 8:30 as well. So a lot to look forward to here this morning, a lot moving around in the pre-market as well. AMD downside, we'll touch on that coming up. Just reading a note here on this, DJT, Donald Trump getting 1.8 million in further stock options from Trump Media. So DJT getting a little bit of a bump on that. I also just saw a note on Square or Block. Downside here, federal authorities looking into financial transactions for the company. I'll dig into that a little bit further, but that just coming out as well. Not a huge move on that, but a bit of a downtick there for Block. Again, some financial transactions being investigated by quote-unquote federal authorities. But yeah, lots of semiconductor action so far this morning. SMCI, another one down huge. AMD looking very similar here to kick things off. Not a good look if you're the NASDAQ when that is the case.
I told you she should have wore the blue shirt, Brendo. She wore the black shirt, and this all happened. So, no, kidding, of course. AMD, yeah, I guess it sold or get bought up too aggressively for the market because it didn't really do all that badly. I mean, everything was in line. The guide was also decent, but just not as many GPUs as selling as they'd like. So.
Yeah, I mean, SMCI, same thing. Forecast a little bit on the light side as well. So maybe we're finally seeing a little bit of reality coming back into this. Just looking for more details on this. But again, if you missed it, Square, Block down 2% here. Just seeing federal authorities looking into financial transactions of SQ. So a bit of a downtick on that one to kick things off. Happy Fed Day, guys.
Yeah, well, it means happy earnings day, happy Leafs don't need Austin Matthews day.
Yep.
Happy you should foul. Apparently, don't let them get a three-point shot off if you're the New York Knicks. Like, happy that day if you're a Philly fan. Bees were in Arizona. Like, only baseball get a game stopped because of bees. But that Square thing, so what I saw is there's apparently potentially a former employee saying they processed multiple cryptocurrency transactions for terrorist groups. If that's the case, it's not down that much. It's only down a couple points, but I think that's worth keeping an eye on. Are they the only ones that do? I mean, come on, probably not. But
no, the Binance guy just got 4 months.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Money laundering.
So you know what goes on in the crypto space, but we'll keep an eye on that when it's earnings, man. You got chip earnings moving around, both to the downside. It was just the two, AMD and SMCI. Amazon we'll get into because it's up, but it's only up because of the big sell imbalance that took it to the downside. If you look at where it was trading before 350, Amazon's essentially flat. So I think that actually can play in our favor for some opportunities in that one. And you know, the Fed's not going to do anything. We do get jolts at 10. That should matter a little bit after being surprised by the number moving the market yesterday. I'll actually be, you know, not expecting a move at 10, but at least getting ready, maybe having some stops out there, being willing to take some fills at 10 o'clock when we get that jolts number.
Yeah, the market's doing okay here, down 0.42. You know, we talked about yesterday we were only short AMD all day. We were even short at the end of the day. Obviously, we can't hold after hours, but yeah, boom goes dynamite to that one. I hope that everyone was able to join us on the recap show. We had a hell of a time last night on that with all of these earnings, man. We dropped you guys Amazon as soon as it hit, man. Amazon, bang. Not much, though, 1.61%. I was asked about this name. Said higher, it's kind of flat, so not much happening in earnings season. I tweeted that out last night. Something that I put out here, let me just go over to it, and we'll talk about earnings. They're going to be all on our watch list. But I tweeted this out last night. Oh, here's the Maple Leafs, by the way. Here's the game-winning goal here. So my daughter and I were watching this in bed on the phone as this was happening, and there it is, Matthew Nyes. So pretty good. I just tweeted this out yesterday. Does it actually matter what Powell says tomorrow? You know, we have seen the winners and losers so far simply with earnings and guidance. Shout out to Dan Emmons here. Shout out to Joseph and a lot of you, Crypto Rob, Henry, Smokin' Joe. Thank you for all the comments about that. I think a lot of us are on the same page. You can pick and choose your stocks simply by, looking at the performance that we've had after this latest quarter. I mean, if we think the market's a little overvalued, then we're going to have an opportunity now to pick and choose some names that we believe are reacting in opposite ways or the correct ways of the movement. Like, I think that Meta is a name that I'm definitely looking to get into. So when we are raising capital up here, this is a good opportunity if the market continues to go down to pick up a name that's potentially, fallen and giving you a little bit of a discount here, 15, 20%. And then a name like Google that really knocked it out of the park has pulled back over the last couple of days as well, giving you, honestly, maybe even a better situation. Like, you're like, oh man, I missed that quarter. Remember, I sold here and was like, oh no. But now it's coming back and I can almost right that wrong and pick up Meta at a severe discount. So it's almost like you can go 2 for 2 here by simply making the same move and then just kind of missing on one, but with the market reaction, you can put one back into your account. The big name is going to be Apple, obviously. But if we're going to talk about Apple a little bit, and I have so many things that I want to write down here for the sticky note today, is just trying to wait to see some levels. Look at the NASDAQ upside. Starbucks down 14%. Not great. So not super happy. I don't own this stock, but I was thinking about it for stocks, some of these consumer names, Nike, Lululemon, and then you had McDonald's, Starbucks, leading me over to Carvana with some consumer discretionary money coming through. Carvana's gonna be a little different because of the short squeeze. But what was the name that I was just talking about before Starbucks? Anyways, it'll come back to me, but I'm a little nervous about some of these sectors right here, starting to fall out of favor a little bit.
These retail names getting.
It was Apple. It was Apple trying to relate Apple to the retail landscape.
Gotcha.
So I feel like, a stock like a Lululemon, that's a higher quality name. People spend, discretionary income on Nike products,
China's still
AirPods. That's
Starbucks. The growth was it was growth. Their same-store sales was down 4, but it was down 8 in China. Lulu, China. It's like Apple. Look, long term, is anyone really that afraid, concerned with Apple? As I said, I own a lot of the stock, even if I don't own the product. Everyone in my family is completely obsessed with it. It has been forever, and I think they're going to be fine. But we gotta wait for them tomorrow.
Apple.
I'll get to. I'm going to say some things at some point today about Embraer because it's interesting. They're coming up with a plane to potentially compete with Airbus and Boeing. And I found it interesting because I lament about Boeing every single day, and it would be interesting if someone would come in there and actually have a product that could maybe address some of that market. And it's a Brazilian company, but it's actually a really good looking chart and a reasonable valuation. Anyways, it was just something I've been looking at, but I'll get to that later.
I mentioned a couple things here, but first off, just to recap some of this data we got this morning, as the guys were mentioning. ADP employment change comes out at 8:15, higher than expected. So 192 versus 162 expected on that number. As Neil was mentioning, we get jolts at 10. Again, not one that typically moves the market, but 8.7 million expected there. Again, we'll get that coming up at 10. We get both S&P and ISM manufacturing PMI, and then the services side of things we'll get tomorrow. But the big one coming up, obviously, Friday with non-farm payrolls, and then Mr. Powell to come at 2 p.m. this afternoon. I saw this note on J&J gapping up nicely here this morning as well. There was more decisions as far as the talc cancer lawsuit, so $6.475 billion in settlement coming through for Johnson & Johnson on that. Not a lot of volume behind this move this morning here if you zoom in a little bit, but up nicely as well here pre-market.
And it's interesting here, they went around the lawyers who were blocking this settlement and they went directly to the actual the aggrieved parties themselves to make this deal, because some lawyers were just racking up the bill and they had really no intentions of settling it. So I did like that approach by J&J, kind of put this talc thing behind them and let's move on from this. It's been a while.
It's been a long time. Yeah, we've been talking about this for years. MasterCard as well, another one with earnings this morning. Again, not typically a day trading type of stock, but one that you look at for a general view of economic conditions. So downside here on the forecast, it looks like it's well for MA.
Yeah, so the problem here is it's like
MasterCard.
You look at the jobs issue, right? So if we're hyper concerned about the labor market, and you sort of move that into, well, what everybody has debt. I mean, almost everybody has debt in North America, right? So it's a big deal. Everyone's got it, but as long as the money's coming in every single month, you're able to sort of pay it off. The concern always becomes what happens when maybe it's not as easy to get a job. And I think that's the concern. So you never really want to see these guys looking bad. That's not a good sign at all. Visa, I think we were pretty okay with. And MasterCard being down just makes it a little bit more pessimistic. I'm not all doom and gloom, but at the beginning of the year, I remember saying everyone was all hyped up about, we're going to get those rate cuts. But historically speaking, you never like the reason that you get them. Generally, the way it'll work is when they do come, and eventually, it'll be because of things that you don't like going on in the economy. So it'll generally be bad for the economy in that moment, and you're starting to see some signs of that, right? And people have now mentioned stagflation and all that stuff, but you get some cracks in the labor market. That, by the way, stagflation ain't happening unless you have a weak job market. That's part of it. But once that happens, if you still have inflation, you get some serious problems there. So I think you're starting to see some signs of that. I can see people getting staying a little bit defensive. But yeah, I don't like what I see with MasterCard. I don't think we're trading this today because A, I've never traded it before. B, the volume is very low. The spread's pretty big. But if this can't bounce back, yeah, not a very good sign. I mean, it always leads me back to, what's the thing that, if all of this comes to fruition, the trading vehicle for that would generally, for me, be a firm. No volume today, and it's actually flat. I know I said yesterday I like the short at 34, but yeah, we're not getting that today. But if MasterCard stays down, I might find my way, weasel my way into something on a firm, but there's no volume on it now. But I think that all bodes poorly, specifically for these guys here, even though they're now charging some interest. I think that's good for them, but they almost had no choice.
Yeah, firm could be a play. I mean, we're gonna have to wait for earnings on a lot of these names, and we talked about Eli Lilly working, and then you talk about J&J, brought that story with the talc, $6.5 billion. It's always a pain, to have to pay that out. But a lot of J&J's issues have been the overlying lawsuits and pending decisions. If they like this name up 3% today, I feel like the analysts are buying it. They only have, I think there was one more big case involving cancer again that they have to resolve. So they're almost through it all. I think, and they're bankrupting different segments. But again, I don't know enough about it. I'm just trying to react to the market. If the market is liking J&J here off of that news, then I think this is good. This is a good long, and it's really starting to break out again. If this can break through this 150 area for Johnson & Johnson, I'll have to find out what the dividend is. But it's a name that I own, and it's something that I've had in the portfolio forever, and it hasn't been that great. It's like a Procter & Gamble type stuff. They've already reported. So April 16th, they reported. So they reported right here, and it was, I guess, well received. 5 straight up days, 5 straight down days or so, and then the decision. I am actually debating here, possibly buying some J&J on this. Let me see what happens with Johnson & Johnson. the rest of the day. But yeah, if we take this 150, which it looks like we will, this could be a good long-term hold for a little bit back upside. It's not super sexy or anything like that. That's why I want to find out the dividend. But, if it's in the 4%-ish range, I think it's probably worth something. So, you get 5% in cash now. So anyways, I like that decision here. If the analysts like it, I can hop on J&J. I want to get longer in some of these health-related names.
All right, lots of earnings action to be aware of this morning. Here's another one. KHC downside this morning, 6.41 billion versus 6.43 billion in revenue for the ketchup maker. We were also going to mention PFE. Speaking of J&J, here's Pfizer. Huge move initially this morning up to 27, comes all the way back. Just noting some comments coming through here. I'll double check when the call is for Pfizer.
Well, it was a tough 2023, that's for sure, for Pfizer. They had 2 canceled studies for their weight loss drugs that didn't do that well. All the while, their competitors continued to do well. They also had several headwinds with respect to costs, so that was their focus here. Let's refocus on our core business and cut costs, and that's exactly what they did. You'll recall last year that they acquired Seagen for $43 billion. That is a company that's focused on curing cancer, and that's going to be their focus in 2024. With respect to earnings, net income $3.12 billion. Compare that to last year when they printed $5.5 billion, mostly due to COVID drugs. Revenue as well, $14.88 billion. That's down 20% again, likely due to the reduction in demand for COVID products.
10 o'clock, the earnings call here. I did see a couple of comments coming through, possibly an interview, but yeah, another one. moving here, guys, but again, not a heck of a lot of volume.
Yeah, the thing about Pfizer is it was great during, well, it goes without saying, it was great during the pandemic for obvious reasons, but if you look at it post, this is a weekly chart of Pfizer. See this little wick down here? It gave up the pandemic bottom. You have to ask yourself a question. It's one thing to, okay, well, this is great, the vaccines and blah, 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 and it's got other things in the pipeline. There was the chance for them and their GLP, and they had all kinds of great possibilities. But then all of that faded, and my love shifted to Eli. I still own some Pfizer. My love shifted to Eli Lilly for the most part. And I think at this point, it broke that pandemic low, made one bounce, and is now failing to hold that on a weekly chart. I'm not even guessing where the bottom is going to be here. There's clearly going to, if they get some things right, I guess there's going to be some upside. There's no question about that. But yikes is all I have to say. If you're underneath pandemic bottoms, that's not even the penalty box. I don't know, you're suspended at that point. You're throwing down, that doesn't even make any sense how you could be that far down. So anyways, I'm not touching that 110-foot pole. I just noticed that Getter reported. I'm like, oh my goodness, Getter's up 50%, and I didn't realize, I forgot it was a penny stock. So I got excited by that for a second. But I'm not that excited to trade Pfizer. If anything, if it breaks a recent low, I think you're in a world of trouble with that one. It's not even exciting enough for me to want to day trade, because I don't think there's that much opportunity day trading it either. So I think it's more of a stay away. But very, very disappointing looking chart. To be under the pandemic bottom is embarrassing.
Yeah, Pfizer's something else sometimes. Yeah, under the pandemic bottom. Wow, I didn't even realize that.
Come on.
Donald J. Trump again. Up another 5% here, holding these levels one more time at $52. This could be a go get again down here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight days. They didn't sell off into the close, but they were starting to get to the downside. But they were holding this $48 mark. So if we just kind of zoom back out, there's a lot of what I want to get to this stock was because we talk about risk management a lot on this show. And although you can see 5 or 6 straight up days, yesterday, it wasn't a super crazy day in the name. This is trading pretty normal. So again, beyond something else hitting, and you guys are the ones that are all over Reddit and all this kind of stuff, it could figure out what's happening exactly with this stock. But I think it's going to give you more buying opportunities. And this is my trade idea for DJT for everybody for today, is we came back in here yesterday, and what level did we test? The high from the previous day. And we bounced off of there in the pre-market. We bounced off of there again at 10:30, and then we basically bounced off there again at 3. We were a little bit higher. That we're just bouncing off those lows. So today it's setting up. Honestly, this is like, again, to write a book or something like that, this would be one of those things again where here's the pre-market into yesterday's high again. So long story short, it's chapter 1. I think 51, 50 into here, and then if you really go into those levels, then you're into 50. And I think 50 is a good level anyways to go long. So I feel like you want to put on risk in DJT in this 50 to 51.50 area, and it looks a lot like what happened yesterday morning, where you hit that high, got taken out, then boom, right back into that level, then start to go back upside again. So just a little bit of a trade idea right there for DJT. Let's go back over to wherever Fabian wants to take us.
Yeah, it was 1.8, I mentioned million. It was 1.8 billion in further stock options for Trump on that note this morning for DJT. Downside here in a pretty good way for Bitcoin ahead of Powell coming up this afternoon. We break overnight all the way down to 57, a bit of a bounce right now. But I mean, this is what, call it 3 or 4 days in a row here downside for crypto now.
Yeah, and everything on my watch list for crypto is red, Brendo. That is except for Riot Blockchain. And here is why, guys. They reported in the pre-market today, and they did quite well. They missed on revenue, but they absolutely destroyed on earnings. So the street was looking for around $95 million. They reported about 80, just shy of 80. But look at this. The street was looking for 14 cents per share. They reported 82 cents per share. That's a big beat right there. They also mentioned that their production was down for Bitcoin. They're basically citing network difficulty as the reason that they couldn't produce as many.
Yeah, all the ETFs, downside obviously with the price of Bitcoin today. Let's get some analyst moves, upgrades and downgrades. Adara has those over at the screen.
Dollar Tree kicking off the list here of upgrades, trading up over 1% after this upgrade from KeyBank. Amazon, after those earnings beats yesterday, getting an upgrade from Monness, Crespi, and Hart. 3M getting upgraded by JP Morgan Chase. They also had a nice performance on earnings yesterday. And Pinterest, another earnings winner, getting an upgrade here from Wedbush. Great report across the board for PINS, including revenue guidance above expectations for Q2 2024. Starbucks earnings named to the downside here today, getting this downgrade to hold by Deutsche Bank. AMD getting a downgrade from Citi with a price target of 176 after its own earnings report. Skyworks getting downgraded here by Susquehanna. And last but not least, Autodesk trading down just under 1% after getting this downgrade from Berenberg, guys.
Thank you there, Darryl. Wow, Starbucks. It's getting worse and worse.
Yeah,
but
where's the red for that one? Hold
yikes.
on.
You can throw Gates.
I think I was going to do this one because it's they've had a bad little run.
It's been rough for them. Like, I hate to say it. I know there was some chatter. I love it in the chat. Like, everyone's like, but their coffees. Some people are like, yeah, but it's the best coffee. The stock might be bad. And then others are like, the coffee's terrible. I don't know. I'm not a huge Starbucks guy. I don't really go out for coffee very often. I like making it at home. But at the end of the day, I think there's going to be a bottom somewhere. I have no idea where it's going to be. I just think there's going to be a real good value in that sucker at some point. Pinterest is an interesting one because that's the outsized upside move today. Outsized upside move ended up being in Pinterest, probably where nobody was expecting it. That's kind of how it works. Yep. So with an upgrade as well, I do like it. I wish the volume was better, but it's never really all that great for Pinterest, so it's not that bad. It's done 250,000 shares pre-market. That's more than normal. I look at these gap fills. You know, like 37 was resistance. If it pulls back in at 37, you're still up 10% if it pulls back into that 37 level. So you could try to fill in that gap, and then 37 would be my area of interest on Pinterest. Yeah, that wasn't intentional.
Area of interest on Pinterest. Yeah, okay. So Starbucks right now is not even. Okay, so here's a weekly chart on Starbucks. They're at 77. So I don't know why. I guess because it's a week, but it should still be filling down here. But anyways, right here is where we are right now. So you go back into 2022. Okay, you know, we had the crash. Not bad. This is the pandemic bottoms of 2020, $50, $60. You know, the whole world was shut down. Everybody is still drinking a crap ton of Starbucks. They've had management changes. They've had a lot of back and forth menu items and things like that. I think they need to really just consolidate what they offer and probably cut, 20%. I mean, they're going to have to probably cut some of their prices, but you look at local coffee shops, and Starbucks is probably even cheaper than them. So, I mean, it's just a matter of your preference of taste. A lot of people like supporting local coffee places, which makes a lot of sense as well. So that's that business. But Starbucks is in all the right places, in all the right cities. So I think Starbucks battles back. If you're a believer of the U.S. economy and retail space, this $71 or $72, if you can get something like that in the next couple days, this just looks good. For a possible battle back to the upside. If China ever gets itself figured out, down 11% in China, not good. We've seen that story with Apple, which is why I led directly to Apple when we were talking about Starbucks before. Not good. I don't know why I have DJT still up here because I was looking at my other chart. But yeah, I think Starbucks is going to find a bottom. A huge name, like a staple brand, down this much. I just think it's going to find a bottom, and there will be buyers that come back into that as well. McDonald's, on the other hand, right now pretty flat. But McDonald's is, they did not report, but they are reporting tonight, I believe. McDonald's, let me just double check that.
No, we got McDonald's already.
We got it, right? Because
but
why is it so flat? April 30th,
it didn't do
pre-market.
anything.
Oh, it was yesterday. Yeah, it didn't do anything.
Oh, I just saw this in the chat. Chris Allen, if Tim Hortons had a stock, they would be talking about it 24/7 on Trader TV. They do. It's just QSR. It's not. It's not specifically Tim Hortons.
Yeah, they were bought out.
Yeah, exactly. But
and Tim Hortons is
yeah,
really
well, but I've owned QSR for.
Yeah, I did. I sold
wow.
QSR, but
you know what? I should. There's some things that I've owned for a long time, and I think I do a reasonable job of cleaning it up from time to time. But that's one that I haven't paid much attention to. But there is a stock.
QSR is Popeye's Chicken and Burger King and Tim Hortons.
DK.
I like Tim Hortons. I like Tim Hortons.
When was the last time you even had Burger King?
I think we had it because we travel a lot. I think we had it in Barrie, during the winter.
Oh, that's
me
recent.
and Barron.
Okay.
But definitely. Well, there's one on the Queensway.
Yeah.
Where is there another Burger King? I think there's one downtown maybe in Parkdale. Anyways, all right. Yeah, not too many.
It's been years for
There's
me.
not as many around here. Subways are everywhere.
They're
for sure.
No, there's too many Subways. Subway has way too many locations.
And you know what's going to be here this afternoon? Ramin, are you focused? You know what's going to be here this afternoon? Wingstop. Yeah, she got excited right there. We're going to have some mango habanero. We're going to get everyone's request. I'm going to find out what sauce Adara likes. Honey garlic.
Classic. No, that's honey garlic.
No, I might have to void that.
Denied. That's my daughter's favorite wing sauce. Is honey garlic.
No, I'm not saying.
Honey garlic?
Not just it's too chalk.
Well, the thing is, at
It's
Wingstop,
like I will have.
the whole point is to get something
medium.
crazy. Yeah, you don't want something boring there because there's so many flavors. The whole point is to get something.
Oh no, my kids will put barbecue sauce. They just anything with barbecue sauce. It doesn't even matter the barbecue sauce. If it says barbecue sauce, it could be smoking hickory. It could be double bacon. Blast. I don't know. If it's barbecue sauce, they're all about that.
Double bacon.
I just made that up. That might be a good one. Double bacon barbecue sauce.
I already love Ramin, but she basically said the mango's that's my favorite one. It's the one I always get. So by the way,
Diet Dr.
Wingstop
Pepper.
is up 3%. By the way, it's actually.
Of course it is.
It's not doing any volume.
This is Trader TV Live, baby.
It's up, son.
And
this
look
is
at that. Look at that chart.
52-week high.
Look at that chart.
Look at the 50 period on this thing.
All you had to buy was a couple shares, and it's like wings for life.
Look at the golden cross when it takes out the previous high at 225, and you got almost a double up. Look at that.
So join us either way tonight. So Powell will be hitting, and then we'll have some wings to enjoy the FOMC.
Yeah, because
that should be that should be fun. Yeah.
Well,
so,
it won't be boring, but
it should be okay. Anyways, all right. Sharif, if you had wings, which you will be having, what would you have on them?
lemon pepper. It's not bad.
I like lemon pepper, Sean. Lemon pepper is my go-to, Brendo, especially dry lemon pepper.
I don't know if I've ever had that.
No?
I'm a honey garlic guy.
Good. You good with that, Sean?
Or barbecue? I've never even.
Yeah, man, they make songs about it. They do all that kind of stuff.
Make songs about it. You listening to this guy?
Yeah, shout out to Drake.
Okay. I'm down.
I'm
down.
Never
All
heard
right,
of it.
let's get into everything else we need to know here. Lead us off with a look at the market.
Brendo, that's where we closed off yesterday after that big down move in the afternoon. We gave up 5,100 after rejecting 5,150 for a period of days. Now we're actually looking at 5,000 as our support level. That is, if we give way at 50-50, we're Scotia above 50-50 right now. If we give way 50-50, look out for 5,000 below. If we hold 50-50, look for 5,100 as a resistance.
If you have not done so, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free from us to you every single day. Before we come on at 8:30, you grab that, and then you come hang out for the first hour in the pre-market. We discuss what the hell to do with all those moving around in the pre-market. Here's AMD, top of the list, or close enough to the top of the list this morning. Down huge off earnings. Sharif said, wrong color for Lisa Sue.
I promised yesterday on the midday that I'd wear my blue blazer if they beat, and they didn't, so I didn't wear the blue blazer. No, let's talk about how they did, guys. Net income, $123 million. Compare that to last year when they lost $139. So that's decent on the earnings side. Revenue grew about 2%, $5.47 billion, beating the street's expectation of 5.46. The guidance, they're looking for about $5.7 billion in the coming quarter. That'll be about a 6% annual growth rate there. And it was really their data center and AI that really grew here, Brendo. 80% year over year on the industry, and it still didn't satisfy the street. So
yeah, across the board, all of these chip names downside this morning. We'll touch on SMCI here coming up as well, guys. But this is a big move so far. What do we do here?
What was it? In January, they're like, yeah, 3.5 billion coming from AI. Now it's like 4. Market's like, no, that's not good enough. What? So you're only 500 million more than you were telling us at the beginning of the year? Get out of here. That's not enough. And that's sort of where the expectations are at for AMD. The good news for AMD is that it's already done a pretty big, hefty pullback, let's just say. So this is 145 on the daily. I don't think we see the 200 period today, but that would be.
What is it?
It's very unlikely, but if we get there, it's going to be a buy zone for me next week. Or, well, I mean, I guess it could happen this week too. We're only on Wednesday. A couple of days worth of work there. Look, I want to be with the fade trade, and I marked off 157 yesterday. I knew that was going to be a line. If it got broken to the downside, I want to fade, but then you came much further, so I have 154 marked off to fade this. At that point, like, you're still down a couple of points if you get to 154. I also, like, 151 is more of a loose level in here. I do want to be shorting this pop. You're so far removed from the 145 now, the support level, that there's not much to do with that. Like, what are you going to do? You're already on the upside move. So if expectations aren't great, I do feel like it wouldn't make sense, Fed or no Fed, that before earnings on, say, NVIDIA, that you're really going to go green today. So I'm just going to be picking my spots to short the pop. And 54 is out there. 57 is unlikely. I'm willing to step down. If it pops and fades the 154 level, 151 level at the open, I'd probably take a shot over there at that as well. I'm not really looking long there. I guess we're going to get to SMCI separately, so no need to talk about the other chips. I do look, NVIDIA was a miss for me yesterday on 885. You know, like, you chalk it up. I liked it. I tried it. I was 1 for 3 shorting NVIDIA, and unfortunately, the 1 was not the big one, meaning holding it at the 885. I can't look at that level and expect us to get there again, so I've got 860 marked off here on NVIDIA, which was just essentially some support late in the day on VDA. If it goes green, that's above 865. If NVIDIA goes green, I don't fight the stock. You know, my hands are off. If NVIDIA is down 1.5%, but once that thing is positive, I want no part of shorting it. It'd be enough of a surprise to everybody that, unless it's at $885 again, I'd probably stay away from it. But yeah, 860's out there. I'm going to be shorting pops in AMD as well.
All right. Hey, what's up? Okay, what just happened?
No, they went to the desk when you.
Oh, they went to the desk. Yeah, that's cool. We can go to the desk. I'm just trying to get the sticky note out in a couple seconds, but I'm gonna look long on AMD. So I'm gonna go sort of the other way on what the market's been doing here today. So down 6%. I really like the battle back here. I'm gonna explain myself on the sticky note for this as well. But I mean, we've hit that bottom of 146 and change. If we can fade this, go down another $5, try to get long in and around this 146 area, wait out to see if 145 winds up holding or not. We've been down here before, and now we're back. So this is a level that, you know, we've tested. I don't want to be there if it breaks it. So that is going to be a short. We'll be able to reverse into it. I feel like volume should be really good on this name with earnings, but we do have a violent day ahead of us, I feel like, for AMD. So for me today, I will choose violence with this name, and I will go long early on it, and then hopefully we don't get violent in an angry way. Is that possible? But I don't necessarily want to jump necessarily right into that short. I feel like today, and this is what I've written on the sticky note as well, today's for me is going to be a stock picking day. And what I mean by that is I don't really have, the last couple days I've written on the top, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, whatever. Today, I do have a specific setup that I'm looking for, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a Fed day with big earnings on tap, with Apple tomorrow. Amazon not moving, AMD kind of still in the pocket. I mean, down 5%, we've seen that happen on random days. Amazon trying to hold out off of that, and we're going to get to Amazon in a minute. This is just my sort of bigger talk, is that we had a huge move down yesterday that Neil talked about. You know, Amazon's really not up that much today. It's starting to go now, which is great. The market's trying to hold out, so that's great, and we're going to get to that. But let's just play specific names in the directions that we want, and I think we could be okay. So let's watch out for Amazon here trying to get higher now. But AMD for me is the long down there at 145, and I probably won't look at SMCI, but we have some levels on that as well.
Yeah, 3% here already, as you mentioned, for AMZN, trying to get above that resistance point from after the close yesterday. Beat across the board, just absolutely, whatever adjective you want to use, huge, enormous, massive, they all fit. This was kind of interesting as well, a new education-focused hub that each year they're going to give out over $250,000 in grants, which is always positive.
Yeah, why not? Cool, like that. Let's talk about this very, very big earnings report. Guys, net income more than tripled year over year on the quarter. $10.5 billion was the profit for this company. Revenue also grew aggressively, 13% year over year. The key divisions that performed well, not surprisingly, AWS, $25 billion they brought in from that particular division, a 17% year over year bump. And their advertising also growing aggressively again, $11.8 billion they brought in from ads. The guide was a little light. They guided 144 to 149 billion. The street was looking for 150. So.
Yeah, you mentioned this as well. Block accelerating here, downside to the tune of 8+%. Now just went through 67 there on decent volume. If you missed it, government looking into, or authorities looking into some quote unquote financial transactions for SQ.
Yeah, it just wasn't reacting enough to take a trade. But yeah, it seems like that was a missed opportunity in Block. Not to beat up on a dead horse. Not happy Block's going down, obviously. For anyone out there, just be careful with that one. We'll get into some, we'll probably look at some crypto names, and that's kind of adjacent. But Amazon, I think we got somewhat of a gift. Like that sell imbalance that took it from 79 all the way down to 75 just meant that when the earnings came out, you were ramping off that price. And suddenly you can work off the 180 level again, which would have been tricky if you were trading down in the mid 170s. So I just feel like with the big move, the AWS was like 62% of operating income, which is, huge. And we knew that was going to be big. Cloud is a huge story for them. Like I just like the longs back into that zone that we're sitting in at 350. So it's like 179.5 to 180 is really like the buy zone. You have 3 coffees there. Who gets? Oh well, one
for himself. Okay, Randy.
But red? Okay.
Pick up the microphone, my friend.
Red.
All right. Okay, so are you a fan of chicken wings?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Loaded question. Have you ever had Wingstop before?
Of course.
No.
Really?
I'm not sure if I have either, to be honest with you.
Really? Okay.
We are getting Wingstop this afternoon.
I'm in.
I know. So I'm asking you, what would be your flavor Like, I know Wingstop has millions of flavors, but if you were just to say, you know what, you're gonna go with a flavor, we've had honey garlic on the desk so far. We've had Ramin's mango habanero. That's
That is legit. It's legit. You'll love that one. Trust me.
I do.
It's legit.
it's a little sweet and spicy, you know what I mean?
That's okay. I'm in. I do smoked jerk chicken wings on the smoker.
This is why we bring this man on.
Oh yeah.
This is why I told him pick up the damn mic.
I mean, over hickory. Oh yeah, over hickory.
See what we're doing?
15, 20 minutes on the smoker, and
Legit. Yeah.
nobody's.
You may be disappointed with Wingstop.
I made
Well,
12 pounds of wings for a party, and they were all gone.
So
yeah, it's not
next
gonna
time-
be as good as you
Hey,
make. When
I know, but if I can get
Temper expectations.
good dry jerk wings,
Randy,
oh yeah.
the next time you make 12 pounds, make 14 and bring some in here.
If
you
you
know
can
what I'm saying?
get me-
Because-
you make 12. You don't have to make. You could spare a
If
pound.
anybody on the show can send me some pimento wood that I can use on my smoker,
Okay, here we go. This is what we're talking about. People in the chat can do this.
real pimento with hickory,
Perfect.
20
Pimento.
minutes. Oh man, it's heaven.
We'll be tweeting that out. We'll get some pimento coming through, and then we'll have the craziest smoked wings on, which will be Wing Day Wednesday
And that's how you have to do jerk.
on Trader TV Live. One of these.
That's how you
Me
get it.
some, I would be
Pepperwood?
very happy. No, pimento.
Yeah, I know.
It's so hard to
in my
get up
ear said
here.
Pepperwood.
Hard to get up here. Export rules and blah blah blah. But yeah, please,
There
thank
we
you.
go.
Or
Russell's
charcoal. I'll
liking
take
the
pimento
mango
charcoal
habanero.
too.
You don't abide by the rules. You live by your own.
A little bit.
Sean and Randy cooking. We could all three of us, man. We could all have a cooking session.
Oh my goodness.
going on right here talking
We could
about food.
throw down in the back. I don't know.
I mean, we got to go get that brisket. Neil wasn't here that day.
I missed out big time on that brisket.
Yeah, and then we got in
So-
crap from Ramin as well.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
All right, well, that was cooking. This is with me, but we need to have one with Randy. Cooking and barbecuing with Randy.
I'm already
right there. Yeah, we're already hungry. So this Wingstop may happen in the AM.
Well, I
rather
mean,
than the PM.
lunch would make the most sense, but I'm.
Yeah, but then we're not like.
No, I know.
The whole thing is that this is a
hungry now.
thing. Yeah.
I'm always hungry.
All right, we'll figure it out. Join us this afternoon for Wingstop Wednesday. It is now a thing, apparently. And if anybody works at Wingstop or anything like that, hit your boy up. Throw a little 20% discount, something like that. All right, let's go. Pimento wood. Sticky notes coming in a couple seconds.
It's old school. Ramin has a solution to wing problems that we can discuss as well. AMD here, SMCI, another one to the downside, but looking a lot like AMD is where I was going with this. Earnings missing expectations, but back to that level from the pre-market, trying to get above it right now.
Interesting look here, Brendo. They missed on the top line, but they beat on the bottom line. So earnings come in better, but revenue comes in light. The guidance also beat a lot better than the street was looking for. They guided about 5.1 to 5.5 billion. The street was looking for 4.89, so a beat there. But the margins seem to be contracting, and that's likely because the liquid cooling components for their servers, the price of those has gone up exponentially, so it's eating into their margins. We'll have to see how they do next quarter.
Yeah, if you zoom out a little bit, we did bounce off last week's level as well, back to 725, 730 here at the low, going back to after the close yesterday, but trying to get higher here right now, guys, for SMCI.
It's a bit of a party pooper because it's up $50 from the bottom, and it would have opened down SSR. You can't open up SSR. You open down short sell restricted because it would have been over 10%. And I was looking for the 720 and then down here 680, 670 for one of those SSR bounce reversals, but it won't be short sell restricted because it has to get there in the open market, which clearly hasn't happened. And even if it does, the amount of buying that's now gone into this thing, up $50 from these lows, it's a bit much. Like for it to go SSR now, like it just has to make a humongous drop in after a relief rally. So AMD and Nvidia will probably be trades for me today. I guess craziness could happen, and you could see yourself up at like 850 or maybe the 800 level could be something. But you're right there right now. Yeah, the SSR bounces have been actually pretty solid as long as you pick your spots. But they got to be down 10%, You know, Starbucks falls into that category today. We'll get to them in a second, but SMCI not so much anymore.
Yeah, so for me, SMCI, I mean, it's always been one of those names that you've had to be super careful with. And I mean, trading it into earnings, I think the move was supposed to be 13%. So you're not even moving that much today on that. It's had a huge battle back. So just like we wrote down for AMD that we wanted to go long on AMD, and we've already talked about this, now it's up to 150 and looking like it is going to recover a little bit here. SMCI to me is a very, very dangerous name, but I like the long again. If we can fade back into 760, I like the gap into VWAP back. So that's the play that I like. Generally speaking, I would like it to be under VWAP, fade back to it, and then hit the short. But SMCI is telling us that it wants to go higher. It was a lot lower, man. Like, you're up $50 from where we were when we opened the show. Like, so this name, well, I mean, opened the show, I guess, was 8:30. I was looking at 8 o'clock, so that's my bad. But 8:30, you're at 760, so you're up $30. It's had a nice move up. It was at 750 at 8 o'clock. You're going to have imbalances come out at 925. If they're a buy, this name's going to shoot up. I think you can fade it into yesterday's sort of mayhem, maybe a little bit here, where we tried to settle down a bit into 860. But honestly, I prefer the long in this name today. I know that might be counter to what many people are thinking, but back into VWAP, probably worth a shot here. 760 or so on SMCI, but have a stop somewhere. Like, I don't know what kind of shares you guys are using, but like risk like 20 to 25% of your daily loss limit on a trade like this, because if you don't, this 25 could become 50, could become 75, and then could be 100% of your day on one idea just because you're wrong. So watch out for this. See, even just now, it just faded back 2% a little bit. Hit the 200 period. SMCI 800 is interesting. So is the 750, 760 area. I like a fade back into there and then, you know, bump it long back up to 800. So that's my initial trade. I think there's $50 there.
All right, we touched on it briefly to start things off here. Here's Starbucks grinding along the lows right now. A lot of the semiconductors, as we were saying, trying to bounce, but no such luck here for Starbucks. Yeah, China problem still pointing to a slower than expected recovery. I mean, we've been saying this for the past couple of years here, at least. It's about time they figure this out, I think.
Yeah, this was not a good report, Brendo, and I don't say that lightly here, guys. Net income to the company, less than $1 billion, $772 million. That's down aggressively, 908 they took home last year. Net sales, which is revenue, down 2% to $8.5 billion. The guidance, very light as well. They're looking for a reduction in sales in their U.S. stores, international, including China. They're looking for 11% decline next quarter in China, Brendo. Same store sales in the U.S. dropped off 3% as well. So not a good look. We'll have to see if they can get out of this funk.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the market right now, taking out the highs, you can see what matters today. So on a day when there's so much to think about, what do we do here with this, guys?
Well, I'll tell you this much. If it gets worse than this on the weekly chart, $71 is a pretty darn big level, but you got to pull out the weekly chart to even see that. How bad is Pfizer? Pandemic bottom for Starbucks, $50. Starbucks getting beaten up, and it's still in the 70s. It's already 10% down. So what's SSR? If it gets down to $70, $71, I'm looking for an SSR bounce 100% at that level. That said, I actually have a bid, so I don't miss it at 71. Once it gets down to that price, and I'm going to look for a bounce play there. Every single even dollar and half dollar, I'll look for a bounce. The other thing here is it's hard for me not to look for a short today on it. It's a little bit spaced out from previous support and resistance, but suffice to say, you pull it up on the daily chart, 82 came up for me there on the daily. 84 as well, but if it pops a little bit too far, if you go to $82, you're still a good 7% to the downside. So I want to be looking to short pops in here and give it a little bit of a wide berth. Maybe the 80 level sets up, but the levels are so far away that as long as it's under 82, I just have to look to pick my spots on a good setup. And a lot of times that'll mean maybe test a pre-market high, spike into 81, fail a breakout there. But the levels I'll be sitting at are pretty far away on Starbucks, as you can see. So at the open, I'm not anticipating any fireworks. I think it's more likely we find ourselves in a chip name or a weed name off the open.
Yeah, well, look, we've already done our sort of talk there about Starbucks, right? We went over this about 40 minutes ago. I pulled out the weekly chart. We saw that 72. I mean, I'll still have it up here. Let's just call it out. Wait, just real quick. Neil just went over it, but we had already sort of looked at that level. So yeah, I mean, the talk is what it is. I think that's a good buy down there. I think the U.S. consumer is strong, will always be strong. I know here, just going out and seeing all the moms all the time, buying Starbucks, no matter what, all of the time. And like my daughter loves it. I feel like it's a cult thing. Starbucks will get bought up at some point. I think you can wait for this level, $71, $72. And quite frankly, I think I'm going to be in there buying that as well. So Starbucks down here, I feel like it's a washout moment for them. Let's figure that out. China is still a problem. The daily chart, not very healthy there for Starbucks. But again, heading into the report, you couldn't get above the 50-period moving average. That's always a problem. We talk about not trading anything until this starts to turn up. Well, it's starting to go downside pretty good right now. Starbucks definitely in trouble. Not investable at these levels. It could get a lot worse before it gets better. So again, down $5 from here, I think you buy it, but I don't think that happens today. Wait 3 days. I think we'll start nibbling in on Starbucks.
We were just discussing who is using Pinterest these days. Ramin is. Figures. I don't have an account.
I have. Look, I told you off camera, I like it for fashion. You get ideas like how to put stuff together, but yeah.
No, you made a good point too in that when you make a Google search for a specific item, sometimes it's in the images that are at the top of the search. So that's usually where you encounter it. But this is a huge move here for pins.
It is, Brendo, but they did well. I mean, they beat on EPS. Earnings, it was an absolute blowout. Revenue was an absolute blowout. $740 million they brought home in revenue. The street was looking for 700. They also popped 23% year over year. That was good. The guide also heavy, 835 to 850 million for the next quarter on revenue. The street wanted 826. Here's what Goldman analyst said. In addition, we think investors will appreciate PIN's management emphasizing that Amazon and Google partnerships are contributing revenue momentum in the recently reported quarter, and that dynamic should continue to build throughout 2024.
Yeah, a little bit light on the attention here as well, but so much going on this morning.
Yeah, well, we sort of said this before when we did the upgrades and downgrades. Pinterest doesn't do a lot of pre-market volume, even when it reports. So I don't think it's anything abnormal that it's light volume. That said, you got to be patient with it. So on the daily, there's your 37 resistance. Previously, you've broken everything out. I think that's the spot that I'll be looking for. It's an outsized move for pins. Rather than try to explain it, I just feel like I want to look for an opportunity to get into a long, and that's the first level that stands out there on the daily. I don't think it's so light volume that any trading that's happened, like, okay, so it looks like 39 could be a breakout, but that's such light volume that who cares? So I'm not going to be sitting out there looking for a breakout trade at some top that's completely thin. It's either it dips into 37 or we sit out the first 10, 15 minutes and find a level. But I don't want to be, if it just crashes through 37, I'd probably look for a bid at like 35 or something like that. Don't really want to be looking short here on pins. I think there's enough to focus on. We haven't even really talked about the weed names either with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, the weed names yesterday were, oh man. All right, well, let's talk about them now because I won't be trading. Pinterest. Okay, so right here, I mean, yesterday, wow, a huge move to the upside, taking out many levels. And actually, you know what? For CGC, I think if there's another name you guys want me to look at, we can do that. But I think CGC yesterday was one of the more popular ones. And the reason why I'm talking about this again is that we mentioned this yesterday in the after show. This was the only green sector yesterday, MSOS. So the marijuana sector was the only green sector. It's kind of funny because it's green, but I mean, it's been red a hell of a lot more than it's been green. So this does not look like much like a Christmas tree at all. It just looks like a burning Christmas tree to the red side here, like every single day. I mean, we pretty much have like 4 or 5 up days. So you got to celebrate when this is in the news and it's being talked about. The problem is you plant a seed in the ground and it grows literally a weed. And now I feel like you're going to be able to grow some more yourself. And some of these companies are going to be in a little bit of trouble. It's not hard for barriers to entry. So when you're seeing a name here that was $3 back in March, up to 14 right now on a lot of hype, we've seen it happen here before in this country where, it's really super good before sort of legalization. And then as the story comes, It's like buy the rumor, sell the news. If it's going to come through, it's going to be great, and you probably get more bumps than this. But I think it's worth taking some out on the way up. Trust me from experience, and I've taken some out too, but I'm holding now minus 80, minus 90%, and we've talked about that. I showed Sharif yesterday, it was minus 99% on Aurora Cannabis, so that was fun. But so, you know, trying to learn from past mistakes here. Now, the other thing that I like, we had yesterday, and a shout out to, again, the best damn recap show in the nation, which I won't be on today, but we had Scott's Miracle-Gro and Brian Shannon. We talked about some of these names that are starting to get going here that look decent, right? Not only a fertilizer company, but you can get those weeds growing a little quicker with the right products. This name's starting to whoosh upside a little bit there. And then I asked him about one of my favorites that I think Sharif talks about sometimes on the Midday show, and this is GRWG, Grow Generation Corp. Again, a dumpster fire of a name, but, you know, in the sort of picks and shovels aspect, these are hydroponics and some of the equipment necessary to grow said seeds of cannabis. So I think that there's some potential in this name as well. Let them cool down a little bit. It looks like we're getting there. Wow, it's 9:25. Okay, that's a little bit of a cannabis corner for this afternoon, for this morning. Well, still on wings, man. Randy just messaged me. He's like, I am down for wings.
Well, I mean, there's a tie-in as well there because, hey, maybe you partake a little bit, you get hungry, you want some wings. There's nothing wrong with that, everybody. Look, I think you fill in some of the gap on CGC today. So I was looking at afternoon support 13, and then on the daily, you got to go out to like 11. It's like 11.70 to about $10. So it's like, oh, sorry, 10.70. Like it's in this range in here if you go out to the daily chart, which I can. There you go. Like you have this little wick top in here. It's actually more like 11.60. And then that's like 10.60. So that would be one buy zone, previous resistance into support. And then if you look at yesterday in the afternoon, the biggest pullback that it had was failing the 14, where they gobbled it up. I mean, where the market gobbled it up at 13 bucks. So those are the two spots that I'd be looking for dip buys. And the thing about it is, like when it drops down like this, it doesn't mean you have to sit on the bid at that price. But if I see buyers there, that's where I'd want to put on a trade. Like not every single dip is one that I'm willing to buy. I do think you're going to have a little bit of sell the news here. There was a question. We're going to go back to the desk in a second. There was a question about why is CVS down so much. If you miss on the top and bottom and revise your guidance lower, then this can happen to you. CVS down 14% and heading even lower as it's getting absolutely crushed. So a lot of really bad moves down on earnings here. Let's go back to the desk.
All right, guys, we're talking about price target entry today within the context of the overall theme of the week, which is the gap and go trading strategy. Catch that with Adair and I today at 11 on How to Trade.
There you go. Get those good entry points. That's what it's all about. I mean, a trade has to have an entry. It's got to have an exit. You also have to know where you're wrong. Like, imagine you were long CVS, just for example, because that's the chart I happen to have up. If you're like, I like the stock, it's a good valuation, but you're trying to swing trade it, well, it's broken support. Now what are you going to do? Pull the chart back 10 years and figure out where the bottom's going to be? Always have a plan going into something. And I'm not, not to pick on them. Like we could be talking about Starbucks or any of these names, to be honest with you. So Starbucks down 30%. That'll be SSR. CVS, I know it's down over 10, but it's not something that I would look to trade for an SSR bounce play. It's just not a stock that I think has enough interest in it. One other, you got some delivery numbers out of China for the EVs, but yeah, they're not really doing anything. I did have my eye on NIO for a break of the $5 level, potentially on those delivery numbers, but the volume only just now crept over 1 million, and it's looking kind of sleepy. I'll have it up, and on the off chance that it goes, it wasn't enough to put it on my note because the volume just wasn't there, but they did have some growth. If $5 gets there, I'll probably jump over to the stock and then make a call at that point. So AMD and Amazon, I feel like that's where most people are going to be headed. Oh, great. Yeah, it is what it is. Like I said, I was waiting for Amazon to get up to like 154.
Is it there already?
No. It just pulled back $3. So if it had gone up $3, maybe I'd be shorting off that 154. Sorry about those wicks, but already starting to pull back. I'm going to assume there was some imbalances. It's the first of the month, but actually no, there's nothing there. Pfizer, that's small. Pinterest is a buy of 360,000. That's not nothing because it doesn't do a lot of volume pre-market. But yeah, but looks like AMD's already pulled back in. Remember the 145 that I said wasn't likely to come into play? Well, that's support on the daily. Now you might be there on AMD. So I thought we'd get a chance to fade 154. And suddenly we're looking at the other level, which is 145 support on the daily. Amazon's still holding 181.6, so maybe it comes back in and gives us some fills back into 180 at the open.
Oh man, I'm hitting the wrong keys for my stop because I want to make sure. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, no,
only
for
less than a minute to go.
Yeah, for me, AMD, I mean, I'm not surprised. We wrote down 145, but we're going to try to go long there. But I don't know, like Neil said, that's going to come in a little bit quicker than we thought. So I'm getting my stop orders all set up right now, just in case we do trigger some of those levels to come out for our trade here on AMD, as we are sitting on the bid of AMD near that 145, sitting on the offer of Tesla and on the bid of AMD. So here we go, getting ready to go right now.
Yes, sir. It is hump day. It's big earnings. It is obviously some Powell. We got Jolts at 10 o'clock. We got Randy walking right through. But Adara, ring it in 3, 2, and 1.
All right, we'll watch out. All right, we will watch out now for Amazon up to that 181. We talked about trying to fade some of these levels there for Amazon, but yeah, we did get up to that 182.50 or so area. AMZN, I think it's worth some kind of a fade up there, but who knows how much. Amazon on earnings, very, very risky trade, that is for sure. So we'll wait to see if we get something up there near that 182. And then Neil was mentioning that 184, yeah, 183 level
Comes
too.
AMD.
For sure as well. Yeah, AMD down to 146.50 already.
Yeah, Starbucks tagged 75. That dropped $2 at the open. Wow, oh, that's nasty. Starbucks already under a little bit of pressure. AMD might be going down, but NVIDIA is actually trying to go to the upside. Maybe that'll test that 860. Oh my goodness, Tesla, we didn't even mention Tesla. Tesla just ramped $3 at the open.
Really?
Yeah, so if you go out to, oops, zoomed the wrong way. If you go out to yesterday, 185 resistance, 191 resistance on Tesla. That wasn't even on the radar initially. So Starbucks not doing anything. AMD, obviously I can't fade 154 when it's at 147. So the 145 level, I guess, is gonna happen first. And here comes some Amazon. Whether it's Amazon or AMD first, I think they're in a race to see which one's the first dip buy.
So we had Tesla on as trade idea here, number 2 or 3 for shorting. So we will see if we can get that pop upside right now. We have your first dollar club member right now. It's going to be Amazon. So let's wait to see now where we can go. But we talked about trying to get short on Amazon. So we did that right there. There it is right now, man. Put that in your freaking register if you like it, because there goes Amazon trying to break through 180, trying to hold it though. Let's put a bid a little bit lower and see if we could take it off of your sticky note trade idea right there. Amazon short, and boom goes the dynamite right there. It's a little bit of a hot dog cannon as there goes Amazon. It is $1.20. Okay, we're here and we are in the building one more time again for you today. There's $1.50 right off the jump for Amazon.
Yeah, I actually just made 50 pennies on Amazon and then got out for a flat trade there on the long. It looks like it's trying to pull it back in there. We're in and out pretty quick. We like that 180 level, so just going to have to get it. It happens so fast there, so I want to make sure you guys saw that. AMD's getting down to the 145 level. We're going to have to respect that as well. But yeah, let's see what's up, because right now I'm not seeing anything that is out of pocket just yet, with the exception of NVIDIA doing something that I wasn't anticipating. Going to the upside when AMD came down. My initial plan was fade 860. If AMD's at lows and NVIDIA's at highs, I might throw that out the window.
$2, here we go, it's Amazon. It's a nice downside move, now breaking through 179. Again, there it is right there. We're just joking, sticky note is not behind a paywall. Yeah, you don't want a sticky wall, but this is a free sticky note, not a paywall. It was out later today, so we got that out at 9:20 or something like that. Too busy doing everything else, but this was a good one here. It's Amazon. It is a nice move to the downside. And there it is right there. Let's props it up. You know, again, people could look long, people could look short, but as we keep saying, stay in your pocket. And there it is right there. It is $2. Let's put that right there on the board right now. And we said the kind of month was last. Now we'll see if we can start it off here again right now with another one in May for everybody. So, I mean, you know, month is just a month. We keep with our strategies, and there it is right there. Thank you so much for everybody's continued love and support as we'll go 1 for 1 right here to start the day. And it's not just 1 for 1, it's a monster. We're $3 in the money, and the market is starting to get lower right now. This is what the trade looks like. It's Amazon. It's 181 short side, exactly as we wrote right here. Take it out. We still have 1/3 of it left. So far, so good. It's Amazon. It's downside, and it's been good. But here it comes right back up now. So be careful with the trading, but so far, so good here on what is a market bounce off of VWAP.
Yeah, market bouncing. We'll see if the wheat stocks bounce. 13 just came in. First thing, we're going to have missed AMD, and I'll get to that in a second. But we just put on CGC, which just tagged the $13 level. You're not going to want to have even dollar stops on this stock. I think that's a bit of a mistake. So we're going to let it get underneath that 13 by about 20 cents or so. This is not a stock that's going to move like a normal $13 stock, right? So wider spreads, expect 50-cent dollar moves to be rather the norm here on CGC. AMD was a...
Darn it, we just were so close.
It did get close. I see 145.61 is the low on AMD. So it got pretty darn close. Obviously,
oh my God.
No cigar on AMD, but it's absolutely flying. It was a dump at the open, but I said I was shorting 154 instead of the 151. So AMD starting to come back in here.
I was bidding
now NVIDIA. Okay, now NVIDIA's tanking.
I missed that by 6 pennies. I'm at 50 flat right there for AMD. So let's see if it comes back in. Again, we'll go a little bit higher on that one for advanced micro devices. Nice move back up for Amazon, baby. So yeah, let's wait to see if we can do anything on this one back to the upside into 182. Let's wait. Let's see if we can get some more short up in around this level. We've already taken this out. We've done pretty good on that. Maybe if we give it back all the way to zeros again, we can get out and then reload this name. So I'll put it out, even though my stop is higher. We'll put a stop at 181 to get out for flat and then just regroup on this trade. I mean, that's perfectly fine by me because we want to get more short up here near that 182. So far, so good here today. We'll go 1 for 1 and start the month off right. Adara.
One of the many earnings names on watch here today, NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings, down almost 9% right now, beating on EPS but missing for sales and projecting much lower than expected earnings per share for FY 2024. Also worth noting they have a short float of over 8%, guys. NCLH.
Like on a day like today, there was way too many earnings that you had to pick your spots. Like normally NCLH moving that much, or Starbucks didn't go. NCLH moving that much is going to be on my radar. I'd probably be trading a CCL as well, but not today. So we tried the first level on CGC, anticipating a gap fill. It went 20 cents in the money, but I was risking 35. So if I'm risking 35 cents, I'm not really scalping it for 20. The math doesn't work because even if you win, long run, you lose there. 11 to 1170 was the next dip buy zone. So that's the only other place I want to take a shot at this one to the downside. I know Tesla's going, but watch out. I think there's some other names that are much more important. If AMD continues up in phase 150, suddenly NVIDIA looks a little better. I did not want to be shorting NVIDIA off of that 860 level if AMD was literally hitting those bottoms. I wanted to see a pop and then where the sellers would come in, and if it's going to stick around, then I still like some NVIDIA to the sell side. Tesla, I know it's running, but that one wasn't on my radar this morning, so I don't think I'll be trading any Tesla. We might trade it later, but not early.
All right. Yeah, we're still looking for those trades. So, yeah, so Tesla is on my radar. It's been here for the day. This is going to be my third trade. So I'm looking for, we've already got Amazon. We're looking for Apple, and we're looking for Tesla. Yesterday, Tesla was PL1, and then Apple was PL2. So I'm just looking P&L. So we're, this 186 is on my radar, shorting it in and around 185 into 186. We got pretty close, man. Like, we were waiting at 185 for the short. So let's see if it will come in now for Tesla. Maybe a little bit of a bump up as the market was bouncing off view up, and now we're starting to head to the low side right now. So, like you guys could see, we're just being as patient as we can be because it's been working. Here's Apple. I mean, I'm thinking now about switching into the short, like getting short a little bit earlier on that. We had waited. We liked the 172 area for Apple to try to get back into here. But again, the market started nice, came out. Still think we could get back up to the upside now. So worth a shot just sitting around waiting a little bit here for Apple. And again, our risk to reward is already set up. Like Amazon, we just took $2.50 there. We're going to get stopped out if we lose 15 cents on the last third of this trade. So this is what we're doing. Yeah, don't worry about that, Ozan. If I short Tesla, that has no definition of it not being able to moon. Trust me on that one. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing. And the other name that we wrote down was DJT, DJRT, DJT right there. We can have a quick look at this name. It did the dance that we'd sort of thought it would, but it didn't get into that 51 level that we had written down. It got to 52, which is also the 200 period. So this could be also supported a little bit here, up 7%. It's been kind of a rough ride for many names, but this name is 6 straight days to the upside. So DJT, probably a decent long there. As things are starting to come back in, let's go look for some more.
SMCI dumped right
Did it
at
hit
the
that
open.
760?
So, yeah. It went to 735. It's now SSR, by the way. So at the open, before the open, we're saying, yeah, that stock didn't go 10%. It did, but it didn't open at 10%, which means it's only now short sell restricted. 730 is okay. But I got to go back out and show you guys here. That's 720, and then 680 would be the big levels. But it's already wicked one. So I'm really just looking for an SSR bounce play, which means get into a support level, hold it, and then you're good to go. Starbucks is basically like, I don't care what you want. It's doing what Intel usually does, where there's no pop to be faded. So first available, it's short sell restricted itself, but 71 is the spot that I like. So you got pre-market lows in 76 on a pop, and then you've got 77. I'll take some shots to join the trend here. I did want to be short some Starbucks. I was anticipating there'd be a bounce on this stock at the open, maybe try to fill in the gap, and then we'd be able to fade it. Amazon's now trying to hold that 180 level, so I got to go back over to that one. You had the wick bottom. I need to see a consolidation over VWAP. We had the dip buy. It happened really fast. We got the bounce off 180, got some out at 60s. It ends up being a flat trade. Pretty much exactly, but it has to hold on to the 180 bid. That's the price I want to see buyers above on Amazon.
All right, we do have some numbers coming through here today. Let's go. We did have it on our watch list as well. It's 9:40. I got to fix my ear thing. I don't think I'm hearing. Oh, here we go.
Benzinga?
Benzinga, there we go. Yeah, so right here we do have some numbers coming out at 9:45. S&P PMI, I was about to say FOMC, that's later on. PMI for April coming through right now, looking for 49.9 prior right there. And then a whole bunch of ISM numbers coming in, and then of course the big dog coming through at 2 p.m., which its bark will not be as severe potentially as its bite in a couple months could possibly be, but not for now. All right, so we'll just wait. 2:30 is going to be the key time for that, because that's when, unfortunately, he's going to get asked a lot of questions, and I think he will have a hawkish tone. So I go red, dead red, looking red, come the 2:30 time. So we'll look for red, we'll look for some shorts at that time, but we will also just trade price action. And there it is. We will put a fail on the last piece because we could have got out. We saw it bouncing around VWAP at 180, but again, for me, we'll go 1 for 1 right here today and be super excited and pleased with our green day so far here, and just wait for the next opportunity. So there it is, 1 for 1. It's the #1 name here on the sticky note. So if you're done trading for the day, great, but stick around and make sure that you continue to look for more opportunities. Hopefully you found one over there.
Well, I thought there'd be other SSR plays today, then it ends up being a day 2. Like yesterday, there was day 2 on SoFi. Today, Chegg and Coursera got dumped yesterday, both online education names. Held $5. So there's your wick underneath at $5. Your higher lows right in here, just underneath 510. Like that's where the stop out will be. So I want to be getting long into the 10s and then out underneath. It's about 506. If it gets a fresh low, that's not the play. It's a higher low play for me. But I want to be adding, because I think the move is to here and then to there. So that's 530 and 545 on CHJJ. So again, it's an SSR play. It was down over 10% yesterday. So for today, it will be short sell restricted, which I do like. So Amazon, it's now starting to hold VWAP. So you got the wick underneath. We've seen this pattern before. Now it's going to start to come back in because the market's pulling back. So I want to see it pull back in. If I see a bounce off VWAP, we get back into it. That 180 going to be in play, I hope, all day long for multiple chances. NVIDIA is starting to ramp back into the upside here. Might get a shot at that 860 level. But not just yet. Like, nothing's really come into the pocket. Intel, usually I like to fade that stock, but it was already at $30 this morning. So it was like
$30?
I know, but that's the thing about Intel is like the $30 level is just such a big psychological, and when you go out to the daily chart, it was also support. Like it has to break $30 for me to be short that. I'm not shorting directly in front of it. It just almost doesn't make any sense, as bad as the stock has been. Yeah, I wasn't pulling the trigger there, but if it's gonna pop, I think there's a chance. If it goes green, that's at 30.5 bucks. That would be the fade zone for me. But if you're wondering why I wasn't even considering short at the open, it's because I would just not short like 30.10 into 30 bucks. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Scott H, look, I didn't go long CGC for a reason there. I think it was a good opportunity, but we did talk about, that high there of about $14, $15. So we'll get over to that in a minute, but we're going to have Adara right now. We just had 50 cents in the money on Amazon. Let's see if we actually take it this time. What's up, Adara?
Waiting to get those S&P Global Manufacturing PMI numbers here coming in for April. Just got it that in 50 on the dot, so slightly above the consensus of forecast of 49.9, below the previous of 51.9. So just to clarify, S&P Global Manufacturing PMI 50 versus consensus of 49.9. Continuing to the downside here in the SPY. Not much of a reaction, guys.
Those are pretty much in line right there. And here we go. Let's bring it down to the downside right now. Let's spin this a little bit more. There's the sticky note again coming into play at 181. So we're short again right now. All right, you know what? Let's take 50 cents. I'll cancel that bid at 180. We're dancing around. Yeah, now it's starting to go back up to the upside. We were dancing around 50 there a little bit too much. And I was like, let's take it there. We wanted to see that number come in a little bit there. That was as expected, man. I mean, you're not going to get any more closer than that. 50, here it is right here on Benzinga Pro platform. 50 versus 49.9. So the problem was the prior was a little higher. Prior was higher. So now you start to come back in, which is good. I mean, the PMI a little bit lower. Hopefully that can help the case here for a softening rate environment. But for right now, here comes Amazon trying to pull back in. We're going to bid 180.50, like I just said. If we do get that move, I'm at 180.49 actually. Why am I there? All right, so we'll wait for a little bit of a pullback here for Amazon off of this level. So far 1 for 1, trying to go 2 for 2 here on the same name, and it's not necessarily working out. We still are waiting for that 182 trigger high up there for Amazon for us to lose on that. Here comes Apple, nice move back up again. Sometimes these manufacturing numbers can change. Like,
remember, Jolt is at 10 though.
Yeah, the opinion of this market here.
I don't know. I came in here thinking that 9:45. Okay, we got a number, but at 10 o'clock, we saw what happened yesterday with like job costs. So Jolts, I think that'll be interesting. Job openings. We'll get that in about 12 minutes. I think you could have a little something there, but you could reverse direction. Still not much of a pullback. Sorry about the wicks on that. There, that's way easier to see. So VWAP now sits at Amazon. You have a couple of wicks down, but it hasn't really gotten all that close, unfortunately. Sometimes the fills come in, sometimes they don't. I've canceled AMD down there, but 154 is still going to be the spot for me. Chegg's starting to go. It's not necessarily the one that I thought was going to be the SSR play, but it's the one that's set up. So, there's your false bottom, and then there's your break back out. Again, it wasn't the first thing that I thought was going to be the SSR play. And guess what? I didn't think NEO would go right away. And that's now trying to take out the $5 level. So we kind of like right before the market opened, I was like, yeah, don't sleep on NEO. It didn't do much after the delivery numbers, which weren't bad. Now if it pulls back, I'll take some VWAP in here for sure. That's about 485. That's too far away.
Convinced.
Yeah, that's actually, now that it's breaking 5, I should be moving into the high 80s. Wet the beak if it gets into the high 80s. But NEO now through $5, up 6%. Good for them, NEO.
Yeah, good. NEO's
It's been a while since this was a hot stock.
All right, so we just went over there because we were just talking about CGC, and I saw this $12 bottom, but now we're long at $12.40, and that bottom is now in jeopardy. So here we go. This is where we're long. I'm going to take a piece off here at 30 if we can get that. Hearing in my ear right now, good delivery news from Neo, starting to pop that name. We do get a piece out here of CGC, but we're watching for that $12 break, a little bit lower than that into 11.80, which are these wick bottoms here. So we just put on some more at 20s, out at 30s, first in at 60s. So our average price is where you could see it right now at 37. So we're not really out of the, well, we're out of the money, but I mean, if we don't like this position, we can get out now and basically pay fees. So yeah, let's wait for that one. So now we're just going to wait for CGC. Hopefully it goes higher. Yeah, Neo's still going?
Well, yeah, I was just looking for like an up down at $5 to maybe pick something back up on like a 10-cent pullback if it did it. Instead, it went the other way. It just instantly held the $5 level and is already at 5.10. So now I'm looking pull back into 5, dip buy into 5. CGC didn't quite get to the second level that I liked, which was down in here. It was at the 1170 area, but it is making a bit of a bottom. I took the shot at 13. If it runs this low, I do like that 1170, and I'm sitting there. But if it breaks that bottom, that's still holding the support I like, and I would jump back into Dara.
The numbers on Neo there, which the market is just reacting to now, actually coming in at 15.62 thousand vehicles in April 2024. That's a 134.6% year-over-year increase. So market reacting a little bit late to these numbers. Getting nice volume, though, here, up 8% NIO, guys.
We went short again right now on Amazon, so a nice little trade here for AMZN as here we go again, guys. Good level. Let's go. Bring the pain to the downside. I know Bezos is done buying, I think it was, what, 14 or 15 yachts? So right now, he's not selling any more shares, I don't think, but maybe he is.
He sold everything from his filing.
Yeah, it's too bad. Hopefully,
the last filing.
File again, my guy.
The last filing, he sold everything.
Yeah, so hopefully right now we are another 50 cents in the money for that one. And we've taken out a whole bunch down here for that trade. I mean, we did go short there at O's again. So that's basically the flat trade, I guess. But there's the load up there. We were waiting for 182.50. We still want more shares up here if we can get it for Amazon. Might not be the smartest thing to fade this name. So let's just see the reaction here because the market's pulling and Amazon's going the other way. So this is not the ideal trade for me. So we'll watch out for that. We do have that lottery ticket on CGC that's more becoming a dumpster fire rather than a ticket of some sort. But here we go down to $12. Here's the breaker level that just hit. A little bit of a refresh there off 12. We did talk about not that disaster would strike this name. I mean, down 20% is pretty disastrous considering, you know, it's given back. There it goes, breaking through there. So there, we'll slap to fail on that lottery, but like which happens for most lotteries. But there goes to the downside right there.
All lotteries.
All lotteries. Well, someone wins, but there goes 21 to the downside right now, 21%, and still going, giving back half of what it was yesterday. CGC downside. I didn't pay for shorts, assuming we probably have to.
Yeah, I didn't either.
So here we go.
Even if you're not going to short it,
I want to try.
Yeah, even if you're not going to short it, I just got in and out flat for a rebate because I didn't want it on Neo. Neo's doing so much volume that I basically was just able to get in and out. But I wanted 505 here in Neo. I'm just going to get on the bid and move it. No, even if you're not trading something to the south side, having the ability for the locates is actually valuable if you're going to actively trade it, if you're with real trading. We talk about this with IPOs as well because it allows you to have sells and then dedicated short offers out there for multiple take profits. It just makes it more flexible. So, you know, in and out flat on Neo. Chegg is starting to go, but I want to pick something up before this gets to VWAP and NIO because there's so much room for this to run. Like you could be easily at 550 today. I don't think you're getting to 630, but I want a piece. Oh, CGC? Yeah, see. Okay, now it's at the next level. Something popped in and I'm like, oh, I must have just got Neo because I just put that bid in underneath. Nope, it's the other one. It's CGC. So I tried it down here off the 13 bounce. Yeah, now you're into that 11 and a half spot in here. I think if it does bounce, you got to think 50-cent moves, dollar moves, just because that's how this sucker's been going. But it is trending into the downside. Anticipated this could happen, but wasn't looking to go short. Didn't even pay for locates, Adara.
Another earnings name moving here. We had a lot this morning, including Transmedics, TMDX reporting last night. Earnings beat across the board and increasing their full year revenue forecast. This one is not necessarily a super small cap here, over $3 billion in market cap. It is worth noting as well, 19.3% short float for TMDX, guys.
All right, we went long. We've been going back and forth here with CGC here as well. We've lost on it. I was just looking to see if this was the flush area. So we've been buying some back here. You can see where we're long. We're long at 60s here on CGC. Again, a pretty interesting name. It's funny that we traded today, but not yesterday. And today it's going the other way. And yesterday it just went upside. And today we're heading to the downside. And I'm still here trying to catch what seems to be a pail of falling knives. So we'll wait to see here if this can go back in. So here comes Amazon. Oh, we are supposed to be at 182 right now. I don't know where my offers are, but this is a good level against that high. My stop for this was that high of 182.50. Amazon really getting going. We said this could have been, oh no, don't go down without me now. Okay, we'll have to just take small now. We just missed that top there on Amazon. This is not looking good though. The market is starting to go, darn, Sean. Oh, pay a damn attention. We have an okay price. We're short at 181.75. We were just too obsessed with CGC there for some reason. We should have stuck where our bread was buttered. 182.50 out on Amazon if we break it. That's fine if we're wrong. But look at that. Oh my gosh, Sean, what exactly have you been up to these damn days? Let's go. There it is again, Neil. It's another dollar right there off of that 182. The Dollar Club is here on Amazon today. It's our only trade. I mean, we've traded CGC, which we've lost on, but Amazon here, so far so good on some of these ideas. Look at that move straight up to the downside. That's what we're talking about one more time here. It's Trader TV Live.
Yes, sir. And you know what? CGC is actually catching a bit of a bid here. I see a refresher at 60s and 62s. I like them both. But I'm long Neo that's headed back into the high. Acknowledge that wasn't the price I wanted. I wanted the mid fives. I got sixes. I'm bidding 501 as well. We're going to take some out if we get a little bit higher. I said I would go back to Chegg after things settle down on the other two longs. So Chegg, one clean entry point. We're able to get the 30s. We talked about where this could be headed. There's one. There's two. If it breaks 550, then we're holding on for the dream. But remember, fundamentally, these guys stunk yesterday. Coursera stunk. They stunk. So this is an SSR bounce play. I think it's probably going to fade at some point again. But yeah, happy to be in it. Just thought it was going to be something else. You know, at the end of the day, SSR bounce plays, it has to be down 10% and it has to set up. So you just take the ones that do. I thought there were better opportunities potentially even on SMCI. We just didn't get it. CGC needs to get back above $12. Holding 1160 is only a part of the story. The next thing that has to happen is get back to that $12 level, and then we can get a little more excited about that.
Yeah, shout out to Kevin Mendoza. Shout out to Daryl Flynn. Shout out to everybody here that's putting some damage on the board, man. I mean, I know that there's a lot of traders out there that follow similar plans to what I'm doing there. So let's just keep it going, man. Keep good vibes only. Shout out to my guy Sharif over here for that one as well. We'll give some props up to everybody in the chat that keeps me going. So shout out to everybody there. 27 cents now back in the money here on CGC. Look, man, we could make this name something special. Just got to go. We do have Jolt's job openings coming up right now. Let's hold this on. It's going to be a hell of a green day here, but we do have some numbers coming through at 10 o'clock, so let's stay tuned. And again, position pending on CGC. I have no idea. I mean, if this can go, we'd have a green day, but on the name. Let's see if CGC wants to get going now. 40 cents in the money if we could take this $12 level. What's up, Adara?
NYSE being its highest volume candle of the session so far for New York Community Bank Corp. This is another name that reported this morning. They missed across the board, but they did provide higher than expected earnings per share guidance for 2025 and 2026. So the market reacting positively to that guidance, up over 21% or almost 21% here, guys.
Now, the number of double digits are pretty nasty here today. You know what? I was just about to rebid CGC, but new plan. Only bid it after it shows a bounce, not while it's coming back into the downside, because it got right up to the 12. I got some out at 92, and it's right back in lows. Let's see it bounce off the low first and show me some strength. NEO continues to go. So that one hit enter twice there. Just made a fresh high. I was able to add on the way up. Someone yesterday was like, why don't you guys ever average up? You only ever seem to average down. Well, there's a case where the next thing that happened wasn't to pull back into VWAP at $5 like I was anticipating. So if I wanted more shares, it made the same bottom at 5. And instead of being able to get sevens like I had the last time. I took some more at 8.5. I actually got a bats midpoint there. So my average price is going to be 8. It's right back up at that top. So looking for this to continue going. CGC is the one that's going to be in trouble. Like if I'm red today, or red stock today, it's going to be CGC as it's running those lows one more time, unfortunately. AMD, we haven't really traded at all. I don't have my bid at 45 anymore. I'll let it travel down there if it wants to and then see what's up when it gets to that 45 level. Still no shot at the 154. It's just not going far enough. So both longs that we're still in are both working, but it's CGC that's been the huge disappointment because if I rebid it at that price, all I do is lose more there. But I stopped out when it took that low. Always going to adhere to the stop. Got to get away from it. It's trending down, so do not want to be fighting this all morning long.
We were lucky enough to get some out there at 12 when we were just talking about that. So we have a 90 fill and a 98 fill as well. But there it does take that bottom. So we'll give CGC up, and yeah, we will slap a fail on it. But you know what? I mean, honestly, we don't have CGC written on our sticky note, but we'll trade action, and that's what we're doing. But look at these couple fills that we just got here. I guess not enough, I don't know, love for Amazon, I guess. I mean, we've been shorting this name all day and putting up numbers on this. So I hope you guys are looking at some Amazon because for me, it's really the only thing that's been setting up. And I think that that's exactly the way that many of you are looking to trade, looking for, and we talked about this, more shares, best opportunities, and if we lose on them, we lose on them. And I'm fine with that too. But 170 right now holding up for Apple. Apple's not going down here today. So I wanted the bump up to 172 based on SBUX information there today because I thought, you know, weaker China, weaker Apple coming tomorrow night after market, lots of stuff happening, but it's not really giving me that reaction that Starbucks was off the open, Apple actually going the other way. So debating changing our position on Apple to potentially a long, but letting it settle down, and it's only 10 o'clock. We should have numbers coming out now, right?
It jolts right now.
Yeah, so I don't see it yet. We can go over to Adara and get that number.
Just got jolts here, 8.48 million, lower than the consensus of 8.69 million and forecast of 8.7 million. So jolts, job openings lower than expected. Also lower than expected is ISM manufacturing PMI 49.2 versus consensus of 50, forecast of 49.9. Among the other numbers here, we've got some other ISM manufacturing new orders, also lower than expected, and manufacturing prices, ISM higher than expected, 60.9 versus consensus of 55 and forecast of 53. So a lot of these major numbers, though, coming in lower than the consensus and forecast. Bit of a move down here on the SPY with a slight uptick in volume here on the S&P 500. Earnings names really the theme of the day here, but of course we have to keep an eye on the FOMC meeting coming up at 2 with comments from Fed Chair Powell at 2:30 with that press conference. Other names to keep an eye on here. Pfizer initially holding up pretty well, falling down a little bit here, still up about 3% though on a earnings beat despite weaker than expected FY24 revenue forecasts. And also Pinterest, another earnings name here, up 16%, strong across the board here with an earnings beat and higher than expected revenue forecast for Q2, guys.
Yeah, I actually just canceled Pinterest 37 because I can show you Pinterest here. It broke the pre-market low by pennies and then held a higher low as well. So Pin's holding up nicely, but there's no gap fill whatsoever. We wanted to see the market come in before we traded it, unless it was down at the 37 level. So you're seeing it hold VWAP in here. That's 38.75 is that local bottom. If it breaks back above 39, I'd look for long. So I have to hold this low, break back above 39. That's a VWAP hold that I'll like. Just looking for a trading setup. It could have been a dip buy, but obviously that's not going to come into play on pins. I pretty much would never trade this unless it's going to be earnings. This is your chance. Like it's got some room, and it was the outsized move of this earnings session. CGC made a fresh low. We're out of that one. NVIDIA is still going down, and it looks like SMCI does want that low of the day. It's not there yet, but SMCI, sorry, not the low of the day. I mean the low from last week.
Volta's like, yeah, I know we got that dollar club, but we didn't mean to hit that one right there. But the thing is, my dollar club one is where it says page 1. So I try to go back to the other page.
Mine is go.
Yeah, I would probably have to change that because I do have an empty space. But there goes Amazon regardless. So we will hit that hot dog damn cannon. And by the way, new position alert. Let's go. Let's props it up and see if we can get going now on advanced micro devices. Let's go, man. This is a day changer for me. If this can go, this is a day changer. We're saying that because It's starting to go right now, and we are now 50 cents in the money. And the reason why I mean by day changer, this is coming out of nowhere. We just nailed it right here. That's a big move for you. We're going to go deuces today, man. 2 for 2. AMD and Amazon buying that 147. We are long at 147.04 here, Neil. Good little bottom pick right there. Neil, it's another dollar club for you, baby. Right there. There it goes to the upside. It is 148.10 and still counting. It's in the building one more time, and that's what we're talking about. Props it up there today. Good day today, Neil. Let's go as we props that up. That was a good trade off of 147.
If it doesn't give you the level you want,
go.
you've got to find a different trade.
That's right,
I would have
baby.
said that before. Like, it didn't
we're
give you that
here.
145, but you got to find something else. That's why, well, okay, never mind. I just got into Pinterest. But that's the entire reason I'm long Pinterest $2 higher than what I was anticipating. Because at the end of the day, you can trade what you want to happen or you can trade what's in there. Maybe that'll be the case with SMCI as well. But for the SSR play, I think it's very specific. Like, I don't want to just jump into this thing, especially SMCI willy-nilly. You guys know what this stock can do to you, so just to give you an idea of what's about to happen on SMCI. It's breaking the lows, so I think you're about to test down here at that 720 level. From there, the only other spot would be $680. I know that seems ridiculous, but SMCI can absolutely move $40 if it breaks this low. And if you don't understand that, then trust me, you don't have to trust me, just look at the stock. It is that volatile, so you want to be able to respect it. I'm looking for this bottom break to fail. If it breaks 720 and then can regain that level, I'd look for a rebound long on any kind of a higher low. So pins is the only new thing. Neo's at 2s, I'm at 7s. I want to bounce off VWAP before I would add anything. And we're probably going to stick a fork in NVIDIA. I moved to 850 after 860 wouldn't give me the fills. You're still making lower lows here on NVIDIA. Yeah, you're still failing on this bad boy. And maybe, so this was me trying to get Intel short. Yeah, okay, that's fine, I missed it. A couple cents. But it might make that $30 move. And if it does break 30, I'm going to be in it for a breakdown trade, but that'll have meant I failed to get it somewhere else, like VWAP. So VWAP's here at 30.30. I have to take a swing at this. The pattern's been way too good, shorting lower highs on this stock, at least into the $30 level. But that's a break that I won't ignore either.
I mean, Amazon now $2 in the money, you know. Amazon $2 in the money, AMD $1 in the money. So we'll just keep this going, man. I mean, I like that little bounce off there. We talked about buying dips in AMD, loving those levels, finding support levels. My trading style is so simple, it's almost stupid. So that's the thing, like, but when it works, we talk about this. It's one of those acronyms, I think. Is acronym the right thing? Keep it simple, stupid. And honestly, like, that's exactly what we've been doing. Look at the demeanor. You know, it's chilled out right now. We know where we are. We've hit the goals. We just had the best month, whatever. We've already talked about that. And look what AMD just did for us as we sit back and relax. It's for you, Kyle Burdett, right there. Now we're $2 in the money on the only 2 names today. The problem is we lost on CGC. Problem, yes, but problem not really. Amazon right there, and Amazon and AMD. 2 names here on the sticky note that there's only 5 names on here. And one of them's DJT, one of them's Apple, one of them's Tesla. We're into the 2 names that we want, and they're both $2 in the money there. So that's the thing. Like Neil said, man, stick to your plan. It's just we're giving the plan away right here and following it every single day. So make sure you go check that out at Trader TV, Sean. It's the sticky note. It's available every single day. And thank you so much, Nelson, for your kind words, man. It does really mean a lot on that DM. So thank you, Nelson.
Yeah, I appreciate you there. And you know what? We just talked about like finding new entry points and trying to keep it simple. So pins, high or low. It broke above 39. I'm long 39. It's actually, I got a midpoint. So on that break order, shout out to Edge A Stops. I was able to get 39.0 half. So I'm not even long at the 1 cent. My stop is at 25. It goes into the 25 level at 1-to-1. I take some out. If it goes to the 50, I take some out and then just look for the push up to like $40 even on Pinterest. It's already up 17%, but it's also, I think, the only outsized earnings move upside today. I'm pretty sure about that. There might have been something else that maybe we just didn't pay attention to. The other one is the SSR bounce play, which is a very simple setup. There's your wick bottom, holds $5. There's your higher low on actual, like this one, I don't know if you can get that, but holding the pre-market low here, long 20s, stop, and then we're just taking it stair step to the upside on that one. NEO just bounced off 5. I'm long at 506. I do want some shorts. I don't want to only be long when the market's coming down, but at some point, like I'm stopping chasing something like Intel. Like I tried getting short here, I didn't get it. I can cancel that. Now I'm trying to short it off of VWAP as well. So it's got to make sense, right? Like I'm short here, I can stop it out at 35 for less than a 10-cent loss on Intel. You have the support at 30 even. That's 25 cents away. I think that makes sense. If it's 25 cents worth of room to a monster level, then you short it risking 10. If you risk 30 cents on Intel when 1% is 30 cents, you're probably going to get yourself into a little bit of trouble there.
All right, well, Trouble's a name that we found in CGC was Trouble, but I just want to say a big shout out to everybody that's in the chat, man. All of your nice comments here, and I just put it into our chat. See, I copied this, Sam. So I put this into our group chat. The fact that, we're making you guys smile every single day, all we ask for is one very, very simple thing. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's get to that 450K on that one. And I just want to say thank you to everybody for the continued support, man. And honestly, everybody, you could see our positions, you could see what we're doing, you could see everything, and I think that that's the important thing, but you still have to be able to identify opportunities and take them where they lie, right? Like, for some reason there, went up to the 200 period on AMD and we got out. So now we only have 10% left. A bunch of outs. These are probably all about 10%. Those are the tranches I use. I don't really know why. I'm trying to get better on that, but the fact that we have that right there at 148.70 off of a 147 fill. I mean, my stop was this wick right there. So right now, we'll take this position, long AMD 147.04 against a bottom of 20 or 30 cents lower. We just took $1.70. If this comes back in, we do only have that 10%. When we start to rip up and it starts to get excited like that, I am going to take profit like ASAP because, like I said, you can always look down and the judge is right there. So that's the whole point. You can see where you are, and if you know if what you're doing has been working. So Amazon short is killing it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. This Amazon short, I didn't hear anybody talking short earlier today. We had some key levels way up, but we stepped out, man, and this is the thing. We talked about this. It is your trade idea, Neil. Number one today for @TraderTV Sean. We all have different trade ideas. You can write them down and look at this. But, fortune favors the bold, and we put our exact levels on here for numerous days in a row. Here's 181 short sell. I mean, this is what we wrote it. We're going to fade it to the 183. I mean, this is, honestly, I don't know. I don't know, Neil. What do you think of this Amazon trade?
Sorry, give me a quick second. Just want to make sure I have a stop order.
All right, you can analyze that after. But here it is, man. Amazon right now, guys. We are now $3 in the money on this trade. I mean, this is trade idea number one today on the sticky note. $3. It's one trade. Not only that, we had it early, but we also had it 4 more times. So it's not like, oh my God, this is a lucky trade or anything like that. No. This is what happens when you put in the work and you know what you're doing is working. So Amazon right there, Neil, I mean, that was a monster here into earnings. We love earnings season, and Amazon just does that too. So I don't know what Obi's doing. Maybe he's on Amazon today, but we can find that out later.
I actually was talking to Obi. Google was his thing of the week, and I think he had a great read on Google, but that's another story because it was earnings as well. It was post-earnings play. I think he'll like Amazon. In addition, I would have to move some stops around as things go higher. Once I'm in trail mode on a stock where I like to use trailing stops, it's already given me 2 profit takes. Sorry about the wick on Pinterest, it won't go. So it's hard to look at this, but if you got the 39 break, if it's underneath VWAP, I'm just moving my stop from underneath here to underneath there. So essentially a break-even stop because it's already gone 39 into 39.5 on pin. So again, it's an earnings play. I thought it was going to be a dip into 37, but I wanted to be long on any trend up because it was an outsized move on pin. So this is it trying to go. If you break out the top, I want the 40 level into the upside. Just trying to keep it relatively simple there. We still have some Chegg. Starbucks, I thought was going to be a little bit more of a story. Unfortunately, there was nothing into the 80 level to try to get that short. It's still trending down. I don't want this short at the bottom because I feel like it's too exciting of a name to short the lows when it's SSR. So I'd rather be waiting for a chance at a bounce play in Starbucks as opposed to looking short. 71's the only bid that I wanted, so I'll have to wait for like an even dollar level to hold. I'll take any of them, 74, 72. Tesla, I know a lot of people are looking at Tesla on the fade. Again, if you like the levels that I was pointing out, it had to be up here at afternoon resistance at 86, and you're just not going to see that one come in, unfortunately. NEO's at 1s. We went back into NIO, so I mean CGC didn't go well. We scalped some out NEOs in 11s, 12s, and 13s. I've just reloaded off the bid, but if this can't hold on to VWAP, then I'm getting out because the gap fills 480 that we originally liked the long, so I'm not holding it underneath VWAP. Again, always have yourself a stop. That's the only way that you can ever trade. I mean, you can trade without a stop if you want to. I just think it's ridiculous. Chegg, still trying to get the next fill. I'm actually on the offer like a cent from here, so we'll get that fill, but that's been pretty easy. Like there's your bounce, there's your consolidation. It was like the first long that we just kind of casually took, and you're kind of getting it to grind a little bit higher. So I like the easiness of that trade. Like, you know your stop's underneath there, and it's just stair-stepping it into the upside. Not a great stock, but certainly a solid move here for Chegg. Just got the offer now. So you make 25 cents, you're risking 10 on the trade. Next level up, where I'm all out, is at 540. And I knew I forgot to do something. I was going to double check to make sure I paid for CGC locates, because I said I was going to.
Okay. I'm just going to tweet this out. I mean, again, this Amazon, it's only 10:14 right now, but pretty good day here so far. I was going to get this out here, but why not lower? Why not lower? All right, so AMD. So look, the top two P&L stocks today, it's not close. It's going to be Amazon and AMD. But the idea here is for AMD, I got out. It broke that level right where we were. It does wick all the way down there to 146.50. We get out there at 85, whatever that looks like 86 is or so. So again, we'll take a 14, 15 cent hit there on the last piece, but it does come out. And like I said, you follow your plan, then you put that money in there. So PL1 and 2 here are both Amazon and AMD, both directly, ideas and names that we knew we wanted to look at. The thing about Tesla is, again, with confidence, we spoke about these levels earlier, but it just, like Neil mentioned, didn't get there. Got there pretty early. We were waiting at 185. We did not get that 185 fill. We said that. Talked about in the pre-market, it's still there right now. It got as high as 184.20s or so, 184.14s. So does not get to that, and now Tesla is on the way down. But again, this is the thing that I'm trying to change about everything. It's not just you don't necessarily have to get. You have to get the name and the direction right, and obviously, I mean, come on, we've been doing that. But the idea here is that we wrote down Tesla. Yesterday, it was PL1. The day before that, I think it was P&L number 1 as well. And we put it back on there today, but we favored the short. So again, we're going to go. Looking to see if we break that level from the afternoon, fading this name until it proves me wrong. So I just didn't. We followed our plan. We knew we wanted to fade this name, but it just didn't come into the level. So we'll sit on the fail here with CGC, but then we will battle back with vengeance on both AMD and Amazon. So this is what we're doing right now, and that's what it is. And you're right, pro day trader. I mean, this is what we do. We talk about coming in early, coming in late, doing whatever. At the end of the day, this is all that matters. Are you putting in the work that shows the results? If you're putting in the work and it's showing you results, that's what you do. I don't mind if my daughter wakes up twice a week at 5:30 and is on the ice at 6 o'clock. She loves it and the results. Okay? If you're putting in tons of work and the results aren't there, perhaps you're working inefficiently, potentially you're digging for something, and eventually you may find it, eventually you may not. But stick with your plan and try to keep it as simple as possible. There's a lot of people that put in too much work and get no results. So be careful with all of that. Do not overthink some of trading. It could be a lot simpler than you think. Okay, if it was easy, 98% wouldn't fail.
No, that's entirely the truth. But I would say, like, if you're putting in work when you start out, the reality is you will put in work without results sometimes at the beginning, and that's for every single trade at the start. That if you get frustrated, I'll tell you candidly, the simulator wasn't what it is now. When I started, I was in the simulator for 1.5 days because back then the simulator didn't give you, and this is 20 years ago, it didn't give you a good sense of actual fills, so you had to go live. And I was like shut down like 7 days in a row. It was small shutdowns back in the day when you start out, but I was shut down like 7 days in a row. So I'm trying to figure things out, but I was testing things at that moment, and you had to be able to sort of sift through that. But every now and then, you're going to find something that works. You want to make sure you stick to strategies that work. One of the simplest things that I can tell you is don't fight the trend. So Pinterest, I'm out of Pinterest. You'll see that one's come out. So here's pins. It did not give me the level I wanted. We said we look for longs. It never gave 37s. Fabian, if we can come to the chart for a quick sec. Thanks, bud. Yeah, it was that wick bottom at 38. I thought we'd see 37. That was a higher level. But how many times where I'm looking for a long trade, and then the first thing I see is, okay, well, if it trends up, do I get the long off of VWAP? It happened last week with Snapchat. It happened like 3 separate times with Alibaba last week. Pinterest is an earnings play. It gives you 39 to 40 with about 20 cents worth of risk. So again, it's just about finding something that makes sense to you. Chegg is going to continue to hold. I'm now short one thing, and it's obviously Intel. So as the market's trying to make a bit of a base, this is more of a VWAP play in the other direction where the stock is trending down. And I just want to fade it. So we're fading in here, giving it to like 30, just the low 30s. So first fill just came in at 22s. Again, I don't want to be short a price that's more than 10 cents away from my out. Not on Intel. If it's like AMD, like that stock, you're not going to have a 10-cent stop on an AMD, but it's not a $30 stock. AMD is going to be a little bit more expensive, so you got to think relative risk to reward anytime you're trading. D. Westermeyer, it's a good point. How does it feel to be successful at something 98% of people fail at? To me, just incredible gratitude. Like I think, it's the kind of thing that some people, it's like you might feel differently about it, but like I feel like a humility about it, and I feel very, very gracious towards all the people. Like I learned so much over the years from so many people. I had a 5-minute conversation with Obi, maybe like a 10-minute conversation with Obi yesterday, where he was discussing one of his ideas, and it actually taught me something, and then I was using that for you guys in the lesson of the day. Like my lesson of the day was actually something I was already thinking about it, and then I really figured it out when I had a 5-minute discussion with Obi, and I've been trading a lot longer than he has, but that doesn't mean I can't pick something up from him. It's already 10:20, and we're gonna get to the small cap recap in a quick second, but I gotta get on over to this Chegg, which is starting to pull back. The thing about an SSR name is it's a heaping you-know-what. So you never want it to pull all the way back in, and I said I was moving a stop, and I actually haven't done that yet. It hit the second leg up, so now underneath VWAP 525, or more like 524 is going to be my out there. So just trust your process, follow that process. But at the end of the day, the market can change on you in a heartbeat. You want to make sure that you're learning from it every single chance that you get. Let's go to Adair for the small cap recap.
IWM taking a bit of a stair step to the downside here. Russell 2000, pretty weak, but definitely a few small cap earnings to talk about, a lot of which are going to be earnings related. We do have New Gold, this Canadian company actually here, NGD, up about 12% on an earnings beat, so keep an eye on this one. Next up, we have CytomX Therapeutics, CTMX, the ticker for this one, announcing their first quarter earnings results and their phase 1 clinical data for one of their treatments going to be on May 8th, so we'll have those earnings in a week. CTMX to the upside on that announcement. Last but not least, New York Community Bancorp, NYCB, missing earnings across the board here, providing higher than expected EPS forecasts for 2025 and 2026, up about 21%. NYCB, guys.
Yuck, NYCB. I mean, yuck to NVIDIA here. Oh my goodness, NVIDIA tagged 830? Wow. So, yeah, I mean, the short was right, but I didn't actually get it. I liked 860. I didn't make the move to 850 being my level until a little bit later. And you would have had an opportunity to get it. VWAP, I suppose, is going to be a new thing. SMCI, no, it's still trying to put it. So there's that 720 fail break on SMCI. And here's the higher low. So this is like a thread the needle kind of thing because I don't think I don't want to risk, if VWAP's up here at 744, that's $15 away. And if you think you're risking $5 in SMCI and resistance is $15 away, I do want to thread the needle here because closer to 720 would be the better way to play this because if my stop's at 720, I can't be long 720. I don't want to be long 728 and be like, I'm not wrong till 720. I just feel like that's a little bit too far away. So if we can hold a bid above that, I'll look for the SSR bounce in SMCI. Oddly enough, possibly catching a bid here.
Okay, Serenity now. All right. I did it again. Shout out to Brittany. But this time, it was a whoops. We made the bottom. Yesterday, we made the top in NVIDIA and had not a record day, but one of our better days of the month while making the top in NVIDIA. CGC, congratulations for all the traders out there, because Batman has been back in the building and he found his Robin because right now CGC is going back up to the upside. We made the bottom. So there it is. And that's going to happen. And like I said, we're having already a good day, but if that doesn't happen, then it's good day times 2. And that's part of it. That's part of trading. Like you said, and you guys are welcome, man. It is great for us to share our experiences with you, and that's why we do it, man. That was the whole point of the show, was to give you guys another look at what happens on a trading floor and to talk as real as we can to you. And this is, how real is this? I mean, we'll talk all the time. Oh, man, great trade. We're $3 in the money on Amazon, yada, yada. But we lost on this trade. That sucked. And there it is right there to talk about it. The bottom of the day. Yesterday, I punched long, got out of my 886 or 885 short at like 887.50 on NVIDIA. The high of the day was like 887 and change. So you're going to sometimes make these plays and sometimes, get hit, whether or not it's a CGC, a name that we don't normally trade, or whether or not it's a name that you trade all the time. Like my Amazon, I could have gotten taken out of that. If this goes if this goes 50 more cents, we don't have this trade. But it doesn't. Comes back in and you hit it. But that's where I went to before I started that rant about luck and about, putting in the hard work. You can put in all the work you want. You still need to get like that fade happening there at 182.50 because sometimes what you think is about to happen is not. So see Tesla for earnings.
I'm not going to trade SMCI.
Well, only trade it if you think. Yesterday it was $50 spread.
I'm watching like the spread and how it looks like even to get filled at a reasonable entry point, like you have to use the dark pool. It's either you're hitting the offer. Sorry, I just hit this. We have all kinds of stuff. I just hit my hand on this little. Oh no, it's shaking it. No, but you have this massive spread, and then all of the fills are coming off in the dark in the middle, or you're just having to cross the spread, which is not an ideal entry point. It would almost have to break 20, because if it broke 20 and you get it on the way back up, at least you could hit 20 on the way back up, as opposed to trying to finagle away in here in the middle, and then just instantly be giving up like a couple of dollars. Like that skews everything if you're trying to risk 5 and you instantly give up an extra 2 just to get into position. So I'm just gonna stay away from it for now. If I see it break and fail break and you can punch in 20s and then just throw a stop at 17 or something, that's much different because then you're getting the price that you want the way that you want it, which is very, very different. Baba's at VWAP. I'm not.
Bob.
I like Alibaba. I'd like Alibaba a lot if it could just get to $78 already.
Oh, baby.
That's what needs to happen. Yep. 78, I think, is going to be a massive break. Look, it might never break $78, but if it does break this top, I'm almost, as long as I'm here, I'm going to be long on this break on Alibaba. If I'm not here that day, then that's the reason I didn't get the long on the break. Anything can happen. No, it's just there's no chance. Yeah, it's once,
all you can
twice,
do is sit there.
3, 4. If you count this week, 5 times at this level, and now it's put in a higher low, and it's above the 50 period. I know they report soon. I'll have to double check when that is.
Yeah, we love Alibaba. You guys know that we've been talking about that one. That's why I hit that podcast, man. We've been talking Alibaba for months. We like that name. I thought it was well valued down there in and around $71 base technically wise. But when you're talking value, there's always that China story behind it. So you're going to have to, obviously, as me and Neil sit here and talk, you never know with election year and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see what happens. We do have a new position, which is why I hit this. I don't know. I want to be short Tesla. We have the 200 period right here. We had missed this whole move down. So we're just going to wait. I think don't I have more shorts up here somewhere for Tesla? Oh, this is not sorted alphabetically. That's why. Okay, there it is. 180.75. Okay, well, there it is. A break here. I got to change this. This is going up a little bit too fast here. We don't have so many shares, but I am going to change the stop on Tesla because it's really ripping here. The market is starting to take out some levels. So I'm going to go to 181, like 20s or so for the stop there. And look what just happened. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. Let's see what happens here with Tesla if it does pull back. We just shorted 181. It's at 180.50. Our average price is 75. Let's take a bid out there at 55, 56 is there, or whatever I just got filled on, 58s. And now we'll see if it comes back in again there. But there we go. Can we hit this? Just, oh, man. Come on, Neil, let's go. This is what we're talking about again here today. We'll go bearish on a Tesla trade right there up to the 200 period. And like we said, when you see stuff, you see stuff. And right now the board is pretty clear right there. Nice move there. Unlike the Maple Leafs yesterday, giving the Katina household a little heart attack. But, you know, we watched, we hung out there. My daughter wanted to stay up for overtime. We put her to bed. She's 9. My son was watching as well. And we sat there and we watched that overtime goal. Thank God it was in the first 3 minutes. Bang, 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 bang for Tesla right there. That's another 60 cents, man. We on one, but if this breaks through 180, we off one. Let me put one more bid out here into the 40s, take a piece out, and yeah, just enjoy a Boom Reloaded coffee right there, brought to you by many more booming trades. So Metro Boomin', some might say. Neil?
Metro Boomin'? You know when you do the new songs with me, like my response is going to be like, okay, fine. Like Metro Boomin', I've actually heard. We're going to get to crypto, but the SMCI actually broke 720, so the ladder of it going to be in play. Once 20's on the bid again, I'll probably going to get back into it. Come on, SMCI. I just tried to punch and did not get filled on that one. This is exactly the problem with SMCI. I told you this was the issue with SMCI. I just tried to cross the spread and didn't get it. It was back through that 720 level. Throw the stop at 717. If I get picked back up, then we'll be able to get back into it. So you got to focus on, that's annoying. I'm just going to sit on the bid 720. That's the risk I want. If we get it, we get it. My stop's at 17. It's already going to be in place. But that was the only way I wanted to get in. I didn't want to have to cross the spread in front. I wanted to be able to get it at the actual $20 level. So the SSR bounce play is on for me in SMCI. I think it's worth the risk. Understand that on this stock, it makes a fresh low. You're talking about under 16. So whether it's $3, $5, $10, have your own out. I think SMCI can, if it goes back up, I think VWAP's here at 40. And that's going to be the target. First level up is $730. So I definitely get something out in front of that. So let's see. I think it's obviously a volatile stock with a trend down, but it's a setup that I like. And SMCI is not going to be down 10% every single day.
Adara?
Bitcoin in continued movement to the downside, recorded its worst month since late 2022 for the month of April with that move to the downside. So now currently below the 60,000 level. So interesting to note that we did have our worst month in over a year for BTC for April 2024. Also worth noting, crypto earnings continue to be on watch here. MSGR reported Monday after close. This morning before our open, we got Riot Platforms, which reported a surprise profit. And we also have Coinbase tomorrow after close. So crypto earnings continuing to be on watch here for the rest of the week. We also have Bitcoin itself here. This is the daily chart falling below that 58,000 level, continuing to make moves from that big move downside yesterday and falling below that support that we had for a little bit at that 61,000 level there. So Bitcoin down 5.5%. Ethereum now below that 2,900 level, down 3 2/3%. And pretty weak across the board here for a lot of these crypto-related names. Solana down 4.5%. Dogecoin down 8%. But Cardano actually doing well here, up 1.7%, guys.
Cardano up?
Cardano's up? That's weird because I thought we were like destroyed on crypto. Okay.
You know. All right. Yeah, no, I'm just playing around. Yeah, those stocks have been destroyed. But yeah, good to hear about Cardano. I told Adara she's only supposed to say stories when it's positive, but we are just playing around there. No, not really though, of course, Neil. That's,
no, obviously, I know you're joking about it.
Yep, exactly.
But,
so, all right, I don't know. Yeah, Tesla, again, bouncing off that 180. I just want to talk about it because it's a key level there. I still think we can get lower, but if you guys want to keep taking profit down there, would be fine by me. I think that's a good level. We've bounced off there a couple times. We've taken a couple outs. If this breaks higher than 181.20, I think we put in, we're out, but we only have 25% left of this position. So this was a real quick one, man. If the market was trending one way or the other, then I would change my opinion. But I mean, what am I supposed to do? You know, we have the under VWAP. If it wants to continue to go, we're still in 25% of Tesla. So good. But if it breaks higher because it's not doing anything, then fine on that. That's the only two trades that we have on. We have Amazon, which has been, like I said, absolutely the best for me. Well, actually, Amazon and AMD aren't too far apart, to be honest with you, P&L wise. But so far, so good here as we just continue to watch out for Tesla, my newest trade. Could be in trouble here up to 181. Market not doing anything, and they've already had that big move. I'm definitely like pushing the envelope here. It's not the best setup, but we've made money on it, and we're holding some for maybe a potential flush into that 179.50. If we can get that, we'll take some off.
Yeah, this could be one where if I broke my rules, it might have worked, but I risked a little less than a good NVIDIA break. But still, SMCI, I liked it. Ugh. We took our shot at it. It did not hold the level, but I feel like if you're like, there's no chance. You're not going to be able to get a move like that unless you try that bid on the way. I looked for it to make a low. It actually made a low. We got back in pretty much at the price we wanted. It wasn't exactly 720, but I did get it tight enough to the 720 level. But again, it's just about risk to reward. I look at what NVIDIA is usually going to be able to give me. I think these are on about the same level, so we risk that. If it goes higher and I don't have it, then I can live with that. Because at the end of the day, like I want to treat like and like. Like SMCI, I've traded now SMCI 4 times. This is a different setup from the 3 times that I had it before. Like the other trades I've had on SMCI have all been very similar. And they were shorting it on a trend down at VWAP, and they were all fantastic. But it's a very different trade from an SSR bounce play, which I consider it a bit of a gimmick trade. I look for the lower high, and I stop out if it breaks that lower high that it put in, because the stock is down 10% for a reason. So we'll take a hit on it. I'll be 3 for 4 on SMCI. But when I grade it, I'm not grading it versus the other SMCI trades because it was nothing like it. Those times I was shorting SMCI when it was weak. Today I was trying to go long when it was weak. So that's in its own bucket. Now maybe I don't like SMCI and SSR bounces because if it goes to 740, that's great. But I would have had to hold it in a way that I would never do so. Like those bounce plays to me are supposed to look like this on Chegg. Break, higher low, hold it clean, and then go. It was the same thing when we looked at SoFi the other day. You want to get down to the bottom. Come on, SoFi. There you go. You want to get down to the bottom, hold the low.
Let's go Tesla.
There's it holding the low. There's the higher low, and then it goes. When it breaks down, that's the violation of the rule. So if you lose and you stick to your rules, then that's fine. But if you break your rules and win, then all that's going to happen is you're going to reinforce what I think is bad behavior. So I always try to, it's going to go there. I'm not going to get FOMO if it goes to 740. I've made plenty of bottom wicks in my time. If that's the case on SMCI, I felt like it was the biggest opportunity for a move because I was thinking first out, $10, second out, 20 to 25 bucks on SMCI. So if we end up taking a $4 hit, I don't think I said that within $5 would be reasonable, and we ended up with a $4 hit on it. So I think that was pretty reasonable.
Yeah, exactly. And at the end of the day, like we said, we don't show P&L, but you can just look down and judge if it's reasonable or not. We talk about the goals, the limits. You never want to make your a bad trade your last one, and that's why we try to get out as much as we possibly can. And then on that note here, Tesla is now. I mean, Sharif, now we're short. We're in another dollar. We're short $1.30 here in the money as there goes Tesla right back in. I know you guys can see these kind of trades, man, and you can see what I'm putting on the board for you every day. This is, again, so Sticky Note so far today goes 3 for 3 with the ideas, and we're still rocking here. So just keep it up, man. Keep up the good vibes. Keep everything going. Look at this move look at this move right there on Tesla. It's right back in there. We don't need to justify it. We already did that. We give you the trades before they happen. That's the idea. And then when they do happen, we can cash out on them. There's Tesla, there's the short, there's the 200 period moving average. We said we were gonna hold something for the dream. So that's what we did. And there it is again, right there. It's going to be another very green day. And shout out to, I said this yesterday, Dookie. Right there, that went over at Dara's head because she's too young. But
See, but Dookie means something completely different to me than it does to you because I've seen The Wire. Dookie is one of the.
But do you know the NVIDIA album?
Okay, well
Or the Green Day album?
Okay, so look. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm not really good with rock albums.
Yeah,
so
that's
I know
fine.
it only because like Zayn has talked about it. So I know of it, but let's be real. I'm not a connoisseur of Green Day. I can't pretend to be, but I know of it. Dookie to me is Daquan, and if you watch, it's a sad story, but he's one of the best characters in The Wire. And you know what's really cool? When I was just complaining about midpoint fills, I think another real trading trader was actually watching and suggested a different order type, which I'm setting up now, which I didn't even realize.
Boom.
Yeah, that's what I love about the community. Like, I was sitting there like, oh man, like you got to get these midpoints and blah, 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 and I'm not getting filled. And he said, well, try this one. We have like 1 million different gateways that we can use. In terms of getting access to dark pools, there's so many that we have at Real Trading, and all you can do is try to get those fills. And they can be advantageous sometimes, because if you can save yourself, even on SMCI there, if you save yourself 60, 70 cents cutting the spread instead of whatever it might be, then over time, if you trade it 5 times, if I stop out for $4 there, 5 trades on that, you're essentially making back one losing trade. And someone said, Neil, have diamond hands. I'm like, no, I told you my exact plan there. 720 back in long, stop underneath 717. That was my plan of action. It broke 720 down. I got long back up through 720. I threw my stop back in. Even if it would have worked if I just hold it past my stop, that doesn't matter. You can't really trade like that. You're just going to find yourself in some trouble. In the long run, it's all about the long run. Let's go over to Sector Watch with Adara.
Sure, but it's almost over.
Yeah.
Technology services leading this market to the upside from the looks of it if we just look at things on a sector basis. Couple red names here, but Meta, Oracle, Microsoft, and Google all very strong. In terms of weakness, electronic technology certainly showing some, with AMD's lower than expected revenue forecast bringing some of this group to the downside here. NVIDIA and Broadcom definitely feeling the effects to the downside. Other weak sectors include producer manufacturing, energy minerals to the downside here, health technology a bit weaker, and also transportation, despite some strength in Uber here. Retail trade also a little bit more mixed to weak, despite strength from Amazon off of those earnings. Consumer non-durables also a little bit more mixed to weak. And also worth noting, consumer services, we do have McDonald's day 2 earnings to the downside, but Starbucks worth watching here. That was a pretty big earnings miss, and that one very red compared to its peers in consumer services, guys.
Yeah, Starbucks. We do have some more earnings coming through. Look at CGC right now. I mean, you know, we could say like, oh man, we got out too early there, but this was okay. All the way back in right now for CGC, down now 30% or 27% and trying to get lower. You know, I mean, we are now $1. Like Tesla's starting to get lower here. So again, just try to, oh, I forgot to do something today that I needed to do. Okay, we'll get that figured out later. But I just want to hold. I want to hold into the Fed. I said that we'd have some hawkish feels for the Fed right now. I may reload this Amazon. Amazon's been really the biggest one for me because we've been able to reload it. But right now we're back up to that 181 level that we looked at in the past. That we had written down. We were lucky enough to get 182. All the way to the upside. So I feel like this is a possible reload spot now, but the market could just hover around here, and Amazon on earnings is going to be a very dangerous play, as we've talked about a couple of times. Could get going one way or the other based on, you know, intraday upgrades or downgrades or something like that. But I'm not scared of it. We have our plan. We've already been short, and it's really paid off. So right now, PL1 Amazon, PL2 AMD, and then we just put Tesla on board right now. And I think, I don't know, I can look, but I think there's going to be another top stock here. So Tesla, so far so good here. It's 10:42. What everybody's here for has already been said in the chat, so let's run it. It's what's for lunch. All right, so we had some jerk chicken. Yesterday was some sausage and pierogies. Ooh, today, interesting. We'll see how this pans out. I mean, if you're trading today, then we know you have a bunch of these.
So.
Yeah, we're having wings at, we'll have a salad and then we'll have some wings at 2. The wings will come around like, I'm going to get them here for like between, 2 and 2:30. Powell will release the thing, then nothing will happen. Then I'll start eating some wings around like 2:15. We'll get all ready. We'll get all spiced up and ready to go for Powell. That will be coming for Wing Wednesday. That will be happening live here at Trader TV Live immediately after 2 p.m. So join us for Fed Rate and join us for Wing Wednesday. Get your wings ready as well. Have them with us. Enjoy your Wing Wednesday. But on all of that, what is for lunch? With all this chicken talk, you would think it would be chicken today. And if you guessed chicken today, then you'd be right, man. We've got crispy fried chicken Parmesan. Potential with tricolored parsley buttered fusilli. I think that's a good combo. Yeah, tricolored. Get a little different colors in there. Although today we're just seeing dead red and dead green in the P&L, my guy. But right now that should be a good lunch. And yeah, it should be good. And then follow us up at 2:30 or 2:15 when it will be wing time. And I'm actually going to load up Uber Eats right now and double check this.
Yeah, it's close by, so it should be good. I mean, obviously, I'm going to save some room for the wings. I'm not stealing any of that Parmesan, whatever. I'll have my salad and leave some room for the chicken wings because I think that's where the bread is going to get buttered. I'm a huge wing fan. I want to just shout out everyone in the chat. I appreciate it. Mary, I almost said Marie. Mary, how do you pronounce it?
You said both, it's all good.
Neil always cools my FOMO. You have to find a way to be able to cool FOMO. Like I'm not worked up over SMCI. I haven't even looked at it again. Like it could be at 7:30, it could be at 7:40. You make some bottom wicks, you make some top wicks. You make winning trades, you make losing trades, all that kind of good stuff. You just have to, again, you have to follow your plan. Neo's gonna hold the $5 level, I'll get there in a second. Trade All Trends just said NVIDIA is a short now. So the thing about NVIDIA, there we go, it's gonna go to NVIDIA. It's at that VWAP retrace. You always have to find a different setup if you don't get the one that you want. Well, you don't have to. But if you're looking for a short in a stock and it doesn't give you the price that you want, you are looking for something different. I have 850 marked off. It just did one dip at VWAP. My issue with it is look how strong this just came into VWAP. Show me some I want to see some actual weakness underneath here. I don't like stepping out in front of NVIDIA when it's made that kind of a bottom. I think that gets a little bit nasty. I'm still in half of an IO looking for a break of that top. I'm still in the short in Intel because I think Intel is in a different bucket from NVIDIA. I don't want to just because I think NVIDIA looks strong doesn't mean I think Intel should be as strong. And you know what? Maybe you hold on to that SMCI and make a $4 winner. But risk to reward, I don't think that's any good. It's still trending down. Look at the difference between SMCI and NVIDIA today. That's why I'm not short NVIDIA at VWAP. It's just a little bit stronger, but that's just a judgment call. AMD is also looking a little bit weak. It's hugging VWAP pretty decently here as well. Surprisingly quiet. You just saw NVIDIA with like a million green candles in a row off the low. In that time, AMD is like a $1 range inside. So I'm going to stick to what I think is a stair step down, and that's going to be Intel down 1% into a somewhat flat. I mean, the market's down 0.5%, but it was down more than that. If anything, I'm calling it inside day, which you can expect on a Fed day. So you got to be trading the right names. Before we get to, I know we're going to Adara. I have Pinterest. I want to get back into this thing. It's just going to have to be on a patience play.
It's all good, Dara. It's all good.
It just tagged 40. Oh, we're not right. Not just a second. It just tagged the $40 level. So instead of looking VWAP, I probably have to look elsewhere on pins. It was 39 to 40. 39.5 could come into play here. That's where resistance was early. But I'll have to look for another entry point that's not VWAP on Pinterest, as it's now up 20%. Only trade these things when they have earnings. That's when you can get those types of moves.
Here goes Tesla, and we're going to get stopped out. right there for Tesla. Well, still green on the name, of course, for Tesla. But yeah, the Wingstop, yeah, they will. There is a address close to here on Bloor Street, so that order is going to be placed between 2 and 2:30 delivery time right now for Wingstop. So get ready for that one. And no, I don't think anybody around here knows the Wingstop song. So
the Wingstop, there's a song.
Apparently there is a song.
I actually didn't know there was a song. I'm
we
sure
will,
it's probably just from the commercial, right? If they have a commercial.
I would assume it's from the commercial for sure.
I can probably look.
Yeah. All right. So that's that. Tesla out again. Breaks the 200 period. We've talked about how the market was just sort of dancing around right here. So we're out of that one. The damage has been done everywhere. We are still $2 now, back in the money as this just bounced off of our level again of 181. We should have just taken that 180 and change, 179.80, something like that down there to the downside as well. So look at Meta. All right, let's look at Meta for a minute. So Meta, we've talked about this over and over again. There's one name I want to buy on dips, and it's Meta. So no surprise to me that we're up 1.5% today. We called the Amazon long off earnings. AMD has been a disaster. It's down, not too interested. I mean, we have traded AMD. It is PL2, so it's fine. But Meta up here, So the way I trade is I have to find a direction first. So looking at Meta here, looking at the market above VWAP. So I think the long is going to be right. So back in here into the 50 period against a VWAP of 43.33 isn't a horrible trade. You're going to have to hold that $2 probably. So there's 43, 435.50. A pull back in. Look how much we've liked the 50 period moving average. Meta is everything we thought it would be. And I think this goes back up to $500. All this market needs to do is get on its you-know-what again. And then this name rallies because you're going to come in one day, it's going to be at 470. And then you're there. So, I mean, that's what's going to happen to Meta. It's going to be up 7 or 8% on an upgrade when someone realizes that all the spend that they're doing is going to result in higher margins. And if you're holding this name for a while, then you all good, baby. And the fact that you're only down 10% or whatever from 500, I mean, sure, the very top is 5, but I'm not even worried about that. You're down from 500 down here, you're down 12%, something like that. That's dirt damn cheap. When you're talking about AMD being down 40x% from its top, that's a problem. So for Meta, we're not anywhere, in my opinion, close to the bottom if this continues to go. But I like the story and I like the name. So I'm going to let all these things settle down. We have a big report coming tomorrow with Apple. But
Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Meta, go back to the daily chart just very quickly if you can. Can we go back to this chart? Meta consolidating there. You don't have the 200 period up. Automatic buy at the 200 period, I'm assuming?
I mean, I'm buying it at 400, but I might be buying this afternoon.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I want to wait for Apple. So if Apple drops the market, then I would much rather buy Meta than Apple.
Yeah, I regretted the last. I got Google on a dip buy. I mean, Eli Lilly was falling so much. Not Eli Lilly.
Eli Lilly.
Lululemon was falling so much. It was easy to get Lululemon bid if you had a stink bid in there. But I missed out big time on ARM by being, what's the word? I don't want to curse about it, but it's like being too picky. I was nibbling. I was biting at the corners, right? Like, you just like sometimes throw a strike. It doesn't matter like $1 here or $1 there when the stock was in the $80 range. So we talk about trading setups. I just showed you one that didn't work, and it's exact same setup here on CGC. So SSR obviously down 25%. It's short sell restricted. What a difference a day makes. There's your wick bottom. There's it holding the higher low. There's 11, long 11.01. Stop under here. It's about 85. So it just tagged 25, and it's more about the setup than anything else. We've seen it time and time again. VWAP, scalp to VWAP. That's not really intentionally anything, but that's just where I look for the move. And the best part about it is if it gets to VWAP, that was already resistance on the stock anyways. This will be the third time I'm long CGC. If it works, then we'll be green on the stock because we were adhering to our stop levels every single time. This one started to go off 1150. Looked like that was going to be a good shot, and then it just kind of faded back in. So I'm back into CGC. Got to be patient with it. I know. Oh yeah, there goes it. Nvidia actually is pulling back rather nicely. So if you did short it off VWAP the first time, you would be laughing. So congratulations anyone that put that one on. It felt like it was a little bit strong. I wanted to see a little bit more weakness before I got in, and that didn't give you a retrace into VWAP the second time through.
A big congratulations to anybody out there that has winning trades today. I mean, that's what it's all about. Shout out to my guy over there. Shout out to Adara at the big desk because, no? We are going. Okay, there we go, man. Adara being director and everything. So let's go over to Adara right now as Ramin getting ready for wings.
Money here, we have the DXY trying to break above that 106.30 top that we saw coming in back in April 15th, still proving as a little bit of resistance. We had a wick above. We're not able to eclipse that area right now. We did get some economic data ahead of tonight or this afternoon's FOMC rate decision and Fed Powell coming in at 2:30. So some data including ISM manufacturing prices for April, higher than expected, 60.9 versus 55.5 expected. JOLTS job openings for March lower than expected here, 8.488 million versus 8.68 million expected. ISM manufacturing PMI lower than expected here for April, 49.2 versus 50 expected. And ADP non-farm employment change for April coming in higher, 192,000 versus 179,000 expected and 184,000 prior. We'll have to wait and see what Fed Chair Powell has to say during that Q&A and how that might impact the DXY and the overall market. Last meeting in March, he did attribute some of the inflation data being stronger than expected as having to do with seasonal changes. So now that we're out of that winter season, let's see if Fed Chair Powell changes his tune with regards to inflation concerns, guys.
Will he change his tune? I mean,
I don't.
They've gotten new data, so there's that. I mean, obviously you had some hot numbers, so look, just count the number of times you hear data dependent. I think that's what the test is going to be.
I mean, we talk about it on the podcast literally every week, and that is that it doesn't matter anymore. It literally, and I tweeted this out yesterday, and I don't know, I stand by it. Whatever, we can discuss it over here on X if you guys want to, but I just think that this is what matters. It doesn't actually matter, I don't think, what he says. I mean, unless it's something very, very dramatic, but if he just toes the line like they've been doing, then it's just going to be about earnings. We've already seen the winners and the losers with earnings. You see AMD getting to the downside right now. So we short AMD. We're short AMD right now. Another winner here, Neil, for that one to the downside. Let's see if it can continue to work. I don't know if it will or not, but it's a nice downside move there. What's up, Patrick? Nice downside. Shout out to the Leafs, by the way. Patrick, where is my damn Leaf over here? Patrick is the lucky one because
the biggest Leaf fan here.
He's wore it. Is he?
Well, he's the only person that's actually wearing gear on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I could wear a jersey. I'm trying to, we'll do that. Biggest Leaf fan here. I'll give it to Patrick right now. And the biggest football fan, Sharif.
No, he's not. Well, soccer, yes.
I'm just playing around. He's Dallas, Yeah, go Cowboys. We can always we can have a long discussion there. Cowboys, my third favorite team. Okay, because without the Cowboys, we would not have had that playoff win. So I'd say shout out to the Cowboys. Not throwing shade. I like the Cowboys. But okay, we are going to go down. He talked about having some wings tonight. We talked about smoker wings and everything like that. We do want to make a trip, Sharif, to lovely state of Texas and have barbecue. So we're going to go there. But we can't go on a leg day, Sharif, because I got to make sure I get my legs in on that day.
I don't remember the name of the place. I'll have to ask our buddy from high school. But in Deep Ellum, there's this joint. And again, you have to line up on a Saturday.
Those are the
and
best.
The lineup is like out the door, and it's like 11 o'clock.
Sheesh, AMD.
But if you're willing to buy a trough, which is a ridiculous amount of food.
Which we are.
Then you get you buy. Most people don't know this. You bypass the line and you go in a different line because you're willing to buy the trough.
Plus, we're going with Sharif.
Well, first
bypass the line. They're
going
to see this guy. They're going to be like, "Yo,
the amount of protein Sharif eats."
Get your ass to the front of the line.
No, even he would be like, "That's a lot of protein." I'm just saying, like it was.
They're going to be like, "Is this Sharif?"
That's
here.
I don't know if anybody
in Dallas.
If you're in Dallas or Deep Ellum, you know what I'm talking about. I just don't. It was years ago. And I don't remember the name of the spot. I hope it's still there the next time I'm down there. Oh my goodness, it was so good. The brisket, dude, you don't even. The brisket was ridiculous. It was
yeah,
it's the best brisket I've ever had in my entire life, bar none. Wasn't even close.
There we go. We like
I had
those
briskets.
Meat sweats
going on like it was crazy.
Yeah, man, that's disgusting, but that's awesome. All right now, here we go. It is $1 right now in the money. We've got AMD coming into the downside, but here we go, 146.08 right now. So that's, hey, man, this is what we're all about. Stories, good trades right now. AMD, PL, going to PL1 right now. We just stay with what we're doing and putting on big trades. You know, these are good trades. It's too bad that we dipped our toe in CGC. I know Neil got a good one there on the backside, so congratulations.
Not over yet.
No, it never is, but congratulations so far on that one for that. But, you know, we are definitely feeling the vibes around here, man. Very positive, having a lot of fun, and also putting damage on the board for all of you. So shout out to Kevin Mendoza, everybody else that's in the chat, man. Having a good time, just being that normal dude that we are, and trying to show you that you too can, you know, do this. And I hope that we give you some good examples of that. We do have Target. I'm going to screw this up. Target trading. That's not right. What is it called? Price target analysis. Entry analysis. Some kind of an episode coming on the Midday Show about learning price targets, analysis, and entries, all wrapped up into one with Miss Adara and Sharif. And then make sure you do join us back. We'll all be here because we're going to be doing the Fed. So we will be enjoying at 2:15 approximately some nice wings. And there we are. We are at the highest spot we've been at all damn day right there. So let's go. Good day, good vibes all around. Here we go. We'll props it up. It's a good one there. Highest spot of the day. Amazon, $3 in the money. AMD, we just put it on 10 minutes ago. And Neil, it is your reloaded, not your Cathie Wood, not your Jerome Powell.
It's not Cathie Wood for sure.
Not your Warren Buffett. It is your boy. Right there. Do not call me, though. I get a lot of calls. I only really answer family only, you know what I'm saying?
Screen them calls, man.
You know, screen them calls. So there it is, man. What's up, Kathy? 1 minute left, Neil. Kill him with kindness.
There's an IPO here today, guys. It's not open. 1.3 million is the current Viking. I'm not taking the opening print on this. It's like the second biggest IPO, apparently, because they upsized it. But I'm not going to be in Viking. Just to give an idea, and again, taking the opening print has been ho-hum. I think it's worth a trade if it sets up well. I said it's not over in CGC. I don't want to count any chickens before they're hatched because CGC, it's not a dumpster fire because really, like I know it's down 25%, but if you actually look at the move from yesterday, like if you bought this when the news happened, you're still in the money $3 and over 25%. It is a big move down. There's no question about it. But if it does not hold the higher low, then this VWAP retracement, this move into VWAP clearly can't happen. If it holds at the bottom, I might jump into it a second time, but that would be a separate trade from this. I only got one profit take there. So all I did is take out 20% on the way back into the upside. So it's so far so good, but remember, we already were 0 for 2 on CGC. Love it to make one move and get it all back, but it has to get to that 1150 at least before we're happy about that one. Neo's holding forward and looking okay. VWAP on Intel looking good. I'd hold on for that Viking. I think it's going to be a good volume trade. I'm just not taking the opening print anymore on those. Let's go to the midday. We've got Sharif and Adara. Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we already have Big Matthew Booth, as well as the OG, 2 pamps or damp it. He says, shout out to Darwin there in the chat. One of the OGs definitely in the chat. So we'll wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream as we have our own stream now, Adara, so we have to wait. Because YouTube sometimes be doing its own thing. All right, so yeah, there we go. We got Cairo, baby. Yo, what's up with you, my man? We got Sebastian Chef Joe, Mr. Long Shorts. We got Big Michael Lloyd, Estupido, Bitcoin, Oxlong. We got John. We got JF Trader, T-Lie, Fonzie. We got Brad Gober, Mike Cron, Picky Eater, he says. Marcelino. We got Sebastian again, 420, Bud Monster. What's up, sir? Trixie, Hell's Gate in the house, as well as Patrick Langlois, Dad Trader, Futures Trader Extraordinaire, baby. Dingle Boy. What? What's going on with that? We got the Piper, Carlos, Dart, Kevin, Mendoza, and we even have Adara. Dang.
We do.
What's going on, Adara?
Me, yes, I am okay. I am here. I was maybe a little bit aggressive trying to get this TQ short. I've noticed that sometimes right at 11, maybe I noticed this too because this is when I start trading is right at 11 when I get back from the big desk. And I noticed the TQs have a tendency to fall. Then they also form this beautiful little bearish pattern here. Look at all these wicks to the downside. Initially, I wanted to wait for 5 52.10s. Then we kind of broke lower below 52s and I said, Adara, you got to get in there sometimes if you like the level. So I got in 52.07s. Not sure how I feel about this. We're going to have to wait and see. This 52.14, 52.15 area is my sticking point. If we break below, above there, I will have to be outie. I want to take minimum VWAP and then see how much lower we go. But as we know, I always am all about scalpulation. If we slow down a little bit in that move, if I see something in the book I do not like or do not trust, we'll get out earlier. But right now, happy to take these TQs to the downside ahead of Powell time. How are you doing? What are you
Not bad. And I want to mention, I like your TQQQ trade there because I was just about to mention that we're doing the wick shimmy dance. On the future, we're popping right into 17.5 and the market's saying, nah, back down you go. This is what I'm talking about here. These topping tail candles through a key level of resistance. I'm talking about that 100-point level on the NQ June contract. We're having issues breaking through 75, so I happen to agree with Adara. Hope she prints on that. I'll talk about some of the levels that I'm looking at later, but before I start the lesson, I want to mention I have a dip trade set here at the volume-weighted average price as well as the whole dollar level on TMX, yes, small cap gapper du jour, baby, up a cool 158.25 points, made its way all the way up to 5 3/4. It is now retracing into 4, but as you know, I do love me some small cap gappers that retrace into the volume weighted average price. I do also feel, in addition to this $4 level being VWAP or just above VWAP, I also like it as a price action support area. We have a couple of topping tail candles over here and definite resistance in front of that $4 area, so I'll be looking for defend. But it will have to come down nearer than where it is right now at 4 1/5 into that $4 area for me to get filled. I'm just going to pack my patience today, not going to chase some of these trades. The other trade that I'll be looking at, it may not make it, is 440 on META. This is a key level of resistance on Meta. It didn't quite make it up there, got to about 38.5, and well, it didn't quite make it into that level, so I did not get short. So let's get to the lesson of the day. As Sean kind of alluded to there, we are talking about the price target entry within, of course, the context of the gap and go strategy, which we will be discussing all week. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. So the gap and go strategy thrives on strong price movements. But what if you want to avoid the initial frenzy and secure a potentially better entry price? Question mark. Price target entry, a variation of gap and go, offers that solution. This lesson explores how to set price targets and strategically enter trades based upon them. So let's get right down to business. So the challenge of the entry. What are we talking about here? So the standard gap and go strategy often involves buying or selling, if you're going short, at the open of a gap, right? Market on open orders. We talked about that. The aim being to capitalize on the anticipated trend. Something's gapping up, your assumption is going to continue to go up. However, this approach does have drawbacks. We need to talk about these. One, the first is you have an unfavorable entry price, right? You're putting your MOO or you're waiting for the actual stock to continue gapping up after 9:30. And so by definition, you're chasing it. So you're gonna, what some people would term an unfavorable entry price, right? Early buying might lead to a higher entry price than necessary. And there's also a plethora of market volatility, especially at the open. The opening moments can be quite volatile, making it difficult to assess the true direction. And not needless to say, the indicators are going every which way. You got the EMAs flying up and down. You got VWAP, zigzagging everywhere just because there's so much volume, so much data to process at the open. And there's also a lack of confirmation, right? Thank you for adding that there. Buying right at the open runs the risk of a false breakout, right? Or a lack of continuation in the move. So think about that when you want to use the standard run-of-the-mill gap and go strategy. These are some of the drawbacks. So with respect to the actual price target entry method for gap and go, what are we talking about here? So the price target entry addresses the above concerns by incorporating a specific price target for you to enter rather than simply buying at the open. Here is the process. We're going to identify 4 steps that you can follow. First, identify stocks with a gap. Find a stock with a significant gap up or down if you're short inclined like big Kyle Burdett at the open by accompanied with high volume. So the way to find your gappers, you either have a very thorough watch list that you can see what's gapping up or down, or you use a gap scanner. And I mentioned this yesterday, and I'll mention it again today. Here's my scanner. You'll see over here, I have a gap column, and I can choose to sort these by the gap, okay? So get yourself a scanner. Now, if you got to ante up, you got to ante up, all right? Things typically, the live stuff typically isn't free. So that's the first order of business, to find yourself a gapper. Second, analyze that trend. Use technical analysis to confirm the intended direction of the trend. Look for things like supporting indicators, like moving averages or trend lines or relative strength index, price divergence. All the things that we've talked about in the past, you have to incorporate in this method here in your technical analysis. And set your target, right? Based on your analysis, after you're done charting and your risk tolerance, determine a price target slightly above the bullish gap or below the bearish gap, the opening price, right? This target represents your ideal entry point. So I'll repeat that. Determine a price target slightly above or below the opening price, which the target will represent your ideal entry point. So you're going to have to figure out what looks best on the chart. And then you place your order. I would suggest place a limit order. Don't chase the market price. Instead, place a limit order, and I'll explain why in a second, at your chosen target price. This ensures you only enter the trade if the price reaches your desired level. And the reason I say use a limit at the open is because if you use a market, you could absolutely have tons of slippage. And if you don't know what slippage is, do a quick Google search, day trading slippage, and you'll get the entire definition there. Slippage is the cost of doing business, but it doesn't mean that you have to have the worst possible slippage. And I would say to you, if you use a market open at the open, you're going to get some slappage. So keep that in mind. So what are the benefits of the price target entry? Why would you want to use this method over the regular gap and go strategy? First, potentially better entry price, right? We're looking for something below the gap for a long, above the gap for a short. So by definition, right, you're getting a better entry price than a market on open or anything that would be chasing the stock. So by waiting for a pullback, you might, quote might, get a lower entry price compared to buying at the open. So that's one of the things. And then there's also the element of the reduced risk. You avoid the initial volatility of the gap, potentially limiting your initial risk. So keep that in mind as well. And discipline and patience. Man, if I could really underline this one a lot, I really would. This approach enforces discipline and patience, forcing you to wait for confirmation of the trend before you enter. And I definitely like that. I think that that's a good habit to espouse. And levels. Waiting to enter the trade gives you a better sense of what levels the stock is respecting and what areas might make sense for stop losses and profit takers. All right, here's a little bit of an example. I'm going to bring this in so you can actually see. So imagine an ABC stock gaps up $1 at the opening, reaching gaps up $1, reaching $20. So maybe it was like 19. It's all good, Ram. We still love you, Ram.
Welcome back to How to Trade.
Hey!
Shout out to Ramin and Fabian.
Yeah, of course. So you imagine a stock, ABC, whatever, gaps up $1, it reaches 20. You analyze the chart and identify support level at 1950. It's a previous, say on the 4-hour, indicating a possible pullback, right? Remember, it reached 20 bucks. You don't want to use the gap and go traditional strategy here and buy at 20 or above. You want something better than 20. So you set a limit order for 1950, believing the price will eventually climb back and follow the bullish trend. This target offers a potential better entry compared to buying at 20 or above right away. So that's the kind of the simplicity of the actual mechanics, employing it in real life a little bit different, obviously. And some important considerations that you need to keep in mind here if you're going to employ this strategy. There are missed opportunities that you need to account for. The price might not reach your target, especially if you have something below the gap. The example we just gave, 20, if you put something at 1950, it may not come down to 1950 or may come down to 1955. And then all of a sudden, you're without a trade. So you need to keep that in mind. And volatility, super important in this case as well, especially because you're trading at the open. Even with a target, right? Be prepared for short-term price fluctuations around your target zone. Just because you see something that looks good on the 4-hour or on the daily doesn't mean it's going to hold up there, and it could dip well below it before retracing up. So volatility is an ever-present danger, especially towards the beginning of the trading day. And order management couldn't be more important here. Consider using trailing stops in order to manage risk as the price moves in your favor. You see Neil using trailing stops a lot, and he'll let you know when he is using a trailing stop. So that is also something to consider. And, you know, wetting your beak along the way, if your position size allows you, is not such a bad idea. You could take out profit takers on the way up to your price target to kind of lessen some of the risk that you have there. So as long as your position size allows you multiple beak wetters, have at it, baby. And so the takeaway from this whole strategy is that price target entry injects strategy into the gap and go approach. By setting a target and using limit orders, you can potentially improve your entry price and manage risk a bit more effectively. However, remember that this strategy requires discipline, patience, and a well-defined trading plan. Practice on a paper trading account before applying it with a real capital. Adira.
I was not prepared for that rolled of the R's, so shout out to that.
Yeah.
I can't roll my R's, so real capital. But yeah, shout out to real trading as well. And thank you, Sharif, for giving that lesson of the day. Pinterest, if you want to make up your mind about what you want to do, I would really appreciate it. If I sound a little bit stern with Pinterest, it's because this is the capital, president, what have you, of Bamboozlement Nation today, okay? I took this Pinterest long. I watched a couple times. I was like, Pinterest, you better behave at this little area. Look at that resistance level. And we held up there as support for a good while. We kind of bounced, and I watched it a couple times, got involved. I said, if we break below 40.05, we get out. The second I get in, Pinterest is like, oh, bye-bye. We get out at 40.05. I was like, whatever. We adhered to it properly. Now I'm trying to take the short, okay? Because I like that we're near this 40 area. I like that we're now kind of on the precipice of the 9 EMA. It looked weak. I got involved, and we had that break that I wanted here below 40s. I got involved at 40.02, pretty happy with my price entry. I said, if we break decisively above that area that I liked earlier for the long, that 40.12, then we'll have to get out, and it looks like now it's deciding to do that. I just can't look at this name anymore. I wanted to give it another chance. I did like that short setup. It worked for a hot minute. Literally a hot minute, literally probably one exact minute. It's not working anymore. If I try this again, I'm gonna have to be way faster with it because it looks like you could actually probably get a couple nice 10-penny scalps, but that has to be the trade that you're planning for. It wasn't the trade I was planning for. The trade I was planning for did not work out, and so I am no longer Pinterested in tangling with the stock right now. I have to say though, these T-cubes, I was really happy with what I did here. I obviously could have had more of a move, but I took, what is this? We took like, I think about 10 to 12 pennies with most of this position, and then this is where I started getting upset. So I left a third of my position in. I wanted us to get to like, if we got to 90s or 89s, I would have been happy. Ended up getting out 52 even because we kind of came back up and I was getting a little bit concerned about what we were doing. I always talk about my scalpulation. What I should have done though was added when we came back to the area I entered and we kept rejecting. So if I'd added there, would have been a better trade, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. What I'm gonna do is learn from this. This is really what I should have been Pinterested in, not Pinterest. So I mean, well, Pinterest might still get a spot in the side chart. I think there is something there, but it just, something that was there was not the trade I ultimately was planning for. Happy I got out, even though, guess what? We're back to the downside. That one.
Down.
How are you doing?
Good. Trying to VWAP dip on Meta. We'll see how that works out. Order is already in. Stop is already in. So we'll let that pan out. Meta, I was looking for a 440 short on Meta. It looks like it's not going to make it quite there today. So if it does, we'll get long. We'll get short, excuse me. This dip trade that I had on CTMX, it looks like I was a little too ambitious or frugal with my dip entry. This one came down to 408. I had my long at 409, and it bounced up to 460. So that would have been a really good trade, but we don't get filled. So no worries. We will look for something else. So I did get stopped out of Meta there as it just dropped aggressively. Doesn't hold VWAP, so not setting up in the way that I'd like. It's either going to be a 430 defend or 440 short on META. We'll start 0 for 1 on the day, but small loss there, and we'll jump to something else. So here is what I've got from the charting yesterday. So I charted these bad boys. I charted Meta, Microsoft, Google, and Netflix. And so I still like the price action support at 430 on Meta. So that's about 432. We're at 432 and a quarter right now. So that's about another couple of bucks. We were using actually 430 as a resistance level, and that's what I wrote. If 430 breaks in the pre, uses resistance, but for whatever reason, Meta absolutely just started skyrocketing almost into 439. It's awfully close to 430 right now. Softy, I had this one charted as well. Long bias of above 390, and that's exactly what it did. It dipped right at the open into 390 and then rocketed back up into 395 and a quarter. So keep your eye on the soft one for a possible 390 defend. Yeah, as I wrote here, look for 390 dip. There is price action resistance at 400. Look for short sale. That's what I'd be doing there. Goggles. Goggles here, I'm short bias on goggles for the foreseeable future. That is until the gap fill till 160 gets filled. We haven't quite filled that gap quite yet. That is the after the earnings fill, or gap, excuse me, when it bounced up, I think, into the mid 170s. It's been putting in lower highs and lower lows there every day on the daily. I'm looking for a 160 dip there. What's happening?
Oh, excitement.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Okay.
Spicy.
Some stuff is going.
Yeah.
All right. Last one, Ram. I want to show this one. I'm looking also for, what did I chart? I charted Netflix here with price action support at 550. It is now broken down below 550. So, like I wrote here, if 550 breaks, use as resistance, and that's exactly what it did today. 549.78 high a day on NFLX. So keep your eye on that. It also has a 50-period EMA resistance on the 30, but there is price action support at 545, and look what it's doing. 544 and a quarter low of day, 549.78 high of day. Netflix has absolutely been within my range all day, so look for those two possible levels. 545 support on Netflix, 550 resistance now that it's broken down. It's within a $5 range and has been all day on NFLX. I'm going to keep my eye on that. Now, Neil just astutely pointed out that AMD and both NVIDIA are absolutely tanking. AMD is on the way down now, 9 2/3% to the downside. 143 goes AMD. I don't know what the hell is going on with AMD. I don't have anything new. I have some entries here from Evercore ISI, as well as who? Who's this? Evercore ISI. Yeah, okay. So I don't know. Did you have Evercore earlier on your Benzinga?
I didn't.
Because that came in at 11. Okay, I'm just trying to see here if
all the
came
chips
in
are down.
earlier.
Like SockCell took a hit as well, so
Yeah.
it could just be overall chip weakness.
Chip weakness coming in fast and furious there. I don't see anything either on NVDA at the moment. Looking super micro. This is all older stuff. So yeah, keep your eye on what's it called? These chips. And yeah, I may or may not have bought and put options on SMCI today. Oh, yeah. I may or may not have done that.
Not confirmed. Not,
it's only down.
Pleading the fifth.
It's only down $157 a day. Let's not overreact, okay? I bought two puts, one closer dated, one longer dated. Go.
Nice, yeah. Putting SMCI in its place. Pun very intended there. Also, I'm looking for SockCell. I want to see, we're kind of picking up here. My areas that I like on SockCell are going to be this 3440 area, because we did see a little bit, you can't see now in this 5-minute, but we saw some chop and churn there. My biggest area for this, though, is going to be if we get back into 35s. That is probably going to be a longer term kind of short play, but look at the support we had here. And then we had this wick up, tried to make it again, couldn't To me, the real stock sell play is going to be that 35 area. But I am super proud of what I did with Pinterest. This is what I like to call a good old-fashioned avenge trade.
Nice.
And, you know, as people pointed out, avenge and revenge maybe mean the same thing, but for me, I guess it's how you take revenge. So instead of, you know, going all scorched earth, I want to look at the stock and I want to say, hey, let's you and I have a conversation. Let's work it out together and find a way to be friends and come to a resolution. This Pinterest, I was saying earlier, I think, I was like, oh, well, like I keep trying to take this long and short, but really it just seems to be moving within 10 pennies. So it's like a dare, if you see that, just take that 10 penny scalp. I did. It was planned 40 long, took it to 40.10, risking into 39.97, so risking about 4 pennies. Pleased as darn punch. Now the Pinterest long I was trying to get way back here at the start of the show is coming into effect. Like I said, I'm really not Pinterested anymore in this unless I really see something I like. I was just really proud of that 10 penny scalp because that's the type of trading that I like doing. It being in and out of stock in less than a minute. Please just punch. Also, I saw this again in the chat, people saying that I am an AI because of the Pinterested pun. I just like puns. I really do like puns. I am, you know, you could tell I'm a human because of my trades. You know, the trades are made by a human brain, just trying to learn a little bit every day, but I just thought that was really funny and not the first time I've gotten that. So I promise I am a person. Also, TQs, if we reject off this little previous base here of this 5170, I'm getting short. We're getting short. We're getting short. Okay. We are getting short. And we're going to risk this up into this 5180s area. That was the other area I like, so we're going to risk up into there. I would like to get filled here at 5168. There we go. Please just punch. Let's get it going. We might have had a bit too quick of a recovery. Maybe we're continuing to the upside, but I want to try anyway. A couple people were asking me about my thoughts on the esteemed Cybertruck. So let's look at Tesla.
Yes.
Before I look at your Meta, because nice look there on Meta. Tesla, to me, Tesla still is higher, lower highs, lower lows, below that 90 EMA. Look at that rejection here off the 90 EMA. We wick up into 180.30, continue to the downside. This is a super bearish candle here at 180, 160. We try to break up above into 182, and it's not meant to be. We continue to the downside. So for me, I think the Cybertruck is continuing to roll downhill a little bit, despite that earnings strength that we had last week and that massive 15+% move up on Monday. How was Meta?
Good. We just took about 50 pennies right now, waiting for a possible. Well, I saw that it came into the 10 period here, so that may act as resistance. I was looking for a 435 pump. The reason was we had a bit of a support, or sorry, earlier support, current resistance, I should say, at 435. I'll pack my patience with this one. I also like that 20 period dip on the dead one. So AAPL coming into an interesting area here, dipping into 170.75. Oops, let me just load up. There it is. 170.75 on the 20 period on the 5. I've been talking a lot about this. The more superficial retracements on a trending stock seem to bounce off the 10. The deeper, prolonged or more prolonged retracements seem to be bouncing off the 20, and there you go. You're getting a closing print above that 170 and 3/4 on Apple. So I'll keep an eye on that. I feel like I may have kind of missed a little bit of my entry there. So we'll pack our patience with AAPL. Softy, though, had a big bounce up there. For whatever reason, again, not really sure what's going on with Softy on the day, but there is a range to be had here. 390 to the downside, 400 to the upside. Just got off the schneid at 394.5, popping up into 395 2/3. So a good move up for the soft one at these levels. I will keep an eye on those. We haven't covered the small cap gappers quite yet, but I'm keeping my eye mostly on CTMX. I'm looking for a dip into the volume weighted average price. It looks like the best we could do was that $4.09 dip. I was sitting at 405. It looks like it held up at the 20 rather than the VWAP area, Dara. So I'll pack my patience with that.
Pack that patience in the Samsonite, and let's see how that goes. Congrats on your Meta trade there.
Thank you.
Nice moves. The TQQ short working a little bit here. I also want to address this because I like this here from Trading PE saying, you know, maybe my stop should be a bit higher. And I honestly think, and I was talking to Sean about this in earlier in the morning, and I said this on the show as well, I think yesterday or the day before. I think the biggest thing since going live, which I did a couple weeks ago now, that I think has been helpful is minimizing my losses. And for me, that means really, really tight stop losses. So even though I will lose in some trades, it means that my losses are smaller, that when I'm able to have wins, it ends up working out. And I think especially because I like scalping and I'm okay with like 10, 20 cent wins, that means I have to be okay with getting out of a trade and having that risk management a bit tighter. So I know I am aware of how tight and hyper-specific my losses are, but they kind of work for my trading strategy and the trading strategy I'm starting to develop. So I just wanted to mention that because I think that's pretty key. Yesterday, I was really happy with my trading, and I was also really happy because my two best names yesterday were StockSell and Snapchat. Those were both names that I took losses on, but because the losses were smaller than the wins, which was one of my biggest issues in the sim, having losses that outweighed the wins, I was really happy with that. So I just wanted to address that because I think that is a very valid comment to make, and it's something I'm actively working towards, having these tighter stop losses. So wanted to put that out there. Also, Brad Gober saying something, putting words to something I was looking at. Your trading range for today is Google. Yeah, Google trying to break out of that range a little bit here, but I was obsessed with this earlier. Google, not one that I necessarily want to trade with just after going live, because I am trying to be a little bit more cognizant in trading cheaper stocks. Google, though, having these two bullish candles here, bouncing off with these little wicks below the 9 EMA, closing above and trying to have a bit of a breakout here, something I'm also cognizant of, given that I am in a TQ short Google, trying to break above here. We'll have to see what we do. But yeah, I think earlier that was a great range. Base of 165.10, top of 165.50, cool 40 penny range. So shout out to you, Brett Gober, for pointing that out. Knucklebreaker wants to look at Apple. So let's take a look at A to the A to the P to the L. This is a nice look here, having that double bottom of 170.75, trying to curl back above here, above this 9 EMA. But we did have definitely some struggles here earlier for whatever reason with 171.35. Look at these two wicks trying to break above here of this level and unable to do so before we have that big move to the downside with the rest of the market at 11.05. So I think for whatever reason, Apple needs to crack above that 171.35 beyond just a wicking basis to really have a little bit more movement for me to get, to see if this market really, if this Apple takes a bite out of the market instead of the market taking a bite out of Apple. How are you doing? How did it go?
Did really good. We took a dollar at the top there, but it continued to go into 435 as I anticipated. So good move up and a general VWAP. I don't want to call it a VWAP hold. It really wasn't. I mean, it dipped aggressively below VWAP, but on a very short-term basis, to put that lightly. So we'll keep watch on Meta. I'm still looking for 439, 440 short on the name. I feel it is bit range bound with 430 support and 440 resistance on the name. I'm kind of lamenting not having taken Apple on that 20-period dip, but what I do see is an interesting possible trade on the Amazonian. And I may have to be quicker to the gun to take this, but here is the low end of the pre-market range. It's around 177.70, and lo and behold, we hold up right at that level. Sure, we print 31, but look where the closing print is, right at that 50 penny area. So Amazon holding on to the low end of the range. It has been a kind of sell-off day today on the Amazonian. So we'll see if it's able to take 178. It looks like it's resisting right now with the dollar, the whole dollar area at around 178. I wonder if it takes it or not. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at there. I'm looking at the bottom end of the range on the Amazonian. I think an ambitious price target would be that 180 to come back into that key area of resistance. We know that that's where VWAP is hanging out too, around that 180 area. So I'll pack my patience with Amazon. I'm long right now in front of the whole dollar. We'll give this one about 50 pennies worth of room, small size here, for a possible 178 break and take it there.
Hopefully that Express delivers some profits.
Yeah, that would be nice.
For you. Definitely, hopefully Bezos, first day of May. Bezos, I don't know, maybe we'll get some profits. I'm just spiraling. It's a good day, guys. I'm pleased as punch. Not pleased as punch with the TQs. Mind you, we are a couple pennies out of the money here, but I'm still within my area. I said I wanted to see what we did around this 83 level, which was an area we had some support earlier in the pre, then some resistance around 1030. Now we're at that critical decision area here. I see Sharif pumping his fist along on the cues. So definitely my little cues are getting a little bit scared. But shout out to Sharif for that fist pump there. Also, let's look at some other things that people are looking at here. There were some mentions. I think SMCI mentioned earlier. So let's SMCI, why not? Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, this continuing to the downside, down $150 right now, bouncing or seeing rejections off that 9 EMA, but right now trying to peek its little head up above the 9 EMA, much like the TQs. So we're gonna have to see. This could be a super micro change in SMCI. Great day, says Carlos Dart. Shout out to you. I'm having a great day here as well. Sharif was pumping his fist, so I'm sure he's having a great day with Amazon Express delivering some moolah.
It'd be nice. I think you coaxed it into sending me some express delivery, so I'm going to give you that trade, Adair. All right, we just took a nice 30-penny quick win there on the Amazonian. I think it'll move up into 180, so I could be persuaded to get back in if it does retest 178. But guess what, guys? Ram. Where are we at? Whoa! Guys, we're 600 subs away from that 450,000 mark. You guys have no idea what this 500,000 is going to be for us. If you guys know anything about YouTube, you know about that. Slow clap, Patty. Slow clap, baby. No, for real, though. If we could get to that 450,000, obviously that puts us a little bit closer to that 500,000. We can't obviously do it without you guys, so honestly, please help out the channel. We're trying to grow. We're on all the social media platforms now. You can catch us mobile on TikTok. You can catch us mobile on the gram, everywhere, baby. We are live on all the socials, as that banner denotes. So we'd appreciate if you like and subscribe and even share with a friend to help grow the channel. I'm sure Adaro echoed that sentiment as well.
I do echo that sentiment. Check us out on social media. Check us out here every single day. Sean and I in the market recap, though Sean is not in the market recap today, it's going to be Neil. But we do give those earnings. We give some reflections. There's cool guests, so check out everything. You know, it's really, I'm always happy to be part of this community. I think we have a great community. So if you want to join that community, hit that like and the subscribe button. Also, TQQs, if you want to reject that 5180, please let me know. But I just stopped looking at this one stock, right? That's my worst thing, is just staring at something hoping that it will move. That's why I like scalping, because you see the moves you want right away. Like that 10 penny Pinterest scalp was like the thing of dreams for me. But this stock sell, I said I wanted to see, I was kind of curious about that 34.40s area. We did get it. So we're going to try to get short this 34.45s. I like this little bearish candle failure to break 34.46s. We're going to try to get involved here. Smallish position. I don't need too many shares. I just need that movement to the downside. If we break above that 34.60s, I am outie. I am getting out of Dodge. Insert car metaphor here. But yeah, taking two shorts. Shout out to the rapper Too Short. One on Soxal, one on TQQs, and we're going to have to see what this gives us. I think these stock sales are trying to push back to the upside, though I might get stopped out of both of these. But if you like something, you have to get involved. That's part of being a trader, in my opinion here. So let's see how this goes.
All right. Yes, I couldn't agree more with that. Echo Adaro's sentiment. If you like something, get involved, baby. Well, you know, get involved at your levels, the levels that you like. All right, 1320 Wolf. 500K subs, deserves a Sharif beard. Look, I think I could be persuaded into growing the beard for some sort of sub exchange. Obviously, I'm kidding a little bit, because there's really no way to do it legitimately with people who don't care about my beard, and that would be newer viewers, right? So I don't know if that's going to work, but maybe I'll do it. Yoel Reyna, Sharif, do you think stocks will go back up after the Fed today? I think a lot of it's going to have to do with what he says about his outlook for rate cuts, right? Think about that December dot plot, and then we got the new dot plot, I believe, in March, and it echoed with respect to the cuts, the same amount of cuts this year, which were 3. For whatever reason, in December, when we got the first dot plot, the market started pricing in 6 cuts. Don't know how they did that, but that 6 got reduced to 3, and you could see we sold off definitely a little bit on the futures. I'd be all ears about what he says he feels about the higher inflation prints that we've gotten in the first 3 months of this year. That's number one. Whether he writes them off as possible seasonality or gives some other excuse, that's number one. Number two, what he feels is the outlook for the rate cut projection for the rest of the year, and if some of that gets kicked down the road to 2025. And number three, I want to see what he says about jobs. If he keeps saying the jobs market's too strong, you know, sadly not enough people are losing their jobs, because really that's what it comes down to, then, you know, I'd be a little bit concerned about how the market takes all that. So I'd listen for those 3 points, and yeah, let me know how you do, Yoel, one of the active participants there in the chat all the time. All right. So let's get down to business over here. We said we'd look at some small cap gappers, and I will do just that. So let's get to it. Here are the ones that I'm liking right now. For whatever reason, CTMX is putting in that rounded bottom. Shout out to Big Kyle, who's not with us today, but he just sent me a text on the gram there. He's doing things. Yeah, this one's putting a bit of rounded bottom, trying to hold that $4 area. Came down to 409. This one is an interesting one because I feel this one's extra bullish in the sense that it didn't even make it down into VWAP. That's number one. Number two, it's putting in higher lows, not necessarily aggressive higher highs through that 4 2/3. This one looks awfully good. I'd be looking long anything above VWAP, anything above 4 on this one. But, you know, look for a pullback so you're not chasing this monster. CTMX is a ticker, and I just realized I didn't give you the deets. $310 million market cap, the float a little larger, around 67 million shares. What is the short float? Let's find out. Shout out to the NOS boss and his boys over there at Trade Ideas, CTMX. 2.46%. You know, I was going to say not negligible, but kind of is. I mean, 2.5%, a little bit less than the float. Of the float, excuse me, is short there. So that's the one we're looking at. WGS, though, this is a holdout from yesterday, and it's looking almost as good. Where did we close off? 1705 was the closing print at 4 p.m. yesterday. But guess what? We're up to 19.5 today on the high of day, currently printing 19.25. I got to tell you, though, I'm unimpressed with the volume for WGS. Make a quick cursory comparison to today's volume down here on the bottom right and compare it to yesterday's. We are far below, and it looks like the volume per candle is about 50,000 here on the 5-minute chart. Not exactly a glowing endorsement for this name, but the chart pattern looks awfully good, so we'll keep eyes on it. And then this one, I remember you telling me about this chicken soup for the soul or something.
Yeah, I think we looked at this like a while ago.
And there it is again, Adair, 125% to the good. Knocked on the door of $3 today, trading at 283, 299 high. It's very much near the high of days, but I got to tell you, the volume on this one, awfully suspect. About 560,000 shares done. That just is not going to cut it for a small cap gapper, but, you know, it's above VWAP and it's got all the right stuff. So keep your eye on that. And then who remembers this? HKD. It's having itself a day. Yep, it's down from $2,200 and now trading at $3.75. Anybody who remembers this from 2022 knows what HKD did. There were a lot of traders on this floor that were getting all sorts of FOMO from this name. Alas, it has now come down about $2,497 into $3.75. Having itself a day, though. VWAP hanging around the 3 2/3 area. Possible dip trade there, but the volume really is dropping off now. So a little bit suspect there. IMCC is trading below the volume weighted average price. Not a whole lot for me to say there. Dara?
That meme stock era sounds like something else.
Oh, you have no idea. It wasn't even meme stock. That's a funny thing. That happened in 2021. HKD, for whatever reason, happened in the summer of 2022. Nobody understands why. Nobody has any idea why it ran up the way it did, but it did.
That's wild. Yeah, I have no words. I have 0 words.
There it is.
Shout out to you all, Reina, becoming a Trader TV Live member. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for your support. We love everybody in this chat, but you know what I don't love is SOXL.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
I took an L on SOXL. I took an L on TQQs as well. Then I noticed SOXL kind of continuing to curl there to the downside right where I got out at 34.60. So I decided to get back in. I liked it. And to be clear, I didn't like hop back in right away. I did watch. I said, hey, we're still rejecting. I'm getting back out though because we broke above 70s. So again, I want to say one of the biggest things is I'm really happy with how I've been executing. Like if things aren't going well, I need to get out, and that's why my stop losses are really tight because I'm able to mitigate losses. I am down on the day, but my attitude is never to the downside. Always bullish positivity and always bullish more opportunities. We did that loss with the Qs there on that last short attempt. Did bring me, I'm now negative on the Qs despite that trade I had earlier, but it's like, you know what, Adair, you could have mitigated this. You could have avoided this by just waiting and being a little bit more patient for that Q downside. I'm happy with where I took out some of this profit, mind you, but I could have waited. And like I said, I should have probably added when we rejected from my area of interest, right? So all good. No negativity. around these parts, we are always bullish optimism. And if we reject this 52 again, we know I like that 52 level. So if we reject that 52 again, somebody's going short. I don't know why I sang that, but I did. What else are people looking at? Tesla, please, says Wadad Chamoon. Well, we appreciate the politeness there. We'll take a look at Tesla for you. Tesla, like I said, I still would like to see a higher high here, and I think we need to do something at that 180, 160 area, because that was an area we really struggled to get above for whatever reason around 1050, so just before we came on here and how to trade. Now we're trying to curl back up a little bit, though. We did have this kind of bearish looking candle with that wick here at 180.60, but then now we're trying to curl back up. Right now, bouncing off the 90 MA, that wick to the downside to 180, saying, hey, we are here, buyers are here, and we're ready to get this one revving to the upside, 0 to 100 as per the Roadster. So I think this Tesla is trying to curl a little bit, I think, on the 90 MA, but honestly, not with enough vigor or viciousness for me to really be like, this is a cool look. I think it'd be nice to see what we do around VWAP, because we could still make a lower high. I think if we break above VWAP and then above that 180, 160, which is a level I still think is interesting, that's when the tide might be changing just a skosh here on the T to the S to the L to the A. Let's look at NVIDIA. Oh, NVIDIA, that 90 MA rejection and that wick here. Yep. Okay, somebody's getting short NVDL. I know who. But also, you might also, it sounds like you might be interested in that as well.
Oh, so I was thinking the exact same thing as you. I was just unsure whether we would have a retracement at the 10 period or the 20 period. So I was letting it kind of do its thing. But I like how you had that exact same idea. And I like your level at the 10 period a bit better. And I'll tell you why, Adara, because we have this area over here, which has wicks into 830. So we knew that that was an area of support earlier. Now we come into 830 from that 822.80. Do we reject? I think this is a better level than waiting for the 20 period. It just happens to be my opinion. NVDL. Let's go to this bad boy.
Short NVDL. It said rejected order.
Oh, lame. Yeah, you know what? We may have to pay for shorts on that monster. Yep, same thing with me. Do you want to try NVDS?
The volume is not, it's below 600,000. I did just check. That was my initial instinct.
How about NVDX?
Ooh.
There we go. It's a bit more expensive, and the spread is not to my liking. 11 pennies on this monster on NVDX. It's on the Amex, Adara.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, because it's an ETF. But it's too lightly traded. I'm not interested in this. It'll have to be an NVDA trade, and that scares the you-know-what out of me. So, okay. Well, I'll continue to watch this. Let's put up NVDA because the setup is accurate here. I do like this possible setup. On the monster, NVIDIA. I'm going to have to think about this. I'm not going to just jump into this super quick. So if I miss it, I miss it. I don't care. All right, let me tell you about another small cap gapper that is making moves as we speak. It goes by the ticker SMMT. So SMMT, a cool 20%. This one got going right at the bell. So this didn't have a definable pre-market high off which to base the open break. However, this thing has held the 10 period the entire day. The one dip that you had here at 11:05 into the 10 period was bought up with this swiftness very, very quickly there. That's the EMA. Hide EMA. No, I don't want to hide it. I want to show it. All right, well, it's not.
Why doesn't it want you to show the
Show EMA, loser. Oh. All right, well, whatever. Anyway, this is looking awfully good. Let's look at the daily to find out if this is a former runner. It's not really a former runner. This trades regular price action. We definitely have resistance at 5. And that takes us all the way back into January, February, and parts of March. That $5 level has, it hasn't been a strict resistance level in the fact that you've wicked above it, but look at all the closing prints, almost exclusively below 5. So if anything into 5 on SMMT, I don't know if it's a pay for shorts setup, but that would be, you'd be wise to wet your beak on profits in anticipation of a 5, or if you can secure shorts, get that short, baby. But CTMX is rounding bottom, baby. This is going up. This looks like it might be on the way to 5. 480 incoming, higher highs, higher lows now. We were talking about a flat top break, possibly through 4 2/3. It looks like it's not really going to flat top break, but it's going to curl, hugging either the 10 or the 20. Take your pick. It hasn't broken below either of those lines, either the green or the yellow. The yellow is the 20, the green is the 10, and it's hugging that magnetic effect that the OB, the Knob always talks about. All right, let's keep an eye. The Apple, the dead one, just hit high a day right now, reclaiming 170 earlier, and now knocking the door of that 171.5 and got up into 171.52. Keep your eye, though, on this 172.50. Okay, we had that big boy tank yesterday into the close because one of their suppliers reported weak chip demand for cell phones, and that's why Apple absolutely tanked. But look at that price action bottom from yesterday, 172.5 to 172 2/3. If we make our way up there, I'm not saying we will, but if we do, I'll be getting all sorts of short on AAPL. So much so do I like this level, I'm putting an alert at the third of a dollar so that I could have some advanced notice of it making its way into that level. Great look, though, on the dead one and on goggles. They're both near high of day as we speak, Adair. Good short on, oh yeah, you couldn't short. It was a perfect call by you. I don't know if you saw NVIDIA curl down.
I did, yeah. Thank you, I appreciate that. You know what I mean? And shout out to Zaharan saying that there's NVD, which is a 2-time short bear. Zaharan, do you know if that's on the NASDAQ or the NY, Amex? I wasn't able to find it.
NVDD? Just NVD, okay.
Yeah, let me know, Zaharan, but thank you very much for that, for letting us know about that. TQs, though, I decided, you know, like that level I liked when the TQs came in, that rejection of the 52, so it's like Adara, if you can't take that NVDL short, take a short that you like. It's at a level you like. NASDAQ. Get involved. I do not like that little bounce there off the 90 MA. Keep getting down, TQs. I'm going to be risking this. If we break above that 52, that like 52.08 area, basically where I got into the first short, that was a key area, and not even just for me. Like, I noticed what we did there. So if we break above that, I am outie. I like us breaking below the 90 MA. I want all the smoke here. Once you start getting into 51.7s, that's when things are going to get mucho spicy for me here in my TQs. I don't like spice in my food, but I sure love it in these markets. Let's take a look at NEO. John Szymanski, Bats and Badgers, among other people mentioning N to the I to the O. And NEO had those delivery numbers there, over 100% increase year over year. And talk about a VWAP bounce. Actually, sorry, this is more of a 90 MA bounce, actually. We come bounce here just below $5 and then spring to the upside. As we speak, we're making new high of days. So NEO, bless you, NEO, this is a really nice move here. NEO entering its own matrix here to the upside. Keanu Reeves, where? NEO's doing all it needs to do, up 12%. Sorry, just making lots of puns and lots of jokes here. I'm in a good mood in these markets. Good. Like I said, down on the day, but we're always bullish. Positivity. Thank you guys for the support in the chat. Much appreciated. Happy that I was able to make lemons out of lemonade. Couldn't short that NVDL. TQs were like, hey, Dara, we're at the level you like. So that's why I'm really trying to work on looking at more ideas and not just getting married to one idea. That has burned me a little bit in the past. Pinterest. Speaking of which, that one's continuing to move to the upside. I don't have any reads on this, but those 10-penny scalps were fun earlier. So if it gives me more of that, I'm going to look. But you're short Meta. Yeah, trying at this level. It's into resistance level 1 on pivots and doing these topping tail candles. So I said, hey, what the hell? You know, I'm cruising for a bruising. Let's take a short on Meta so we can lose some money. No, I didn't say that, obviously. But I am looking short here with these topping tail candles, kind of giving me a bit of an indication. We also got into the volume-weighted average price on the Fuge, and I feel like we are finding a little bit of resistance at that level. So I'll pack my patience with this trade and see exactly what happens. Also, the soft one decided it had enough of a move up and topped out there at 395.63. Now coming down, trying to dance with 394. There is a hint of support at this level, and it owes to the action that we had in the pre. It seems as if we topped out at 394. So I wonder if we flip from resistance to support at these levels now, or what the situation ends up being. So I'll keep my eye on the soft one, Microsoft. There is VWAP on Softy at 393.5, 393.40 or thereabouts. So I'll keep my eye on that for a possible dip trade. But again, the levels that I like the most today on Microsoft are 400 rejection, 390 long. I feel that there is price action support at 390 and price action resistance at 400. What else we got over here? Wow, NVIDIA is coming down into low of day. So the monster
is definitely giving back a lot today as it heads down. I guess I'm assuming in sympathy with AMD. Because there was nothing really NVIDIA related today, right? There was nothing.
Not that I saw.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, new low a day on NVDA, 822.35. Did you check out that NVD? It's on the NASDAQ. It's on the NQ. NVD on the NQ. No? Okay, so we don't have it. But on my platform, I've got it.
Oh,
Interesting.
I see.
Okay, so.
Well, still thank you, Zaharan, for letting
Yeah,
us
for
know.
sure, absolutely. All right, so let's see what we do here on the short. We're a couple of pennies, not a couple of pennies. We're nicely in the money. There we go. Now we're tanking on META. So if we can make it down to 435, I'll take out everything there. And it looks like it might come in a little bit sooner than we thought. Come down, baby. All right, there we go. We'll take it out there. Got some out at 12s. Please, this punch.
Yeah. You don't need luck. No Luckerberg
No.
needed there to take that Meta short. Shout out to you there with Meta sliding into its DMs, taking it to the downside. TQQs, I said I wanted to see what we did at 70s, took out 2/3 of the position. I have a third, I have a piece for the drink. And right now, we're getting close to that area I want. I don't like staying into new low of days unless that's the impetus and the plan for the trade. That is not the plan for this trade. I cannot believe we are about 40 pennies, or 35 pennies on the money here in TQQQs. I am pleased as punch. I am very proud and I'm happy. Also, I did scalp out some of this at 70s. I know it is early, but I've noticed that when I don't scalp, that's when trades tend to go a bit awry. So you have to take some profit sometimes. If we keep bouncing here at 5160s, I'll get out earlier. But right now, looks like we can probably get what we want, which is going to be that break below into 50s to 40s here. So we're going to, you know what? We're gonna get out here. I don't like that bounce, so we're cool taking 5160s. Please just punch. Honestly, I have to say, and yeah, like you know what? I was saying this earlier actually, because Fabian Ramin a while ago put a poll in the chat, and it was FOMO or JOMO, so fear of missing out or joy of missing out. And I think sometimes you have to have that JOMO, and in this case, you know, like I could feel the fear of missing out because we could continue to go lower, but also I have profit. If I just take now, I know I have some profit, right? I'm happy with how I executed this trade. Positive on the TQs there. And SOXL definitely left without me there. I know I was looking at that earlier here. Let's pull up the SOXL again. I do think that that level ended up hitting that I liked, that 3460. It just, I wasn't keeping my eye on it, and I ended up taking that Qs short instead. But if we do end up bouncing here at that previous level of support around that 34.15 previous low of day, I'll get in the long. But I think generally we're continuing to the downside. And even though I missed being able to get this trade properly, I'm still happy that that 34.60 level was a level I was able to identify, much like what happened with NVIDIA. Sometimes, and this is something Neil said to me after my first week of live trading when I went on the market recap with Neil and Brendan, and Neil said, these levels, even if you're not able to take the trade, just make sure, like, remember that you notice it and keep that in mind and think, how would you have executed it had you taken the trade? So I think that's really important and something to note. David Beach saying, how is SMCI not falling? Let's take a look at Supermicro, which definitely had a super macro earnings move yesterday that Sean and I brought to you there. This is interesting. You're right, David Beach. Supermicro flipping a little bit. And look where it's flipping. We had that previous support here, 720. Look where we're dancing around now. That's right, 720. Bouncing off the 90 MA. Supermicro's like, oh, you other chips can go to the downside, but I am too cool for that. I am super, and I am not micro. I make major moves. So you know what chip names? Also 420, 400.
Hey, I know you did that on purpose, Ram.
Shout out to Ramin, who was giggling. Her laugh is so infectious. Shout out to Fabian. Shout out to everybody here as well. With that in mind, with the 420, I want to take a quick look at CGC for Pretty Panda. Shout out to you in the chat. You mentioned this one. CGC, trying to, oh, this is interesting. We're knocking on the door, to use a Sharifism, of this break below, this 1070 area. We'll have to see what we do here. But CGC definitely losing a little bit of smoke, heading to the downside. Not a lot of green here, pretty red. Not a dope look if you're along. I'm going to stop with the puns now and take a breather. How are you doing?
Anytime you do a pun, we need like an animation, like a pun animation of sorts. Like it triggers upon the pun, right? Like we have to have an AI generated animation. Anytime it detects a pun, boom. I know. Whoa. Okay, Ram. I'm sorry, Ram. It's a very sensitive issue with her, right? No, hey, did I tell you about the video of the AI hosts? Have you seen this, Ram? It's in the Middle East a lot. A lot of these channels are They're like 24-hour channels with no humans now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, anyway. All right, VWAP dip, here it is, guys, on the soft one, 393.40 or 50, give or take that area. That's where the volume weighted average price is on Microsoft. You'll notice earlier that there wasn't a whole lot of respect here for VWAP. To me, the respect looked like it was taking place at the 50 on the 5-minute. The 50 is the red line, okay? So I don't feel like I want to jump in too quick onto this trade for a defend. I'd rather wait for a whole dollar level like 393, which gives it a bit of a drop below the 50. Now that could mean I miss my trade, and that's absolutely fine. But Softy, as I mentioned, within that price action range, so we'll be looking to play off, moving averages and other technical indicators rather than price. The support level for me is 390. The resistance level for me is 400. That goes back to what I charted yesterday. It looks like it is holding up at VWAP for now, coming back into that 2/3 of a dollar. But the dead one, AAPL, man, it keeps printing higher highs. So a new higher high right now, 171.52. This has been up and to the right. Again, the shallow retracements take or bounce off, the 10 period, the more deep prolonged ones go into the 20, and they don't hold exactly, but they hold generally. Usually the closing prints are above the moving average. So good look there for AAPL as it continues to print up. Look, if you're trying to get into this, do yourself a favor, get yourself a dip trade here. What I can do on my platform, and I don't know if you guys can do it, I can say a buy order, and I can drag the buy order, as you can see on the screen here, and I like it at the 10 period. Right, so I'll put that buy order there, and I'll trigger it to sit there at the 10 period. Now, if the 10 period was to move up, I can drag my order a little bit with the moving average there. If you guys can do that, it makes dip trading off key technical indicators a lot easier rather than having to re-enter the order at the new price to reflect the new indicator value. So that's what I'm looking at there. AAPL looking real good. And Amazon coming right back down into that area that we took the long off of, Dara, that 177.5, 177 2/3.
I said that was a good area.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's actually finding a whole lot of resistance. Here we go, guys. This is the top crest, lower top, and yeah, you guessed it, lower top again. So 4 lower highs in a row. The flat bottom break initially looked like it came in at that 179.50. I'm not going to say really flat bottom breakish, but this is a very clear downward channel, and now it's only up about 1.5% on the day. I guess the market was not that impressed with the earnings, so sorry, Andy. We'll have to see exactly what we get the rest of the day. All right, what else we have going on? So Softy did come back into VWAP, so it's not ready to bounce up quite yet. And the future, yeah, we're back down into the low 4s.
Oh, low. Yeah, the future kept falling there. I'm happy I got out where I did, honestly, because we did have that move back up to 70s. So just happy I got out when I saw a bit of the bounce in 60s. Shout out to anybody in this trade, though. This was a really fun trade. Happy I took it. These TQs still falling. SOXL and all those chips still falling to the downside as well. I tried to short that when we had a bit of a move back up into 34.20s. I was not fast enough. I did not come with the swiftness and viciousness. I was talking about the market coming with the swiftness and viciousness, but I was weirdly thinking about this on my way home yesterday. I was like, I need to approach the market with the same swiftness and viciousness. Why does this only apply to the market? And it doesn't always, you know what I mean? I think the market moves quickly. So it's like, if you have ideas you 100%. Like, you have to come at it with that aggressiveness. You have to show the market who's boss sometimes within reason with ideas you like.
I like it.
That caveat.
I like it.
You know what I mean? That's
very aggressive. I like that.
Thank you.
You have to be. I mean, because the market's not going to be nice to you.
Exactly. Right? The market is a bully. The market is a hater. The market will steal your money, steal your clothes, take your name,
whoa.
etc. I'm joking.
We should jail the market.
Right? I think it's like, well, you know, you were the lawyer. You could prosecute the market.
Oh my God, no, I can't.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. But yeah, shout out to everybody as well for the support, for the puns in the chat. I mean, hopefully they're not too punishing. Have some fun making it happy that people are able to enjoy. TQQ's making the shorts super happy as well here, trying to break below that previous area of support. I'm not, even if this bounces, we're not taking a long. I would rather take a short if we have another rejection. That's kind of going to be the play today. TQ's, SOXL, you want to give me a short opportunity? I would appreciate it. Tesla, I was looking at here because we're still kind of seeing that compression, still below the 90 MA, putting the compressla in Tesla. So I think we haven't really made any lower lows in a while, but I think the fact that we haven't really made any higher highs either makes this one very difficult to play unless we're taking some little you know, scalping moves. And Tesla's like, oh, you don't think I'm going lower? Making this move to the downside here, trying to push not a lot of volume on that Tesla, so I don't know what you're so excited about, but it is continuing to reject off that 9 EMA. There might be a short for me and its little sister Tesla. And you know what? I am going to take that short. So we're going to take this short $8. I like that position. We're going to take this short $8. It will not let me short Tesla. I used to be able to short Tesla.
Yeah, it flips. It flips.
I mean,
yeah,
look at
demand.
Tesla's,
It's the demand.
TSLS and see what's happening there. But either way, I like something on this Tesla-related thing. Chip spring season sale. Yeah, says Elon. Yeah, it looks like the chips may be on a discount this May.
They're tanking it, Dara. Look at this. All right, I got to show this over here. So this is my chips watch list. You'll see this. Everything and their mother's cousin is down, guys. I mean, 10% on AMD, 5.87 on NVIDIA. Intel's faring the best here, down like less than 1%. Obviously, SMCI, the monster, is down aggressively. So everything in chip world headed down. So keep your eye out on that. And this is the reflection of that down move, and it's on NVDA. And I'm feeling awfully silly for not having shorted this there. But alas, that's the way it kind of is with NVDA. It is finding some support right now for whatever reason at support level 2. I'm not inclined to really want to take anything off that level. I want to see exactly what it does at the 810 level. I think that might be interesting. But right now, if you tip that 812.50, you're already $4 in the money as quickly as that happens. So there you go. NVIDIA can just absolutely give. It can taketh and giveth. So yeah, do your thing there. All right, TSLA back into VWAP, guys. Look at this area. Everything subsequent to about 10 o'clock has rejected off VWAP. But I would say to you that the 200 period is also featuring into these. Look at this bump here. We clear VWAP by some distance, but we reject off the 200. The 200 is the blue line. I'm unsure exactly what to make of Tesla today, so I will leave it alone. But it does look like it's establishing a bit of a range. You could make the argument 181 to the high side, saving except for that pop over here, and essentially about 179.50 to the downside. So that's a decent $1.50 range on TSLA. We'll see exactly what it does here. VWAP coming in close. 181.11 is where the volume weighted average price is sitting. But look at this. Amazon all the way back down. So does it hold this trend line? And is this trend line a real deal? I think I'm going to give myself a shot. Oops. Where is my Amazon? There it is. I'm going to give my shot at these here levels on Amazon. I like this range. Let's try to play this range, Adara.
I mean, let's try to play this range. Some of my favorite words. So best of luck to you. Play that Amazon range. Like I said, I have been staying away a bit more from the mega cap tech stocks just because I'm first going live. But as I get more comfortable with buying things with larger share positions, I have no qualms about getting back involved in the mega cap tech. For now, though, I will live vicariously through Sharif's range trade. So shout out to you. Get that express delivery of that profit. Right now, I got involved in this SOXL short. We're going to have to see. This might have been a SOXL, and I should have probably waited a little bit more into 34s, which was that level. I like that 34s, 34.12s. But I noticed we kept rejecting below 34s, so I got involved 33.92s. Really trying to take this. I know this candle is a little bit bullish looking, which is why I am a bit hesitant, but it has had that weakness all day, and we haven't really been able to get off the schneid, to borrow a neologism that Sharif also uses here, and we're still not being able to break above 34s. I'm going to give this like 34.08, 34.05, just kind of that area here where we had that previous support. That's where I'm going to be looking to see what we do here. But if we can't even break above 34s, someone's plays his punch. That somebody's me. Pretty small position, just trying to get in the habit, especially with these kind of riskier, more vicious and swift moves, to get involved with levels I like, trying to take those profits. I want to see what we do here into 33.60s. So I'm risking, I think maximum 15 pennies, trying to make about 30 here because I want that break into 33.60. So please just punch with that. It does look, though, that the tides might be turning and this candle might be bullish. But you know what? As Sharif said, you can't take trades based on one candle. No. This is a bullish wick, mind you, but we still have that failure to break below 34, and we are weak in a lot of these chip names. AMD, let's look at, I haven't even looked at AMD in a while because it got AM destroyed off of those earnings. Lisa Sue and her Lisa suit could not save this name on earnings there with those revenue. Oh, this is I like this look here. This 144, look at that candle. We have this wick up above 145. This is a bearish wick if I've ever seen one. Then we fly to the downside. I sound like a sports announcer or an auctioneer, but you know, these stocks move quickly. Now we're trying to break above the 90 MA, and AMD's like, what are you talking about? Continuing to the downside here. So my stock sell also moving a little bit down. AMD, NVIDIA, you want to keep moving to the downside, I'd be pleased as punch. However, much like StockSal, it's interesting, AMD and NVIDIA, but especially AMD, forming this little bullish candle here, which we have that in AMD's case, wick down into 142, trying to come eat it back up. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. I think things could get a little bit spicy in these chips. I am involved through StockSal, so hopefully we're going to have to see if we can turn that into a StockSW as AMD tries to maybe curl up a little bit here.
40 pennies, quick as wind. Got in 176.82, out 177.12. Done with that trade. Super, super quick right there. So sorry, that's not 40 pennies. That's 30 pennies. I can count. I can count. But this is the trade that I'm now looking at. So we were talking about softy at the 50 period. Oh, baby. I mean, I can't even see the body of this candle because it's blending in with the 50 period. So thin is the body, right? So that means the bulls were really buying this monster up into that 392 territory. I think it got down into that 2/3. I like this. I hate to have to trade softy on one candle, as Adara just astutely pointed out, but I did have my eye on that level. So it's not like I was, I'm being super random about this level. 393 or thereabouts is where we are currently trading. The volume weighted average price is at 393, I want to say 40 or mid 40, no, 40 or high 30s, somewhere in and around there. All right, there it goes. I think this holds. I don't know what to do here. I'm unsure of whether to get in at these levels or not. What is softy? It's up 1%. What are we doing here on these markets? Let me mull this one over. So we are getting a bit of a bounce in the future. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly if I want to take this trade, and if I take it, how much room do I give it? So there is this price action support over here at 392.60. So that's interesting. So if we break that level, I can say to myself, well, the trade's wrong at that level. Right? Yeah, it's not really bouncing up with the vigor that I'd like. I'm going to steer clear of this trade. I may end up regretting it. I think I probably will end up regretting it. You know what? Eek. Yeah, I'm unsure what to do here. All right, so someone was asking me in the chat what indicators I'm using, and just to explain them real quick, shout out to RS. So I think it was RS, yeah. So here it is, RS. Okay, so on my chart, you're going to see some colorful lines, and I'm sorry, the green solid line, not the green dotted. So that's a dotted. This is the solid. The solid line is a 10-period exponential moving average. I only use exponential moving averages. I don't use simple. The yellow is the 20. The red is the 50, and this here blue, navy blue, is the 200. You'll also see dotted lines on my chart, and let me see if I can show you. Yes. So the green dotted is the pivot point. And the pivot point, if you don't know what it is, go to the YouTube home channel for Trader TV, type in pivot points, and Adara's lesson and eyes will come up on that. So you'll be able to know exactly what those are. So that green dotted line is pivot. Above that, you're going to see two lines off blue. You'll see the aqua and the navy. That's resistance level 1, resistance level 2. Same thing with the two lines, dotted lines below the green one, the red and the orange. That's support level 1, support level 2 on pivots. I like to incorporate pivots sometimes into my calculations. So I'll always keep them up there. Now, I should mention to you that I don't always use every moving average and every indicator on my chart. One thing that I've always kind of tried to champion is what is the indicator respecting on that day? It's incumbent upon you to figure that out, right? And obviously you have to make observations and watch the chart to see what is featuring on the day. Is it the 50 period that day? Sometimes it's the 10 and the 20, and they take turns being areas of either support or resistance. I mentioned at the top of the show, sometimes the more superficial retracements will come into that 10 period. Some others will go into the 20 period, the deeper ones. So that is something to keep in mind there. I'm long softy, so come what may now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to we're out of the SOX L to take a little bit of a SOX L on that. Like I said, it was a little bit riskier, and I should have waited to see what we did at this level, because this level I like better anyway, this 34.15. We broke above that 34.10. I got out, did take an L on this. That SOX L, I am down on the day on it, but you know what, as I said, you can be down on the day and always up on your attitude. So we're ready to take the next trade. This was a level I like better anyway. Should have been more patient. If we still fail here, I have no qualms about going short at this level. The one thing, though, too, I want to address, because I know people said this in the chat as well, and I think this is valid, always being cautious of getting out of a trade or getting back into a trade after it hits your stop loss level. I think sometimes, too, though, it can sometimes be a user error. And by that, I mean the level that you chose might just not have been right the first time, right? I knew it was a little bit riskier taking this short at that below 34 levels. So that was, a little bit on me as well, right? I think if we still stay below this 9 EMA and stay below this 34.40 area, which I kind of mentioned earlier, we could get back in, but I do not want to be too hasty. Shout out to the Spice Girls. I want to make sure that I'm making decisions that make sense before I get involved. Couple names to mention for people. Renata asking about Boeing 170. And I have thoughts on Boeing 170. I looked at that chart for you, so I want to take a look at this. Boeing 170. So yeah, sorry, I guess we already missed it. We broke above, but this is what I wanted to say is, to me, it looked a bit more flat top breaky than it did a short. And by that, I mean, we had this double touch of that 170, then we made a higher low, had that bounce off the 9 EMA. So sorry, Renata, I wasn't able to get to this earlier, but yeah, I do think the fact that we had that kind of higher low setup here with those failed wicks below that 169.20 area, it did look a little bit of a longer side. So I'm sorry I wasn't able to get to that earlier. Generally, though, I like the support as well at that 168.50. If we do end up falling that 168.50 area, could get a little bit spicy. I remember when Boeing was at like 250s. Boeing, how the mighty have fallen. How they have fallen.
Unreal, eh?
It's scary.
Yeah, and it's sad because I feel like it's a great American company. It's a company that I really respect. You know how much I have an affinity for airplanes, so it goes without saying. I cared about Boeing, right? And what, like,
you do like airplanes.
I do. I want to be a fighter pilot as a kid. So I mean, I really did, though. Yeah. Anyway, so it's sad for me to see this whole thing, but nobody has a right to be in business, and that's what my old man tells me all the time. The market determines whether you stay in business or not. So you got a chance, Boeing. Fix your ways, I mean, and get it together, and I'm sure we'll all be good with you. All right, we're long on MSFT, looking for this bottoming tail candle to hold up and see if we can move into that 394.5, 395-ish area. I'm going to pack my patience. The future, it's not off the bottoms or anything, but definitely off. We rejected 17.4, and that I missed completely. So I was completely oblivious to the fact that we just touched the 100-point level there, and I'm disappointed in myself for having missed that because I should have been alive to that fact, and alas, we're about 58 points above it now. Now, what is making a retracement to the high side with this latest future pump? Well, it goes by the ticker NVDA, and it's coming right back into that 822-ish area, which is where that 10-period exponential is hanging out. And you look at last time, we did reject that 10-period exponential. But it's just not about the 10-period. It's about this price action bottom. Look at this, 23 to 22.50. That conflates with the 10-period moving average, so that could be an interesting area of resistance. Above that, we have the 20 hanging out at 826 3/4. The deeper retracements come into the 20. So if you are watching that, let me know how it goes. All right, we wet our beak on some profits on the soft one, so happy about that, but definitely not out of the woods here. Looking for a 394, 394.50 retracement. It doesn't look like it's forthcoming quite yet, and I am starting to doubt this trade. I'll tell you why. We got some profits, but that doesn't mean the trade is valid. They're two separate things. This aggressive buy up on this bottoming tail candle, to me, kind of indicated that buyers really like that level, and they bought it up with aggression, so much so they took it about 75 pennies off the bottom, and then it skyrocketed back up. And so I expected the exuberance would continue, but it doesn't look like it is, because the two candles that followed it, the two 5-minute candles, are quite anemic in their pop back up. So, I de-risked a little bit here so I can continue to hold this a little bit. We'll see exactly what we get on the soft one as it tries to hold that 50-period volume-weighted average look. All right, we talked about Tesla also having a possible range, between that 181 and that 179.50, well, that looks like it's in question. Where it's in question too, though, like where does it reject off, that's a point of contention. What I can see, though, is off the initial high on that IB high, shout out to Dan the Man Emmons, into 184, we've put in incrementally lower highs. The last high was off that 182 rejection, which was a little bit below the 200 period on the 5. So we're almost at 181.50 now. So I'll be looking for a lower high than this 182. Perhaps we top off maybe at 170, 180, 175, maybe something a little bit lower if this lower high, lower high, lower high trend on Tesla is to hold up. All right. Anything else? Yes, Amazon bouncing nicely off that initial area that we talked about. So that trend, that downward channel, I should say, still intact on the Amazonian. Possible short here at 178, 178 and a quarter to play within that same range that has been on Amazon all day long. What's up, Adara? Oh, hold on. I got a couple of tags here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Kendall Lopez, also that NVIDIA level forms confluence with the fib. You can't just say confluence and expect me not to hit the bang. Shout out to you. Yeah, you're good point with you on that. I didn't actually have the fibs out for NVIDIA, so I wouldn't exactly know. Dan the Man Emmons, what's up, my man? Shaking hands with you as well. Escobar, Home 2.0. What? I don't know
what the future is, I think.
Future. TCH, not FUGE. Sorry, the futures. And what I mean by that is the NQ June contract. I chart the NQ, but that doesn't mean you have to trade the NQ. There's the MNQ, there's the T triple Qs, there's the triple Qs, the S triple Qs. All these are derivatives of the same product. You don't have to trade the NQ. That's, you know, the big boys do that. The Aruns and the Seans and stuff trade the NQ. That's a monster.
Well, you've traded the NQ as well.
Yeah, it's maddening,
To good
though.
effect.
Yeah.
To good effect. So, yeah, I just want to shout out Sharif there because he's not going to shout himself out. Sharif has traded
Appreciate
the
you.
QQQs.
Appreciate you, Adira.
The 2Qs. Or the
What are you
NQ.
looking at?
So, shout out to you. I am actually, ironically, looking at the Qs.
Oh.
So, I'm short the Qs here. I am aware we are in a bit of an upturn, but I want to talk about this. So I liked initially we were failing to break above that 5180s level. Now, I mentioned this 5180s earlier. Support in the pre, a little bit of a resistance earlier, 1015. That was my stop initially for this other attempt at a short here. And we're still struggling. We're below. If we break above that 5190 area, which happens to coincide with VWAP, but the reason I like it were these little bounces earlier, then I'll get out. That's fine. I'm okay with being wrong. When you're wrong, you're wrong. But if I like an area, I want to take it. I want to take it with that viciousness. I want to take it with that swiftness. I want to show the TQs who's boss. TQ&A over here. Hopefully the answer is a successful trade, but we'll have to find out. Wait and see. Also, shout out to Ponzi because I think he wanted to shout out earlier. So shout out to Ponzi.
What's the
What's the Lambo trade?
Yeah, well, no, we always play off it, right?
What's the Bronco trade?
There you go.
I keep seeing the same Bronco at the same intersection, not every day on my walk to work, but every couple weeks. It's a very like slate gray Bronco that is a gorgeous vehicle. So shout out to the Bronco.
Slate gray?
Yeah, it's a nice Bronco.
Is it Nardo gray?
I don't know.
Okay, well, we're going to have to show you
a
a sample and then
nice
get
gray.
your opinion. But I want to update everyone on the Katina Man's trades, baby. Katina Man still short AMZN 182.02. Shout out to him. And what's this 146.96, Katina Man? AMD short 146.90, essentially 147 on AMD. $4 and $5 in the money. Excuse me while I do this for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There he is. There he is. Hello. All right, so shout out to you, Katina Man. Awesome trades on that. And then we have to show you Nardo Gray now, Adira. I mean, I kind of prefaced it a little bit. Look, it's a newer color, and it's kind of like an earth gray. And I know you're all about your earth colors.
I am.
Is it this? Is it this and the Nardo Gray?
It was close.
Oh, are we going to get
maybe a little bit more
demonetized?
blue-
We're going to get
blue.
demonetized.
But also, Neil's ready to go. I think.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Is it this kind of color?
Okay, I think it is that. It's a little bluer.
It's a little
It's
bluer.
a little bit bluer.
Gotcha,
But shout out
okay.
to that vehicle. It's a great car, and it's weird that I keep seeing it there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Ramin said we should have searched the Bronco Gray, so we'll have the Bronco
Oh,
Gray
Nardo
for
Gray.
you when we have that Google. Okay, Ramin's seen the exact Bronco color, so thank you, Ramin. But as we find that Bronco, we will also find Neil's lesson of the day.
Hello there. It's all about the lesson of the day today, and we always talk about FOMO, 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 the fear of missing out. Got a question, and it was today, like, it was more of a comment, like, thank you for getting rid of my FOMO. And I thought about that for a second, and my first thing was, like, you don't get rid of FOMO. That's a reality. The fear of missing out is just, like, we're all human beings. It's human nature, right? If a good opportunity is out there, the boys have a good night out at the bar, you had to stay home, and you're like, oh, crap, I missed that opportunity. It was a heck of a lot of fun. You know, you're going to feel it emotionally. Like, we're not robots. So whether it's a good trading opportunity that either you weren't at the desk, maybe you talked yourself out of it, maybe you got wicked out of it, all these sorts of things can happen to the point where something worked and you didn't get the profit from it. Or even a situation where it worked and you didn't get the entire move out of it. So there's all these different ways in which you can get FOMO. And I think if you're trying to not eliminate it, because like I said, you're not getting rid of something like that. We're humans, we breathe. You can't stop breathing. You can't stop, when you're a parent, you can't stop worrying about your kids. Like, you can do your best, but at some point, there's things you're gonna worry about. So you have to understand it's gonna happen to you. I find one of the biggest things you can do is stay present and stay in the moment. And I know that's gonna feel like, yeah, but if you're too present and focusing on the charts and focusing on the stocks, what's gonna end up happening is you can then overthink things. But if you have a plan of action and you have a style of trade and you have yourself a routine, I mean stay in that presence. So one of the easiest ways to get FOMO is to start jumping and looking at every single move, or expanding to every single stock, or reacting to every single comment. But if you sort of stick to your normal plan of action, which is to wait for your entry point, define your plan. If you're not in something and it's not at the level, then do whatever it is that you normally do. Like, if I'm sitting here looking at SMCI wanting an SSR bounce, and this is the one I want to open with. Now, it went 10% down at the open. The problem here for me was it wasn't 10% down when we were doing our pre-market prep. Like, the stock had already bounced $40 to $50. So instead of being 10% down, it was like 8% down, and it wasn't going to open up SSR. When it opens up SSR, you get that immediate flush and then pull back opportunity. So if you look at something like, here's the example, like here's check. Like, this is what I'm thinking SMCI could do. You get that immediate flush, hold the bid, just get into it, and then you're just sitting in the trade right off the open, pretty much exactly the plan. We've seen it like time and time again. So you come in thinking SMCI has a chance to do that. Instead, it's just grinding up, so a lot of that gets thrown out the window. Right at 9:30, there's the dump, the gigantic wick holding the pre-market bottom. That's like, it goes right back up through like 735 in here, and then there's like a $25 move. It is so easy in that situation if you're looking for that bounce play right into VWAP as well. Well, that's it, I missed it. You know, the only thing you can do there is just go back to your normal routine. And if I'm not in something, it's look only for the setups that I liked. You know, stick with it. Like, if I sit there staring at SMCI, which I missed that setup, I'm going to just encourage that FOMO. So I know what I was doing there. I was looking over, okay, where's AMD? Do I like it? Do I not like it? Where's Chegg? Do I like it? Do I not like it? Just going right down through my list of stocks until there was a setup that I liked. And it's tedious, and you can feel like you're missing out on the things that are moving, but ultimately, you know, that's what you have to do, whatever your process might be. Now, you'll see my partner Sean here a lot of times, like, sitting back chilling. That's fine too. It's whatever keeps you present and not staring at that one thing that you know is going to cause you to overtrade. The second thing about FOMO is to have a plan and stick to it. And I've said this before. If you can't articulate your execution plan, then you shouldn't take the trade. And when I say articulate, I just mean what's the stock you're trading and why. What's the direction you want to trade it in? What's an area of interest you want to trade it? And then what are you looking for to happen to get in? Is it a specific price? Is it a higher low after this? Is it a bounce off VWAP? Is it the 50-period moving average? Whatever. What's your execution region in? And then where is your out? Once you have all of that, if you've at least said that out loud to yourself or put it down in a plan, you're at least some level making yourself accountable to it. And this actually happened where I know like there was a couple of people in the chat when I was in the SMCI, like you'll look at me, I was long in here. It doesn't seem like a big loss, but it's a $4 hit in there. And it ends up bouncing. There's $5 you could have had. There's a higher low right in there that's $8 or $9. So it'd be easy to get that FOMO. Oh, Neil, you really, if you just hung on to that trade, like you had it at that bottom for the play. But you know why I didn't get FOMO? Right before I got in, and actually right here, 15 minutes before the trade even happened, I said, there's your wick bottom at the 720 level. It needs to come back underneath, and then my execution plan is punch long back through 720, get tight to the 720 level, and then give it underneath the 17. And that's the execution plan. So had my plan been hold it underneath 15, and I got out without that happening, I'd be mad. But I gave it my execution plan. I was never going to trade it another way. So I can't even pretend like, oh, Neil, you missed out on the trade. No, I didn't miss out on it. My execution plan resulted in a losing trade. So that was always going to be the case. But if you sit there without, I don't know whether I'm going to or not, I don't know where I'm going to get out, or you kind of play it by ear, yeah, maybe I'll get out if it breaks a low, maybe I'll just give it more. If you're just guessing at it, then suddenly, if that turns into a losing trade, you're more apt to get the FOMO. You know, yes, you might also hold it because you don't have a stop and it works out. But if you lose when you don't have a defined plan, it's going to be easy to say, oh man, well, you know, this could have worked. Let's just get in again. Let's just trade it again because that could have worked. Look at that $10 move. But if I know this was my plan, I followed it and it lost, over time, you're going to realize that is a better way to go about things. And just to give you an idea what patience looks like I wanted the SSR bounce play. I didn't trade this stock until 10:30. You know, I was in CGC, and that was one of the things. You saw me in it like multiple times in the open. It was the first thing I traded. It didn't work. Took it a second time, didn't work. It took it a third time, didn't work. But look at the gap in between. I waited patiently from setup to setup, like 15, 20 minutes, whatever it was, because you just wait for the next level. Allow it to set back up. Notice, wick bottom, higher low. Same execution plan. Broke down, get out. Scalp some out for winning trade. But when you are patient and you just wait around for like one specific thing to happen, I didn't get into Pinterest till after 10 o'clock. That was a bounce play. And it just comes down to having a process. For me, in the first 15 to 30 minutes at the open, if I'm not in the trade, then I am just going right through my list in order. If I have 6 or 7 stocks and levels that I'm looking for, I'm going, is pins at a level? Yes, no, not yet. Have my order, scanning it. Is NEO at my level yet? Okay, it was down here. No, don't like it. Is it above 5 yet? Is it breaking out? Okay, now we like it. Then we put some trades on. That didn't happen until 9:48. Like we sat that out for 15 minutes. The stock went up 10% almost. And we didn't even trade it until it was above the $5 level. And again, it's just about scanning through. I was checking AMD multiple times. Do I like AMD? Is it AMD at the level I liked? It didn't break 45 until my first trade in AMD wasn't until 11 o'clock. And this was a name that was on my list, but it didn't. Did it get to the fade level I liked at 54? No. So you just kind of stick to your plan. Scan through one after another. It's tedious. People call it boring, but if you have yourself a process, that's the best way to get through FOMO. And it's so easy when so much is happening around you in the first 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes of the market that you can get yourself wrapped up in, I've got to be in something. And if you don't have a plan of action and a process and a routine that you can follow, then you're going to fall into being into everything. So it doesn't matter what your trading style is, how many stocks you trade, how many setups you trade. As long as you stick to that plan, and when there is nothing there, do something to keep you in the pocket and present and not chasing whatever unicorn is out there. I think that's going to help you with your FOMO. I think patience is obviously going to be a virtue, but find what works for you. Heck, if you do crosswords until your alert sets up, that's fine as well. If you go for a walk and get a verbal alert in your ear, that's fine. It's just find something that works for you. Because if you're going to be sitting in front of screens, the market's always going to seem like it has an opportunity every 2 seconds. The question is it your opportunity? Is it the one that you want? So always be scanning for the ones that you like, define them first, and then just wait for them. FOMO is going to happen to you. The best you can do is reduce it and limit it. You are never going to get rid of FOMO. You can only hope to control that problem. That's the lesson of the day. Let's get right back at it. Good luck in the markets, everybody.
Thank you very much, Neil. Awesome as always, my man. Neil dropping hot lines every day around the noon hour. Catch that every day on How to Trade. Neil's lesson of the day, baby, at 12. All right, Adair, while Neil was dropping hot lines, we did, bounce off a little bit here off that 17.4 on the future. I still haven't wet my beak on the last little bit there on the softy trade. I was looking for a 394 pop and break, but alas, it does look like it's having a bit of trouble with that 2/3 of a dollar. So I'm just going to continue to pack my patience on this trade, but it does look like the future may be rejecting the volume weighted average price from the south side. And the reason that that's important is because last time it broke it to the north side. And yes, by not breaking VWAP this time, that makes yet a lower high. So now we have 4 lower highs in a row if we kind of crest out here and move right back down, maybe touch around 17.4 again. So we'll keep an eye on the future. And I did secure some NVDL shorts vis-a-vis the Katina Man. So the Katina Man was great, nice enough to be able to get me some of those with his manager's account, and now I'm locked and loaded on NVDL shorts. Now NVDL today is a pay for shorts kind of thing, and we've been popping into the 10 period, the 50 period as well. So I'm looking to get short here. I will look to defend that 33 I had up in a different screen. Let me just tell you what the 20 period is on NVDL on the 5. I will be looking to defend 33.15-ish in and around there. If we can get something around that, I will be looking to wet my beak at those levels. So we'll see exactly what we get, and if we can get a nicer move down on NVDL. I've been looking to short this, but didn't have any shorts. So now we've got them, and now we're short, and we already got the first profit taker, but it's got a trigger. So we'll see exactly what happens there. All right, what else is going on over here? I'm just keeping an eye on that. Softy still doing its thing, so we'll pack our patience on that. What's your look, Adair, before I start the lesson du jour?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're going short a chip, and I'm going short SOXL, so I think we're definitely both taking chips with a rip there. Rip short. I know Opie said chips with a dip. I think you can flip that for the short side. I don't know if I'm going to get filled on this. I wanted 20s. I just keep missing. There we go. This is the area I liked last time, too. You know what, Adair? If you like it, try to get involved. I don't want to chase, but this is a level I like. This is a level that I let pass me by on the other way last time, and this isn't going to keep passing me by. Shout out to Farside passing me by. I want to get involved. I want to have the fist pumps like Sharif there with the chips. I want to be where the people are. Shout out to the Little Mermaid, and I want all the smoke. So let's try to get involved. I think I might have been a little bit slow on this, but SOXL, if you want to go up like 1 penny, 2 pennies more, we will be getting involved in this short. Me thinking I can coax the stock, that's fun. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see here. I did like that level. I just really do not know if this is meant to be. I do not think SOXL wants me in there. SOXL has like FOMO about, yeah, we're gonna take off without me, I think, but that's all good. Please just punch. If you do come back into that level, I still have my order ready. I'm ready for you, SOXL. If you take the time to change your mind, I'll be at the other side of the door. SOXL, the main thing I'm looking at,
Nice.
though.
Yeah. All right, 20 pennies in the money on this NVDL short. Like, I have to start the lesson, so I don't want to end this trade, but I'm not managing this trade while I'm doing the lesson. It's just not my style. So we'll get out here at the nice little profit taker, and we are exactly about 5 pennies in the money on the softy long. I'm going to get out of this as well because I do need to concentrate. So let's do this. I'm not good at multitasking. That sucks, but that's kind of me. All right, let's get to the lesson du jour, baby. We are talking about the price target entry within the context of the gap and go strategy. That's what we're talking about all week, gap and go. So if you're all about that, join us today, tomorrow, and Friday, because we'll be talking about gap and go. So the gap and go strategy thrives on strong price movements, but what if you want to avoid that initial frenzy and secure a potentially better price? The frenzy I'm talking about is the open, the 930 open. So price target entry, which is a variation of the gap and go, offers a potential solution. This lesson explores how to set price targets and strategically enter trades based upon them. So let's get right to business. So the challenge of the entry. So let's talk a little bit about this. The standard gap and go strategy often involves buying or selling, if you're going short, at the open of a gap, right? Aiming to capitalize on that anticipated trend. However, this approach does have drawbacks. Now, I'm just going to pause here for a second, because if you didn't join us yesterday and the day before, the gap and go strategy, what you're doing here is you're looking for something that gapped up above the prior day close. So if we closed at $400, I'm just giving you a random number, on Meta yesterday, and we're opening today at 9:30 at 4.05, then you're said to have gapped up $5 from the previous close to today's open. That's what the limits are for the gap. That's where you're judging the gap. So the whole point of that strategy is to kind of bank on the momentum. And so you're thinking, okay, 930 is going to come and go. We're going to continue to head up. So you buy at the open. This is something called a market on open order, and you typically take it when there is a gap. So that's the very basic strategy. Now we're going to play off that strategy and see if there are any variations that can help fine-tune it. And that's what I'm talking about here, Ram. Okay, so the challenge of the entry, first and foremost, you get an unfavorable entry price. Typically, early buying might lead to a higher entry price than necessary. If you're buying market on open, you'll typically get, somewhere around the open price, a little above, a little bit below. You could possibly get a better price, and that is if you wait for a pullback. And the other issue is the challenge of the entry is the market volatility. Have you ever traded at 930, especially these large caps, these Mag 7? They're moving like crazy, right? You can't get a read on it. They're blowing through indicators, they're blowing through levels, and it's typically a frenzy. So the opening moments can be quite volatile, as I'm sure a lot of our viewers know, which makes it difficult to assess the true direction of the name. So a little bit above, a little bit below, and you have no idea what the hell's going on. And there's also the lack of confirmation about getting long or short right at that open. Buying right at the open, or selling for that matter, runs the risk of a false breakout or breakdown, or a lack of continuation in the move. So that is the challenge of the entry based on the regular market on open strategy. But the price target entry strategy to the rescue, baby. So the price target entry addresses the above concerns by incorporating specific price targets for your entry rather than simply buying at the open. Here is the process. I'm going to outline 4 things you need to look at. First, you need to identify gappers. I mentioned this at the top. I'll mention it again. I get myself a scanner like this, and you see this column over here where it says gap. I can sort these by what is gapping the most, and then I can choose whichever one I like based upon volume, because we know volume is very important in addition to the gap. Why? Because there's a lot of eyes on it. The more volume, the better, okay? That's what you're looking for there. So get yourself a scanner and get yourself a gap one with a gap column so that you can sort the gaps. Then, once you've identified the gappers, you're going to look to the names that you've narrowed down to, and you're going to analyze their trends. You're going to use technical analysis to confirm the intended direction of the trend. You're looking for things like supporting indicators and moving averages and or trend lines. So you're trying to gauge where this chart may lead to. Is it a bullish chart? Are there higher highs and higher lows? Is it conversely? Are there lower lows and lower highs? So you're trying to make an assessment about the direction of the trend once you find the gap. And then after that, once you've decided whether you're long bias or short bias, you're going to set your target, right? Based on your analysis and your risk tolerance, determine a price target slightly above the gap or below the gap if you're looking to short. This target represents your ideal entry point. So if it was like that example that I gave earlier, 400, I'm just giving any random number, 400 on Meta was the closing print from yesterday. Today we gap into 405. So maybe I'm looking for something below 405, 403, 402.5. Maybe that's a little too ambitious. Maybe 404. Shout out to the highway. Sorry, I had to do that. I had to do it.
I think the highway appreciated it.
There's a highway in Toronto called the 404. That's all you need to know about that lame joke. And then, shout out to Refrain. All right, and then, so once you've set your target based upon where the gap is, you're gonna place what I would suggest to you, a limit order. I would suggest not a market order in the beginning of the trading day because you can absolutely have a ton of slippage. Slippage is, you know, if you put a market order, say $400.10, the market order could fill you at $400.50. It's theoretically possible. And so that difference between the 10 cents to the 50, 40 pennies, that's going to be your slippage, okay? So place a limit order. Don't chase the market price. Instead, place a limit order at your chosen price. This ensures you only enter the trade if the price reaches your desired level. One thing I would suggest here, if your platform allows you, you can have a triggering price and a limit price. The triggering price triggers the order. The limit price says to the computer, pay up to as much as this, okay? So if you have that in your system, I would suggest using a stop limit order rather than just your run-of-the-mill limit, okay? But not everybody's gonna have that on the platform. So what are the benefits of the price entry strategy for Gap and Go? Well, potentially better entry price. We already mentioned that. By not going on market on open and waiting for a retracement, if it goes in your way, which is up if you're long bias, then you get a better price. You get a dip trade. Who could say no to that? So by waiting for a pullback, you might get a lower entry price compared to buying at the open. You also reduce your risk by using this strategy. You avoid the initial volatility of the gap on the open, potentially limiting your initial risk. So that's important as well. And discipline and patience. This strategy requires both of those things. You need discipline and patience to execute this strategy effectively. It forces you to wait for confirmation of the trend before entering. So I kind of like it for that. And the levels. Waiting to enter the trade gives you a better sense of what levels a stock is respecting and what areas might make sense for stop losses and profit takers. Couldn't agree more with that, Adair. And here are some considerations you need to keep in mind if you're going to employ this strategy. The missed opportunities, they are real. The price might not reach your target. Keep in mind, you're setting a limit order below the gap. So by definition, that gap may not get entered again, right? So it may not break below 405, it may just go. And you take that risk. Volatility as well. Even with a target, right? Be prepared for short-term price fluctuations around your target zone. Just because you've identified what you think is a good area to put in a dip trade doesn't mean the market gives a you-know-what about your entry, and you could absolutely get blown through, and it could dip just above 400, so could look to fill the gap, the entire gap, and that is a real consideration when trading right at the open. And order management. Consider using trailing stop orders to manage risk as the price moves in your favor. You often see Neil employing these trailing stops when he's in the money on a position. And he does that, obviously, to secure the profits. So get familiar with trailing stops if you already have it. And also, if your position size allows you, before your profit taker, you can wet your beak and de-risk, so you can take some profits along the way if your position size and risk management allows you. And the takeaway from all this, guys, is that price target entry injects strategy into the gap and go. You don't just blindly go in market on open. By setting a target and using limit orders, you can potentially improve your entry price and manage risk a bit more effectively here at Adara.
Yeah, thank you for that lesson there. And I want to say as well, too, I think with the beak wetters, what I do sometimes is if I have a specific trade, this is just for Gap, this is for trading in general, that I want, that's part of my strategy, then you might want to take a few more shares to have room to disperse, spread the love to the different areas that you're trying to profit take, right? So I just want to put that out there. Also, I've talked about Soxel because this was a winning trade, but this is not a trade that felt like a win in my heart. I have to say, I said that really dramatically and weirdly with a pseudo-Southern accent. That was not intentional, but let's talk about SOXL. Because, basically what happened was I said I didn't want to be chasey. I was a little bit chasey. I little bit of a chase in this move. I wanted initially 25s, couldn't get it. I ended up getting 16s. Then we kind of broke into near 30s. We were dancing with that 90 MA, and I was getting a little bit diced, but I didn't want to panic sell. I said, Adara, wait to see what we do here at this earlier area. We did make a higher low, so I continued to the downside. Ended up getting out around 34s because we were struggling to break 34s at the time. But then I was initially looking for 90s. If I'd stayed in, I would have gotten 90s. The point I'm trying to make is, don't go chasing waterfalls. Go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the levels and the trends that you're used to.
Yo, you sing a lot better than me. I'm not singing anymore after you did that.
Don't do that. We like singing. But yeah, so anyway, so the point of, in all seriousness, I think my trading needs some TLC in that regard because I really should have been waiting for my levels instead of chasing. That being said, this looks like it could be a bit flat bottom breakish. So if we keep seeing these rejections here, I kind of like that 34.10, 34 area rejection. I might miss it, but I'm definitely not going to chase it here. I'm happy with what I did with that, but I'm also not proud of myself in other ways, so I wanted to hold myself to account for that in front of everybody here. Slightly down in the day, looking for new opportunities. TQ continuing to stream to the downside, but I don't really have any levels I love on that. If anybody's seeing any stocks they're liking that they think we should take a look at, anything that looks really cool, let me know. Patience is a real superpower, says Diggle Boy. Shout out to you. I agree. Patience, I've always said, is not the virtue that I necessarily have here. Centering here, seeing a TLC reference and raising one. Creepers rising up for Adara. Yeah, definitely. SOXL creeping to the downside without me a little bit, but we're going to have to see what's in the water. What else are people looking at? If there's anything you guys like, anything you think is a little bit rangy or anything like that, I like a range trade, definitely let us know. But I see someone isn't Google searching for.
I am.
Already in one.
I am. I'm also very disappointed in myself for this Microsoft trade. I had to get out because I had to do the lesson, but there we go. The idea was sound, and there goes Softy through 394. I'm thinking, 395 retracement. At least there was a whole bunch of consolidation, as you can see here on the on Microsoft. The top end there was 395. So good luck for anybody looking for that long. But I got to tell you, the future is a symphony of lower highs and lower lows. So you can't run away from this trend, baby. This trend is staring at me in the face, and these lower highs and lower lows on this here future is quite telling, okay? And here we go. Looks like we're going to maybe come back down again to 17.4. If we do, I don't think that spells, good news for my goggles trade. Yes, goggles is up 1 1/3%. Yes, it is at VWAP. But so what? If the market starts trending down, so is Google. So we'll see exactly what we get here on goggles. Where is my goggles?
So VIK opened that IPO there.
Oh yeah,
thank you. It's kind of around
just
the 20s.
Interrupt me next
okay,
time.
sorry.
Just interrupt me. Yeah.
I mean, it's not. We're not. I'll switch to the 1 minute here. We're not doing too much. We kind of had to move up into 21, 25. Fell below here. This is nice volume here. Below 10 mil, 9.65 mil. We've got the book and the tape up here. About a 3-penny spread, 2-penny spread, so not a bad look. I have no qualms about trading an IPO if it sets up in a way I like. I did take that Reddit IPO in the sim, and we had a nice trade on that, so I have no problem doing that. Looks right there now, though. VIK starting to pick up some steam. Okay, wider spread now, breaking to the upside. Still kind of struggling, getting decisively above that 40s area, and as I say that, I'm sure it'll break into 50s, but VIK trying to push higher here. Shout out to anybody who's in this, but of course, always be cautious. Stop loss nation over here, especially with these IPO-related trades. So I want to put that out there. VIK is open. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for pointing that one out. This is not as much on my radar as it should have been. But hey, look at this. If you want to see us move with these markets every day, like and subscribe. We are almost at 450,000 subscribers. We'd love to see you guys here every day.
I'm willing to bet Ram's upset that it no longer says 420.
Oh, I'm sure she's displeased as punch. Yeah. Oh, it's because it was 449, 449.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you, Ramin, for that.
Got
I
you,
know you
Ram.
like the number patterns and the numerology and stuff. So that's,
yeah.
That's very cool. Thank you for putting that out. 449. 449, trying to make that number continue.
I love it. Sounds like an infomercial, eh?
Right?
449. All right, let's keep an eye on that. Nice move up there into 165.05 on goggles, so we'll take a bit of a quicker profit taker there. But Softy is just on the way up, guys. Unreal move here for the soft one off the VWAP dip. Look, I don't think it even held VWAP. I think this was a 50-period dance in the same way that we had a 50-period dance there from 9:45 into 10:10. So 50-period featuring, and that's why I said to you guys, you know, have the moving averages on your chart. You don't necessarily have to use all of them. Look at what it's respecting on the day. If it's respecting it, use it. If it's not, don't. That's really what it comes down to. Anyway, Softy, nice move up off 393 at the 50 period, looking to knock on the door of 394.5, which is the lower end, or a quarter, actually, I should say. So we talked about that 395 being the area top for this consolidation area. Well, it looks like 394.25, the consolidation area low. So we just bumped up to, I think, a fifth. So just below a quarter here. So we could find a little bit of resistance at these here levels. We'll keep an eye on that. I just tried to get short NVDL again. I don't know why it didn't let me get short. It kept trying to sell, and I had nothing to sell. Like, what's going on here? Yeah, like, see? And anyway, it's not letting me short NVDL. I want to short, hey? Refresh, yeah. Good call. But it does look like NVDA is headed down again after rejecting just below the 20 period on the 5. And this is what caused me to get some of these shorts here on NVDL. Looks like we're topping out a little bit here. Now, you could make the argument that it's not really respecting the 20 period as much as it is respecting these consolidation area lows. It did this twice already. So look at this consolidation area low over here from between 10 a.m. till around 10:25. And then look where the consolidation area high is for this area between 11:15 and 11:45. It's the same area as the low. And then it did it yet again over here with this area consolidation low acting as this area's consolidation high. So it's interesting how it's flipping like that on every occasion, not really respecting the 20. Did respect the 10 on occasions, but the 20 hasn't featured all that much, it looks like, right here on NVDA. So I'll be looking to get a better entry price now that it's curled down a little bit here on NVDA if I'm going to go short again, but it's an interesting look here. All right, let me go back into my goggles trade. So we wet our beak there for a nice winner, and then now we're 3 pennies out of the, one penny out of the money now as it comes right back into that entry. I'm not taking goggles out here because I feel VWAP may hold on Google. So with the position that I have left, I'm going to pack my patience for a possible move, maybe into the quarter or $0.50 Idera.
Someone else is in Google with you too. Sean says he's trying long Google. So yeah, there, you don't have to search for companionship at the trade. You found it.
Hey.
Shout out to Google. So I am in Pfizer right now. Shout out to Pass Overdose for mentioning this one. I said I was looking for something kind of rangy, something playing levels, and this Pfizer is kind of interesting. I think this could be a bit of a flat top break. It's not a perfect flat top, mind you. We still have not eclipsed that earlier high, which on a closing basis on the 5-minute was about that 2680 level, right? But we did have this move into 2665, these wicks above saying nah. Then we bounced off VWAP twice, come into 2665, again rejected, but then we were bouncing off that 90 MA. I like this. Got involved at 2658. I have this line here, that previous resistance around that 2652. That's where I'll have to be outie, get out of Dodge, etc. I have enough for 2 beak wetters, and I said I like to kind of organize my trade where if I do want to take profit or take pieces out for the dream, I have to plan the trade accordingly. So if we do break above into this 2665 level, I'll probably take some out there, save pieces for the dream, and get ready to go. Check out SP today. Very rangy, says Eclectic Passions. Look at Google. Go Google.
Pamp it.
SP is SP on the end. Let me know what the, SPY says Eclectic Passions. Yeah, the SPY, I don't want to trade anything as expensive and as volatile as the SPY. I'm going to be really honest, but it's so rangy. Okay, if anyone knows like a SPY derivative that I could be getting involved in, because the SPY is very rangy.
VXY, have you tried? What's that? No, what is that?
That's the UVXY.
Yeah, no, there is something with X, or it's a derivative of the...
SPX? No.
No, that's the index.
Oh, right, okay.
I'll find it for you. You can keep going. I'll find it for you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I do spy the range you're seeing there on Eclectic Passions on the SPY. Thank you for pointing that out to me. You have a little bit compressed. We're getting a slightly higher low here, but generally, these ranges of about 5013 into about 520. My Pfizer breaking down a little bit. That one needs a shot in its arm to the upside. That is an earnings play. So Pfizer might need to get a little bit immunized here. I want to see continued movement to the upside on the P to the F to the E. You all ready to say, let's take the leap together, go into the SPY? I mean, it's to me, it's not even at a level. I'd probably want to take it at the base or short it off the top.
UPRO.
UPRO?
UPRO on the Amex.
On the Amex?
Yeah.
Okay, this I like better price-wise. Volume about 2.1 mil, about $60. I'm going to be keeping an eye on this. Again, it's still not at a level I like. I want to either get it long off the bottom, short off the top, but that is going on my side chart. Thank you, Eclectic Passenger, for pointing it out, and thank you, Sharif, for finding UPRO for me. I appreciate that. Pfizer picking right back up at that level I wanted to see, so let's keep going. Baba's also in a great range, says Pitch Bull. Baba Black Sheep, have you any ranges? Sounds like you do. So let's find out. Alibaba is, this is a range. Okay, I have opportunities. Thank you guys so much. I love this chat. I love this community for sharing all your ideas. Baba, UPRO, Pfizer, so many things I have to keep an eye on here. Also, there was a super chat from Donnie Zimbabwe from earlier. Thank you for the shout outs. My profit, on my profits the other day, sending love for Mr. NVIDIA. Thank you, Mr. NVIDIA / Donnie Zimbabwe for the $4.99 super chat. Also, I'm so sorry. I just realized we had one earlier from Sebastian Galchik asking about ARMS. €2 super chat. I'm so sorry for the lateness there, Sebastian. ARM actually also kind of doing something interesting here. We're forming a little bit of a flat bottom with lower highs around this 96, currently perched below the 90 MA. This could be a bit of a flat bottom break, and I also think this resistance that we have around that 97.40 area has been pretty interesting. We struggled there earlier, swoop to the downside, come back to 97.40, swoop. Another super chat here from Donnie Zimbabwe as well. Another thanks to all of you guys for everything as I wet my beak. You guys have made me my year in terms of trading. Thank you so much, Donnie Zimbabwe.
Donnie.
Appreciate the love from this whole community.
All right, the soft one is on the way up. Microsoft curling beautifully in the way that I hoped Google would. They kind of had a similar look. I mean, I don't think the Google trade is gone at this time, so I'm going to continue to hold off here. But this area is where we talked about. This 3 1/4 area was the consolidation area bottom. It also featured as a level of resistance at the open. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons for pointing out the IB high. We're right there right now. So whether or not we continue through the $0.5 is a bit of a mystery at this point. We'll see if we can make it up into 395 territory. High a day, 395 2/3. Great look there for Softy. All right, the other one that I'm looking at here, TSLA. This one danced with VWAP, and it's continuing to dance. So here we are, right back at that 181 1/5, 181 1/4, approximately the area where where VWAP is on the 5-minute chart. I'm unsure whether to take Tesla here. I do like this area as a level of support, so I think I will put my dip trade at the $0.25 and try to get a better price than 40s. I may miss the trade. We'll see. But I do like this Tesla area here, possibly at VWAP. We had featured with VWAP earlier and used it as resistance. Now it looks as it's flipped to support. We'll see. We'll see if that's the case. Google continuing to hang out at VWAP, not really that much below it. All right, so, by the way, I should mention to all my Apple traders out there, the dead one is now curling back down. So we did touch 171 3/4. Now we're on our way into 171. Now, that is the whole dollar area. We did have a bit of a resistance area at 171 earlier in the day. That was until about 10:45 when we broke that level. It is also the 200 period on the 5, but I don't often use the 200 period on the 5. But let's see if it features. If it features, we'll talk about it. VWAP is at 170 3/4. Probably will be a little bit above that $0.75 by the time if it makes its way down into VWAP. So keeping an eye on that. But it looks like, yeah, come on, Google, bro. Hold up above VWAP. Yeah, so I'm going to have to get out of this Google trade now with the remaining amount as it now is breaking down into the $0.75 area. And this is no longer a trade that is valid for me. I will be looking at 164.50 because that is where the IB high is for Google. If Google's to hold up, I don't mind getting in at 164.50 here. The range on the future is still intact. It is still a downward channel. This is what I'm talking about, the upper trend line being this one over here. I can make it thicker, actually. Oh, nice. There we go. People can see it a lot better. Yeah, there you go. So there's your upper trend line. There's your lower trend line. And that has been intact essentially since, I don't know, 8:15, 9:15, excuse me, this morning. I always forget that this is Central Time. So, all right. Well, that is the look. Tesla is back at VWAP, so decisions to be made for me here. There are also 171 on Apple. So interesting stuff. Oh, sorry, I took a page out of your book there. This is a local area top here on META. Be careful though, because we do have higher lows, so we could be accumulating for a flat top break. But this 436 3/4 is an area that's featured 3 times today, each time though with successively higher low. That usually means strong momentum. So be careful there, anybody trying to take that short playing a range on META.
Yeah, that's. I like that you did the. Oh, I like that you took a play because I mean, like I was saying this to Sharif yesterday. It's a very organic thing I do when I see something I really like. It's like, you know what I mean? You get excited. So
right.
Happy that the excitement over these levels is wearing off because there's certainly a lot to be excited about today. I need more side charts. That was the conclusion I was coming to because I have so many things I want to look at. You know what I mean? I gotta beef up my side chart game now that I'm more organized. Sharif and I both know that when I was in the sim, my side chart organization was very subpar, to put it lightly. Oh. Things were messy. Things were hard to find. I was always like, where's the book for that stock? Where's the book? But so everything's organized now. Shout out to everybody in the chat as well for the SPY and BABA recommendations. Have my eye on both of those. And I am in Pfizer, which is looking to make that flat top break. I do have a planned beak water for half the position if we do break that flat top 2665, saving pieces for dreams. So shout out to Past Overdose for pointing that one out. Pinterest. I like this level earlier. I was trading in, out, and all around at this $40 level, as you guys can see. The most successful trade ended up being a very quick 10-penny scalp, so I was happy with that. But look, we bounced off VWAP, got back up to 40, more top and turn to the downside. So this is what I want to keep my eye on as well. That might be something to put in my side chart. Gosh, I wonder what JP will say today, says Anthony Kerr. Yeah, we're going to have to find out what Papa Powell is talking about. It's always very illuminating hearing the answers to the Q&As. Last time I know one of the big things was that he said there was seasonality, which Sharif and I was kind of talking about earlier. Yeah. But how long does the seasonality excuse last, right?
That's the thing.
You can't be seasonal forever.
No.
Seasons exist for a reason. They're temporal.
Yes,
they're temporary. By their nature. So we're going to have to see what he has to say on that. We had some feds as well saying, oh, I don't see like a rate hike completely out of the realm of possibility. So that, if those words get tossed around even in lightly, I think the market could do a little bit of a chop and turn. I want to quickly look at Viking as well, the VIK, that new IPO, before we get into the trade that I want to talk, your trade that you just got into.
Hopefully
but
it
this
works
VIK, let me switch to the 1 minute. I showed it to Stock Trader wanting to look at this one. This is a nice look. We bounced off VWAP a couple times. Now seeing these wicks into 26.25 that we're not able to break below. Looking pretty strong right now, Viking, but we did have this wick, at least on the 1 minute, into 26.75 that was unfulfilled. We could be seeing a little bit of a compression, a lower high, so we're going to have to wait and see what we do on this VIK. I have never used the XXXX ticker as an alternative for the SPY Kevy 82. I'm going to have to look into that. Thank you for letting us know about that. But also, speaking of compression on VIK, someone's involved in sometimes Compressla, always Stressla. Is it Tesla for you?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment, but you know, we're holding out hope that our relationship may change. And right now, it's disappointing me. So we'll see if we can hold this 50 period again. The 50 period has featured on TSLA, dipping below it now. So I put my out on the break of 60. So 180.60 will be my line in the sand. That will be a 32 penny loser if it does break, and it does look like it's on the way down now. So alas, I will probably get stopped out. No worries, we have to take these L's. Otherwise, you know, we won't be in the trade. So we'll see if this one continues to head down. Topping tail candle possibly here on the soft one as it came into that 34.75 and got a bit of a sell-off. We just got a 50 period retracement as well on Apple. It's trying to fight with the with the whole dollar area. 171 is where we're at right now. A couple of pennies above, a couple of pennies below. There does seem to be some price support where VWAP is at that 170.80, and you have that double bottom into the 200, into the 20 period, excuse me, earlier today at 170 3/4. So we'll continue watching that. So Tesla getting a little bounce back up now, only 10 pennies out of the money. We'll see if that one can recover. I don't really have a good feeling about this one. Also, NVDA on the way down. So this one really hugging the 10 period over here. Any retracements on the 10 period are paying. It looks like 819 is where the 10 period is on my 5 right now. So we'll continue to watch that as well. What else is going on? Oh, we forgot to look at these small cap gappers.
Oh.
Totally forgot about that.
There was a gap in our memory.
There was, clearly. And look at this, CMTX hugging VWAP right now, but with 2 lower highs. The important area for the small cap gapper, as oftentimes it does find some support there. VWAP and $4 are awfully close. So the whole dollar area and the volume weighted average price about 8 pennies or so away from each other. And then we also have WGS. And this one is the real deal, it looks like here. Second day play. This one started out on Monday at that $11, and now we've almost doubled in value, $20.75 at the high. And this one, there was very little bamboozlement into this one. Like, let's be real about it. Look, there's only one retracement into the 20. All the other retracements from 930 onwards have all been into the 10. So you've been able to, weasel your way into this trade here without, looks like a whole lot of bamboozlement. So we'll keep eyes on that one as well. What other small caps are still in play? This one, SMMT, not a big mover, 17%. The volume is a little suspect as well. But look at this dip, this huge move down from 482, and lo and behold, look where it finds some support, right at VWAP. Right at VWAP. So there was an algo, there was something waiting at the volume weighted average price to take advantage of that, because 3 5-minute candles in a row, you got bottoming tail candles. So there was definitely a buyer at that let's say around 4.5 area, because you got those nice 3 bottoming tail candles pushing the price right back up. CSSEP, this one not really doing a whole lot, bunch of higher lows, kind of trying to stay above VWAP, but not really doing that good of a job, that well of a job. So we'll continue to watch that. The dead one is on its way down, it looks like here. So a rounded top here on AAPL. It just broke the whole dollar at 171. So that's not going to hold as a level of support. Next on the support list is this 170.80 area. That's where VWAP is. If we continue to break below 170.80, 170.75, or thereabouts, there is this line over here, which is our line in the sand, with a 170 1/3. That is yesterday's closing print. You'll recall Apple absolutely tanked yesterday towards the end of the day, as we did get news about one of their suppliers reporting much weaker than expected demand for chips, for mobile phone chips. So not a good look there. So what I'm seeing here on TSLA has me a little bit encouraged. 2 bottoming tail candles ram through that 50 period. And we talked about the 50 period featuring as a level of support. If this holds up, this will be a really good look for Tesla, but it's going to have to hold up like this with bottoming tail candles through the 50 and then seeing some new candles to make new highs. Alas, that is not forthcoming, it looks like, at the moment, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now 6 red candles in a row on the 5-minute chart. In case you're wondering, that's about 30 minutes worth of price action there. So we'll see if we can hold up at the 50 period of about 10 pennies out of the money at the moment.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at the 10 period and SOX-L. I've been looking at this one all day. I've been saying all day that, well, no, I've changed my levels on this a couple times, but I said the most recent level I liked was that 34.10. I noticed we had these wicks above. We failed. We were dancing at that 9 EMA. I wanted to take this. I wanted to get involved. If we break above here to this 13s with a viciousness, I am out. Really, this was just a scalp plan, so I'm happy I took it, saw it, liked it, wanted to get involved. So this is a pretty quick trade here. I think we're just going to get out of this, though, because I do not have it on my side chart right now, so I have no way to monitor. And also, we do have that lesson of the day that we're going to get back into again. It is already 107. I cannot believe it. And we're out. Please just punch. Didn't work out, but sometimes you have to take the trades you want to take. And I'm happy I tried it, because it was at that level I like rejecting a little bit, and I had the plan. And I know as well, like one thing I want to talk about too, I do have very tight risk parameters. Like sometimes I'll risk a couple pennies, but I think for the types of trades I like, because I do like the scalps, that I think makes more sense to me, and it's something I'm more comfortable with. So just because I know I do get questions about that, I've tried having a little bit more open, I guess more free range risk parameters, and I think having the tighter risk parameters helps me to minimize my losses so I can maximize my gains. So I just wanted to say that.
Bang.
Also shout out to Pfizer. Shout out again to Pass Overdose for putting this one out to me. I love that potential flat bottom break. Had a beak order ready at the flat top break, or sorry, not flat bottom, flat top. We did break the flat top. Right now, about 9 pennies in the money with the rest of this position. Now, looking back, because you always want to say, how could I have made this trade better? This area that I wanted to see us bounce off, that 26.53, I should have added there. Because look at how clean that bounce was. We would have had a cleaner trade. I did not end up bouncing there, so it is all it's all good. We did it. Oh, it was all a dream. I used to read chart magazines since Salt and Pepper and Heavy D up in the limousine.
Wow.
Taking pictures on my wall. I do love that song. But right now, the only pictures on these walls are these charts.
Love it.
On these monitors. And right now, Pfizer looking for 26.70. I'm going to keep this. I usually don't like being in trades during the lesson of the day, but Pfizer, I did that Snapchat trade yesterday. I think as long as it's moving in a calm way, I'm okay keeping this on the side chart, waiting to see what we do. I think we could break a little bit higher, and I have half the position.
Pamp it.
Pamp it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Kendall Lopez. My French pronunciations are not very good, but Kendall Lopez basically saying in French that it's time for the lesson of the day. And indeed, it is. So let's pull up that lesson of the day. In 49 minutes, the big lesson will be Papa Powell telling us, don't mess with the FOMC decision. So we're going to have to wait and find out what happens. Yes, sorry for the wrap there, guys. Shout out to Biggie. Trying to make some big and small trades every day. But let's talk right now about price target entry. Mastering your entry point using the gap and go strategy. So the gap and go strategy does thrive, as you talked about all week, on strong price movements. But what if you want to avoid the initial frenzy and get a potentially better entry price? So the price target entry is a variation of the gap and go strategy. We're going to talk about how you can set price targets and strategically enter trades based on them. Now, let's talk about the challenge of price target entry, especially with gap and go strategies, because it does often involve buying or selling at the opening of a gap or the start of the trading day. Now, you know, as the big kahunas, as Sharif will call them, Sean and Neil, always taking these big trades right off the open. But what if you want to wait? Because there can be some drawbacks, some setbacks to this type of trading. You could get an unfavorable entry price because, pardon? Short AMD says... Short 144 AMD, says Sean. So gonna AM destroy that trade. Shout out to you. I know Sean was in AMD as well earlier. So let's talk about the challenge of entry, because you could get that unfavorable entry price. The early buying can lead to a higher entry than necessary. Market volatility is also, of course, really key, especially in the opening minutes, because these moments can be volatile, which can make it difficult to assess true direction. What about lack of confirmation? Because it's early here in the market, if you're buying right at the open, you could run the risk of a false breakout or a lack of continuation in the move. Now let's talk about price target entry, which can help save your trades and save your plan for some of these trades potentially. First, you want to identify the gap. Find a stock with a significant gap up or down at the open, along with high volume. Now talk about let's look at analyzing the trend. You want to use technical analysis, whatever form that may be, whatever indicators you like to use, to confirm the intended direction of the trend. Sometimes you'll use moving averages. Sharif and I talk about moving averages a lot. Or trend lines. What about previous high day close? You know, Sharif will talk about the pivots, which use previous day's high, low, and closing price. So those are things to note as well. Now you also want to talk about setting your target now that you've analyzed the trends and found the gap that you want to play. Based on your analysis and your risk tolerance, determine a price target slightly above in a bullish gap or below in a bearish gap the opening price, and this target will represent your ideal entry point that you want to play to make the big bucks. Then you want to place a limit order. So you don't want to chase the market price. Instead, you want to place a limit order at your chosen target price, which ensures that you only enter the trade if the price reaches your desired level. And here are some benefits of price target entry. You can get a potentially better entry price by waiting for a pullback instead of getting involved right at the gap. So also you have a bit of a reduced risk because you've avoided the initial volatility of the gap and potentially limited your possible risk. Now, what about discipline and patience? Two things that I need to have more of in this market. And also you can kind of hone in by waiting a little bit, right? So this approach will enforce discipline and patience by forcing you to wait for a confirmation level of the trend before entering. But let's talk about levels a little bit as well. Waiting to enter the trade can give you a better sense of what levels the stock is respecting and what areas might make sense for stop losses and profit takers. But there are some things to consider here as well. The price might not reach your target, which can cause you to miss the trade entirely. There's also volatility because even with a target, be prepared for short-term price fluctuations around your target zone. And last but never least, order management. Consider using trailing stop orders to manage risk as the price moves in your favor, and consider taking profit along the way in case the trend reverses. We talk about beak wetters a lot on this here desk, along with trying to ticker the trading turtle. Shout out to her. So make sure that you always have, if you're the plan, oh, we get the bang button for that. If the plan for the trade is to have beak wetters, make sure that your position size reflects that, make sure your risk management reflects that, and make sure your plan reflects that as well. I appreciate that, and thank you, Sher, for putting these lessons together. Thank you, Pfizer, as well, for not falling to the downside here. Feel a little bit immunized, strong-arming that market still with that shot in the arm to the upside.
Tesla is headed down. So we did get a nice little 30-penny winner there on that move up. But the last remaining amount, we take an L on. So it's on the way down. It's breaking down now.
Elon Musk. Ramin wins for that.
Ram, how do you do it? Now, like it's the Adara infection. Love it.
Shout out to Adara. I didn't plug in my headset again, Ram. So I'm headsetless right now, but I'll deal with that in a second, I guess. But yeah, I'm going to be looking at 180, guys. If 180 holds on Tesla, we'll keep an eye out on that. Random area where it's trading right now, nothing doing there. Also, while Adara was dropping hot lines, I tried to get in on goggles at this level, Google. Reason being, here's a look. This is the IB high. So and it's also pivot points. So I was like, okay, this is an interesting area of support. It does seem to be holding up here at the 200 on the 5. Now, like I gotta tell you, I rarely use the 200 intraday. For whatever reason, it's featuring today on Google. If we start curling back up here, getting it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say, then I'll participate. I already had a dip trade in it. I got stopped out. So I'm going to pack my patience to see if we hold up at this level on Google. It's still up almost 1% on the day. Now, what ended up also coming down while we were dropping Adara was dropping hot lines, is the dead one, Apple, all the way back from 171 3/4 into 170 3/4, now trying to hold up at the volume weighted average price. It doesn't, it's been multiple red candles in a row, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and if this one closes red, it'll be 7 on the 5-minute chart, and you did get that 20 or the 10 period crossing below the 20 period the first time today since the open. Now,
hi, Randy.
Dun, 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 dun. I like how it, oh wow, I love that.
Oh my gosh, he's dancing.
This is fantastic.
Randy's
and even me too, like
life.
look at, oh, Ram. I was trying to play with the thing, yeah, look at that. Like put me back on, see how like the hand thing is delayed? This is so cool. Get in there, Randy. No, it's okay.
That was fun.
Yeah, so we have a lot of stuff in terms of equipment in this office, and we enjoy using it, as you can see. No, seriously though, Apple at VWAP right now, so I am keeping an eye on that. Another thing that to keep an eye on, another very important area that's featured multiple times today, is the 20 period on Meta. So here it held up strictly here as well, and we're right back at the 20 period yet again on META. Keep in mind though, we are putting in incrementally higher lows on this name, so it does look quite good at these levels. I'm not really inclined to jump in super quick here on META, but that is another possible trade on Meta. So we'll keep eyes out on that. It doesn't look like Google's going to hold up here at the 20 period, so that trade I'm probably not going to watch. Now I want to have my eyes on 180, on TSLA. Look, it's a level that's featured multiple times lately, so it may not It may not hold up, so don't put a dip trade on there. Wait for it to prove to you that it's going to hold up at 180, and then you get a worse price, but you get confirmation. So to me, that's worth the trade there, Dara.
I like that. Yeah. I appreciate that. You want that confirmation. Also, Pfizer having that breakout. So happy I saved a piece for the dream there. I tried to add back into this when I saw that bounce at 63s because I wanted to have a little bit more oomph, a little bit more wiggle room, some more profits to rake out along the way. We didn't do that, but that's okay. Please just punch with how this trade went. I think the biggest lesson for me of this trade, as I said earlier, with missing that buying opportunity at 26.54 is, Adara, if you like the area and if it's bouncing off areas you like, try to add a little.
Come in, Katina, man.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah. I just did traps the other day, so this is fantastic.
We've got the lemon pepper.
You got the
lemon pepper's coming. The
Lemon pepper freestyle. Lemon pepper
Hold on,
freestyle.
for real? For real?
Thank you,
Lemon
Sean, the win
pepper.
up there.
What?
Also, have you heard Lemon Pepper Freestyle by Drake and Rick Ross?
No.
Oh my gosh, because Sean was alluding to that this morning.
Is it?
It's a good one. It's like 5 minutes
So
long.
good is the flavor that Drake had to make a song about it?
With Rick Ross.
Yeah, with Ricky Rose, baby. That was my favorite, says the Katina, but yeah, right.
But yeah, so I thought, yeah, shout out there.
I'm pumped about that. I can't wait to have some of these. Are you going to try them?
Lemon pepper? I've never tried lemon pepper.
No?
I might.
Look, it's not that spicy. Ram. Ram, do you find lemon pepper to be spicy? No.
She says no.
Yeah, but I think her
The tone
standard
of
might be
voice
different,
was
right?
good. I
Look,
like that.
I think you got to try it. I mean, you've had spicy food before, and you've soldiered through it. Not
The one
exactly
time.
that you're happy about it or anything,
Yeah.
but you do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down. I think the lemon pepper sounds like it could definitely be within my wheelhouse. Also within my wheelhouse is this Pfizer breakout.
Pamp it.
Pamp, indeed. I'm going to say that. I'm going to try the old Sharif style of pamp it, pamp it, pamp. But yeah, so Pfizer pamping to the upside. If there's any other stocks you guys want to look at, let us know. I want to be looking at everything here on these market. I know CMTX that people were mentioning earlier, so let's take a look at that CMTX. CMTX, oh, I think it's CTMX. Yeah, it's CTMX. It's Cytomex, this one announcing that in a week they're going to have earnings and an exciting treatment update. Ooh, I have a question, Sharif.
Yo.
Because I know you talk about your VWAP high of day break type trades. Now, is this more of a flat bottom break or a VWAP high of day?
That's fantastic. Let's load
I
that
think
up
this could be
because
a
we
good
talked
discussion.
about this. Yeah. Let's have a look at this. So this is interesting because it's been hugging VWAP and the 50 period, but it's also been respecting the 4. I think you bring up a really good point, Adara, that this has lower high, and yet again another lower high. So do we flat bottom break through 4? A distinct possibility on this, no question about it. Could absolutely get a flat bottom break through that $4 level. And being that it is a small cap gapper, it makes the chances of that more likely. The volume is also declining, but equally as possible is that we hold up and curl off the volume weighted average price and test $5 or $6 at the high. So it's hard to know with these, Adara. That's why, you kind of get in at your levels and then you say to yourself, where's my risk management? Got to place my stop, and you go from there. So I love CMTX, but I like WGS better. Look at this monster,
Wings
bro.
are flying.
I don't think the people wearing the wigs would be very happy. And I've seen some hilarious videos online, let me tell you.
I apologize to wig wearers everywhere.
Yeah, it's all good. No, we're joking,
yeah.
So anyway, this is a good look here on WGS. Also, SMMT, remember the VWAP dip on this monster over here where it dipped from 482 into like 450? Right back at 450 VWAP. This could be another possible dip trade here on the small cap gapper. Have a look at that. But we are printing here on AAPL long. Please as dang punch about this. This was a planned trade. VWAP, volume weighted average price on the dead one, AAPL. And so this is the only reason I got in here. The white solid line is VWAP. So we got in 85s. Now we're printing, I think, 171s. Let's see if we can get above that $1 area, 171, and maybe curl back up here. But alas, I mean, the whole point of the trade was a dip trade. Whether or not it hangs out and continues to go up, different story. The Fuge got a big boy bump. Now, NVIDIA's pamping. So is Amazon. So this one had been in a downtrend all day, and we made it very clear that it had been respecting these two trend lines here. So it had been a downward channel the entire day. But that is over, it looks like. And this 178 flat top was a flat top breakout. Look at that move into 179. Keep your eye, though, on the volume weighted average price. It's around 179.50. That's about 70 pennies from where we're trading. We have the whole dollar still in front of us, but a nice trend break, a downward trend break right now on Amazon, as it had been respecting that downward channel all day. Dare not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to you there for the Apple tip cooking ahead of those earnings tomorrow, letting loose ahead of the Let Loose event next week. So
is that what they called it?
Yeah, the Let Loose event.
Is it the iPad event?
Well, they think it's the iPad event because they have the Apple Pencil
Gotcha.
in the image.
Gotcha.
So they're kind of hinting some things. But also, I cannot believe my eyes are on Pfizer. I have to say, really happy with this. So proud, so pleased as punch. And also, again, shout out to Pass Overdose and our whole great community for pointing out trades. I said, hey guys, if anyone's seeing anything cool, let me know. And they mentioned Pfizer, and I loved the look of that flat top breakout. And I usually don't take breakouts like this, but that's why I wanted to take some profit, because I was like, you know what, Adara? If you take your 8 pennies here, took out half the position, maybe a little bit too much of the position, at the 26.65 flat top break. Now we're another 20 pennies in the money, almost 30 pennies in the money on this trade total. So really happy with that. If we keep struggling, though, this was our earlier top, so if we can't break above this decisively, I might have to flee. There is Brankel's Golfing. Shout out to that. I love Ramin always like having the team.
Put it again,
Ram. In the market. There he is.
Brankel's. Wave.
Oh.
No, we just wanted you to wave, brother. That's all. It's all good.
Shout out to Brankles.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think they took you off camera now, homie. But get that golf swing, baby. The whole floor, I think a bunch of them are going golfing today. So
oh,
they're all
I know
getting
I
ready,
see them because they'll be like, oh, we're going golfing, and they have all the bags and stuff.
Yeah.
So shout out to golfers. Shout out to Pfizer trying to hit that one to the upside. I don't know golf terminology, so apologies for that very mixed metaphor. Let's look at NEO. What about NEO, says Taquito Trades? Let's find out this about NEO. NEO having a little bit of a reversal in fortune here. We had a couple bounces off this 527, now starting to reject off the 527 level, now decidedly below the 9 EMA. What will we do at VWAP? We're going to have to find out. VWAP right now around 515, another area where we had some chop and churn. Right now looks like NEO could continue to the short side. This one initially very strong off those delivery numbers for April 2024. So NIO right now saying no to the longs, unfortunately, continuing to the downside. I would say it'll be really interesting to see what we do at VWAP coming in about 5 pennies. Pfizer has me so happy, though, I have to say.
I'm so happy for you.
Pet her. Thank you so much. I don't know why I acted like Pfizer was a dog. How are you
It's
doing
all
over
good.
here?
I'm about to get out of my Apple trade. We're nicely in the money on this one, and there it is. There's that beautiful red triangle. We take that 170, 185, and we take it out at 20. So a nice 35 penny move there on AAPL, planned trade off the volume weighted average price. Let me tell you what else was a possible planned trade that I'm kind of happy I didn't take. This 180 defend on the Cybertruck. I'm still not completely convinced that this is not going to hold. We're putting some bottoming tail candles right now on the 5, a little bit below 180, a little bit above. As you can see, we're dancing with the level as we speak. It's going to have to prove to me that this level is going to hold, and if that means getting in at a worse price, so be it. But I do like a possible 180 defend here on TSLA. It has shown its propensity for a range. Whether or not that range now includes 180 or not, we're gonna find out shortly. I'm not Mamon. What does that mean?
I'm not Mammon, maybe?
Mammon. Tesla might break 180. So perfect comment based upon what I was just talking about. I guess we'll wait, my friend. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to jump into this when you bring a good point because 180 could give way. I'm going to pack my patience, and if it starts curling back up, making that rounded bottom, as the boss likes to say, then we'll get involved in that bad boy. But you know what, Adara? I want to show you this because I'm as impressed by it as I don't know if anybody else is. But this lower high channel on the fuge today is just. This has got to go in like some sort of textbook here because it's been all day on this lower end channel. And by the way, I've mentioned this before, but if, when you draw a trend line, it's not a bad idea to try to extend that trend line as far as your program will allow you, because you don't know where it's going to feature. So what I mean by that is, if I had drawn this trend line here between these 2 points and my program didn't extend it, then I wouldn't, I'd be able to visually see that this would be another resistance level. But, it's better when you actually have the levels there, or the lines there. So extend your trend lines as far as your program will allow you. I know that this software here has an option where it extends it for you. So if I was to draw it, it would like extend it all the way for me. I haven't activated it on this platform, but I got it on the one at home. So anyway, the future definitely within a range. Tesla still fighting with 180. And I want to mention this as well, that we are now breaking, or we're at the 20 period on NVDA. And why that's important is because we hadn't touched the 20 period since this candle over here, 1040. So it's been quite a while, almost 3 hours since we've been at the 20 period. We haven't taken it with any aggression, but we are at it. So possibly look for a curl. If you don't see the curl and we start getting away from it on a closing basis, possibly look for a 50 period retracement or even a VWAP retracement. The 50 period RAM is at 870, 827 and 2/3. The volume weighted average price is at 832 1/4. So let's see exactly what we get here on the 20 period for NVDA. That could be another very interesting, either short or long. I already secured shorts for NVDL in case this monster wants to come right back down. Also, another possible look here, AMZN. We were talking about how this one broke the the downward channel. Well, it's also finding a little resistance where it's hanging out right now. This 179, 178 seems to be a bit of a dollar range on AMZN. So is this a perfunctory break, or are we going to hold this 178 level? You can see we consolidated after we broke through that the downward trend line. We consolidated very sideways at 178 before breaking up into 179. Here comes 178 again. Is this a failed break? So I'm going to be watching 178 in the same way that I'm watching 180 on TSLA. These are all really good levels, in my opinion, that we could possibly get long off, especially if the market really breaks this downward channel and really starts going. I think a lot of these Mag 7 names could start popping off. The other one is Google. I still like this area, man, and we're putting all these bottoming tail candles on Google. I tried this long. I got stopped out. I'm very interested, though, if this trend starts curling back around to get long on goggles again. So we'll continue to watch that, Adair.
Pfizer broke high of day. I'm so happy. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, this is, again, shout out to Passover Nose for pointing this one out to me. I'm proud of myself for staying in this because, as we know, I kind of like I love scalping, and I usually scalp it earlier, but I think being able to take some profit in that position, as much as that was a scintilla of profit, kind of helped me to feel like, Adara, you're all good. You have this opportunity. I don't know why Pfizer decided to get that shot in the arm to the upside with volume, but you know what? If it keeps doing so, I have no problem. I'm pleased as punch, but I don't want to overstay my welcome here either. We're going to try, we got in at 27.50. Oh my gosh, I was going to say we're going to get out 27.08s for a 50-penny winner, but if you're going to keep moving up, Pfizer, I don't want to stop you, Kate. We're going to let her do her thing for a bit, cool off, and we're going to take a look at Dell and Carvana for some people. Shim King mentioning Dell. Yeah, I like this move up on Dell here. We've had some higher lows, higher highs trying to bounce off that 9 EMA. I think that's a really nice look. Dell trying to curl to the upside here, but we are running into a little bit of resistance around that 119 level, which was, I think, a little bit of a resistance level earlier. We tried to pop above that, then continuing to the downside of the 9 EMA around 1145. So let's see us continue to move up here on DEL. Now let's also talk about Carvana, because Pima and a couple other people in the chat looking at Carvana. This is interesting. Carvana really did struggle with the 85 level, as Pima was mentioning in the chat. Then we had this wick down bounce just around this 84.80 and continuing to the upside. So Carvana certainly taking a nice little drive here to the upside ahead of its earnings, which are tonight, which you're going to be getting on the market recap. Definitely check that out, 4 to 4:30. Also, I had a moment this morning while making the earnings board together. I said to Sharif, I'm like, oh, that's so funny. I never noticed the car has a halo on it and the Carvana logo. And then Sharif's like, yeah, it's because it's like Nirvana. Like, and I was like, he was very nice about it, and I was like so tired. I was like, that is an embarrassing moment. But yeah, so thank you guys for the support in the chat for Pfizer. I honestly cannot believe my eyes are. This one, I'm so happy with this trade. I'm gonna have to probably take this out because I don't want to hold into oblivion. But we're gonna get out here at 21. So we're gonna get out 20s. So pleased as punch. Thanks again to Pass Overdose. I'm so happy that for everybody to be part of our community and sharing. We're always happy to be here with you guys. And now we're gonna have to stop with the bad Pfizer puns. Someone is so excited over here.
Stop, Ram Ram. Ram Ram's always trolling me, bro. Anytime I get excited. Took that 180 on Tesla. I told y'all I didn't end up getting the best price because I was looking at this NVDL short that I'm losing on. But this is the one. We talked about a 180 defend. It was doing a bottoming tail candle dance at 180. We took some out there at 40, took some out another at 60, and alas, there it goes. It's going into 181, 180 defend on AAPL. It does look like I'm out of my NVDL trade. Yep, tried to take this short off the 20-period retracement, and here we go again to the downside. So I won't be looking to short NVIDIA off the 20-period anytime soon, as now the future has changed its tune as we get a lot closer to Papa and Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, the federal. Sorry, one second. The Fed, the FOMC president. Sorry, I was just getting messed up on my watch. The idea here is that we were printing these lower highs all day, and now we did break this channel on a closing basis. Prior to that, you could see that we were wicking above it. Now we're actually printing on a closing basis, still south of VWAP though, so it could be a false breakout, right? But in any event, I'm out of my NVDL trade, and this Tesla trade just gave you $1.10 from that 180 into 180, 110. Nice move up there for TSLA. Great look on that. Softies headed back to the north side, and these bottoming tail candles on Google are just mesmerizing me. I have to get back into that. That usually is a long. Okay, when you see these bottoming tail candles into a key level like 164, which is not a key level, but it's a whole dollar level, usually means that there's a whole bunch of buying in and around there. And if we can start printing higher highs, then you really get confirmation of that. So good look here on Google, looking to hold this level, but we're still below the volume weighted average price on the future. NVIDIA though, on its way up, baby, breaking through the 20 on a closing basis now. NVDA, the monster, looks like it may be headed to the north side here. It's about $13 off the low at 812, and now it's printing 826s. So good look there for the monster. Let's see exactly what it does. Also, this other trade that we talked about, the 20-period featuring on Meta, holds up. So this one, you get the print, the closing print above the 20-period again, and right back above $2 from the entry you go into mid 437s here on META. Great look on a lot of these names. Wow, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is really going here, guys. So this is an interesting look. VWAP on NVIDIA, 832. So we're about $5 still away from that right now, but huge green candles on NVDA at the moment. You're not seeing that on Apple. You're not seeing it on Amazon either. A little bit on Google. I'm not inclined to. Wow, look at this. Look at this. This is my entry. Look where my exit is on this. Imagine I didn't have a stop. I'd be almost $1 out of the money on NVDL.
Stop loss gang.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Apparently, there's people who don't like stop losses on the internet. Breckles. Hilarious. Making noises back there.
That was good.
I love that. What are you looking at over there?
I mean, yeah, great management though in that NVDL trade. In all seriousness, like shout out to you. You didn't take an NVDL on it. Well, you did, but you like within reason. Like you didn't lose more than you needed to. Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
I got you.
But so Pinterest, I am in the pin short, kind of on pins and needles right now. I think it was Alexander in the chat saying, "Oh, Adara should have held onto that Pinterest short earlier." It's true. I did briefly have a Pinterest short, but I think the irony of this is I initially tried to go long Pinterest off that 9 EMA bounce, which would have worked, but I was a couple minutes too late for that. And B, actually, oddly enough, my only successful trade on Pinterest thus far was that quick 10 penny long scalp. But yeah, I totally see what you mean, Alexander, there. I should have been on the Pinterest short, which I really wasn't. We had that 41 move to the downside, could have made over $1. Shout out to anybody who did take that trade. I am in a Pinterest short now, though, and that's because I'm seeing these continued lower highs, lower lows. We are in our third green candle in a row, so that does make me a bit nervous, risking 10 pennies. Want to see what we do around 39.61 or 62, which is ironic, like happens to be both A, where we have that 90 MA, which is a level I like. B, it's around VWAP, and C, that would be a higher high. And I do not want a higher high. If we see a higher high, I say bye-bye. Speaking of things going high, let's see if Pfizer got any more highser. But we had a little bit of a blue skyzer set up on that one. Yeah, Pfizer continued. So congrats to anybody in this trade. I was happy I was able to get out here at 27.20s. I usually don't even stay in trades this long, so I was pleased as punch with my ability to keep calm, carry on. I had this one going during the lesson as well, just kind of kept my eye on it, made sure it was all good. So
Did you know that's from World War II?
What?
Keep calm and carry on.
I did not know that was from World War II.
They used to put that like on the posters so that people would, during the bombing of London, the Battle of, what was it called? The Battle of England? What was that war called? Something like that, where the Luftwaffe was just raining down hell on London. They used to put these posters all around, keep calm and carry on. I always, because I love the t-shirts, I want to know the history of it.
That's cool.
Yeah, all right. Look, NVIDIA rejecting the 50 period right now on the 5. Or for the moment, at least it gave you a micro trade there. That's the red line is the 50 period, so keep your eye on that. If you are inclined to short NVIDIA, I probably will not. Or will I? I mean, I want to see exactly what we do here. Now, if I was to short right here, I'd have to give it to 45s. So that would be, by design, it would have to be a 25 penny risk. Right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking about there. I'm unsure about what to do here, but we did put a topping tail candle through the future. So, okay. Decisions. I'm sorry.
No, I liked it. It like sums up like the
I'm genuinely
decision in this
thinking.
market. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm not going to jump into it. By the way, Brendo's good to go for 2, so we're off for that. Yeah, we're good. I'm not Mammon. Let me know how to pronounce that, by the way. Thank you for explaining what it means. It's a word in Aramaic and Hebrew, so it's pretty cool. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah. It was actually very nice.
That's really neat.
To hear that. He asks, or they ask, any advice about patience and staying focused? I saw the short of VWAP on Tesla on the 5 and the bounce off 180, but I keep being sidetracked by things since it's slow and missed both. Look, brother, I completely understand what you're saying there. Trading, you got to really be focused. Some suggestions I can make to you, if you like those levels, put out some resting orders. If you're able to attach a stop loss to your resting order as well, even better. What do I mean by that? So if you like, say, the 180 dip trade for a long on Tesla, put your resting order there for 180 and then attach a stop loss to it. Where do you see the area of support that it could bounce off? Obviously, you have to incorporate your risk management into that as well. If you're not going to employ these resting orders, what I would say to you is, just you got to force yourself, really. I mean, there's money on the line, right? And that's the thing. So, yeah, there's really not much else I can say other than you try to use these resting orders if you're just have a busy life and there's no way you can be screen watching all the time. Put in those resting orders and come what may. I mean, obviously practice it in the sim first, see if it's a sound strategy that you can employ. So I'd say that to you. Now, the future's doing things here, man. We got a topping tail candle through VWAP, and we broke the channel. Now we're coming back down again. NVIDIA put in a topping tail candle through the 50 period. I'm unsure what to make of this latest market move, but obviously we do have some volatility here in anticipation of Jerome Powell and the FOMC a decision with respect to interest rates. Widely anticipated there will be no change, that we will continue likely on the same 5.25% to 5.5% until, I think we're pricing in us to hold for quite some time. So, all right, guys, Meta is at high a day. Meta is absolutely pumping here, completely counter market for 38.75. I'm still very interested in taking a 440 short on Meta. That is a level that I charted yesterday. It is a level that I'm going to hold true to. So here's the chart. Here's the charting on Meta. You have
Price action support at 430, and you saw that bounce earlier. If 430 breaks, use it as resistance, and there's also price action resistance at 440. So keep your eye on that. I will definitely be, and we're close. 439.06 now is META. Huge move up today for Meta. 427 low. Where's the closing print? 430. So we're about $10 off the closing print and $13 almost off the low there.
Yeah, so we have only about 10 minutes left because we're going to switch to at 1:55 over to the big desk in preparation for Mr. Jerome Powell. So just a heads up, we have 11 minutes left with you guys. Pinterest right now finally getting the message that it is rejecting. Well, it has been rejecting, so it's like took Pinterest a second to get that. Now we're seeing that move to the downside.
Down.
I am pleased as punch that I got back involved in this. Shout out to Alexander for mentioning the stock and even reminding me, hey, I was looking at Pinterest earlier. So I like that rejection. Happy to take this.
Why?
Keep going to the downside. Pinterest, because you still have my interest. So we're still Pinterested. We're Pinterested in getting out around this 33 level. No, definitely not any more than that because that area was a little bit of support or resistance earlier than it formed a support. So I want to be very cautious and I don't want to have enough for any beak wetting. Shout out to Pima or Pema in the chat. $2 long Carvana. Killing it there, taking a bit of that flat top break, much like Pfizer, a lot of these NYSE related names getting that nice move to the upside. So congrats to you. Pinterest, just as quickly as it fell, coming back to the upside. So I'm going to do the Scooby-Doo to Pinterest because I did not love that. Should have taken my 10-cent profit there. Also, shout out to DJ Marshall. It was all a scheme. I used to read Bloomberg Magazine, talking bonds and tipper tape trading from the mezzanine. So shout out to you for that. Much appreciated.
Amazing.
I am not Biggie, but I tried. So thank you there to DJ Marshall, putting the DJ in DJ Marshall.
How is
Also,
DJT doing? Did we look at
let's look at DJT.
Yeah.
Oh, right. It's not on the NY. I forgot.
Remember, he doesn't trust the
Yeah, because he doesn't trust New York. So let's go to NASDAQ and see how that's going. Okay, yeah, DJT,
Wow.
not the place to be. Continuing to duck below that 9 EMA right now after trying. So we tried to have a bit of a move up here, 45, coming back. And you mentioned that 45 support, which is actually still holding. So you came up to me and said, Adara, look at that 45 support. 45 support still holding. Curl up to 47.5, then 47.50, what am I saying? Now we slump, continued below. So it'll be interesting to see if this 45 keeps holding. Also, really quickly here in these last 10 minutes, I like this question from Yoel Renya. When you, taking both of us, when you use stop losses, what's the biggest hit you're willing to take as a loss? $1 to $5? So for me, I like losing, like, it really depends on the trade. I usually will not risk more than 20 pennies, but it's because I'm scalpier. So if my trades are planned so that I'm trying to make less, I don't want to risk very much either. And I was saying this to Sean. Sean and I were having a conversation this morning at Yield Coffee Machine. And I was saying to him, one of the biggest things I've been working on since going live is trying to minimize my losses. And yesterday, I actually had a pretty good trading day because the focus, like my two best names yesterday were both names that I took losing trades on. But it's because the wins were able to outshine the losses. And that's really what I'm trying to work towards. So, I hope that answers your question, Yoel Rania. I think it's really going to depend on the person and the trade setup with how much you're comfortable losing. But always try to risk less than you want to make.
Yes, absolutely agree with that. Well said. Good risk management principles, Adara. Now, we are long NVDL as we had a nice move up here, and I thought we were going to take the 50 on the 5 on NVDA. Alas, we are finding some resistance at this time, but I do like the resistance level into 830 a little bit better. So I think we could possibly move up. I've already put a little bit of a beak wetter there on NVDL, trading off the chart of NVDA. We'll continue to watch and see what we get there. But someone was writing this in the chat, and more correct they could not be. Meta is awfully strong, guys. It's printing near high days right now. The high day through 439. Did break, actually, got to 439.06. I am likely going to short this at 440. That is unless it blows through that level, making it insignificant to me. So we'll continue to watch that. Let's go up into territory here on NVDL, and there we get the print. So NVDA to the high side, trading NVDL. Let's see if we can get that 830 touch. Above 830, I'm talking about NVIDIA. Above 830, if that acts as a resistance level, you have VWAP. a smidge above 830 relative to the overall price of NVIDIA, 831.75 or 2/3 or thereabouts. So keep your eye on that. If you want to trade the monster, there are 3 derivatives off which you can trade. NVDL, like the one that I got right now. There's NVDS and NVDX. They're all differently priced. So figure out which one works best with your risk management or account size or what have you, whatever variables you're using there. Now, everything got a little bit of a pump up there as the future, I guess, got back into the volume weighted average price, but it's having trouble with VWAP. No question about it. I'm talking about the NQ June contract as we are now 11 minutes away from the FOMC interest rate decision. Again, widely expected to be a hold and see, I guess. Again, 2:30 is the news conference. I believe that is when the better time to trade is, because it's going to be asked a plethora of questions by reporters. Included among those questions, I anticipate, for how many rate cuts do we have this year relative to what was disclosed in the dot plot in December and March? How long do we stay for? What are your opinion about jobs, et cetera, et cetera? I even want to hear his opinion on the economy, as we've been getting some strong GDP prints lately south of the border. So we'll continue to I'll be all ears. I'll tell you that. For Papa dropping hotline. Shout out to Pardeep Singh. Thank you for joining Trader TV. Sharuz, don't trade around FOMC. You're absolutely right, Sharuz. I still think, though, that the real time for volatility is going to be that half past the hour, rather than the actual Fed rate decision itself. So D-Loaf, do we get a dot plot at 2 p.m.? No, it's every 3 months, brother. So we got one in December and then another one in March. So add to that, and then that's when we're going to get the next one. Shout out to you, Kevin. I see you, sir. I see you. Kevin says he's excited for the FOMC meeting, man. And yeah, I echo that sentiment.
I think Kevin Mendoza earlier too saying Fed watch party with popcorn.
Hey.
Yeah, you have to bring the tea. Couple messages I want to shout out in this chat here. Justin Fonstock saying, Friday, Adara versus Neil rap battle. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would take an L on that. That is for sure. But also, that's an amazing beat winner in NVDL. Speaking of L's.
Thank you.
Shot? I don't think so, Shot. But thank you for that. Yeah, also Anthony Kerr saying, do you guys hold into the start of the meeting? I don't know if you're asking the chat this or us. I only trade in the midday, so I will not be holding. So putting that out there. But we could be holding a cup of coffee to see how this goes. Let's try to translate into Starbucks. Not my best transition by far. Starbucks moving to the low of day. Someone was asking what's going on here. What's going on is those earnings were not great and were not well received by the market. Revenue, miss. Earnings per share, miss. Guidance, lower than expected. Same store sales, dropped. So very few positive things to talk about here. It's really funny as well. I was looking at the CEO's comments and he was like, oh, but our lavender drink launch went well. So A, that was like a month ago, and B, sir, I'm pretty sure that was like not the quarter you reported on.
You tell him, Adara.
I think that was, pretty sure the lavender drink happened within the current quarter. So, but we're gonna have to find out what happened there. Although the lavender drinks were pretty good, kind of sweet, but yeah, I just thought that was really funny that he was like, oh, our lavender drink launch went well, and I was like,
I saw that.
That's just one thing.
So funny.
Laxman, the CEO of Starbucks, maybe he's being a little bit too lax, man. Maybe we need to beef up the sales there, Mr. Laxman, CEO of Starbucks. Self-ability saying, A. Dot, you got this. I mean, well, I like that too, because Kendrick K. Dot, I appreciate that nickname.
I like that.
Quite a lot. Kendrick Lamar goes by K. Dot sometimes.
Oh, I didn't know
Anthony Kerr now getting a refill of his coffee. I think, yeah, this FOMC meeting could get very spicy indeed. You might want to have. Yeah. I don't think you're going to need to stay awake because it'll keep you up with all the hot takes. We'll have to find out.
Well, I don't think you'll have trouble because we're going to get those lemon peppers and you're going to try some, right?
That's true too. Yeah. Shout out to Drake and Rick Ross.
Love it.
With the lemon pepper freestyle. We're going to give you some lemon pepper hot lines, and Papa Powell will be freestyling on that mic. So
yes, exactly.
We'd have to find out.
I can't wait to hear what he has to say. We're all going to be here. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to find out exactly how this whole thing turns out. On the day, make sure to hang out with us. The big kahunas are going to be coming on 5 minutes early. In about 2 minutes, we're going to be sending it to Brendo. He's at the big desk. We're all locked and loaded for, again, what is anticipated to be a hold on the rate, decrease or increase or anything. We're going to stay as we are. And then we're going to be all ears at 2:30 once he takes the mic and starts talking about the actual details and gets questions. So also keep in mind that his statement that he's going to read on the mic or on the podium is released right at 2. So if you don't want to wait for the actual statement itself, you can go ahead to the Fed website. I forget what it is. Just find out. Just type in Federal Reserve. And then essentially you'll be able to see his pre-read statement. NVIDIA is absolutely headed to the high side, guys. Here comes NVDA, and NVDL is breaking through the $0.50. Here it is. We're almost at the volume-weighted average price. We're well off the bottom. We're well over. We're almost $20 off the bottom. 8.12 there. VWAP is almost at 8.32, so that'll be about $20 worth of range off that bottom. Keep your eye on 8.30, and then obviously the volume-weighted average price, if that is to get taken. It'll be the first time today that we break and hold above the volume-weighted average price on NVDA. Bit of a move down, and as you can see, since they reported earnings, I'm going to show you the daily chart here. It's been lower highs and lower lows. So you could say this is a bull flag, and you may be right, but the fact of the matter is we are well off these highs, and we didn't quite come into that $1,000 area. You know, we got close a couple times into 975 Adira. 1 minute left.
1 minute left. Yeah, a couple seconds left here until we get to 155. Giving it to you live with Jerome Powell, the FOMC interest rates. What will we say? Will we hold? Probably. But we're going to have to hear from Papa Powell himself if it's higher for longer or what's happening next. We'll see you guys tomorrow with more gap and go strategies. Right now, we have to gap and go over to the big desk with Brendan.
See you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 5 minutes to go here before we get, well, let's be honest, not much. We'll get this rate decision. Will be no change on the interest rates. Again, we'll get the statement that accompanies this rate decision, which will have some comments from not only Fed Chair Powell, but it also have comments from the committee as a whole as far as what they discussed during the two-day meeting. Remember, if you're seeing this for the first time, this is the wrap-up of a two-day meeting. So they go behind closed doors yesterday, and then they finish it probably by 10 o'clock in the morning today. And then they, I don't know, have lunch for the rest of the day. But we'll touch on some of the comments that come through. It's worth noting this is not one of the meetings where we'll get economic projections. Economic projections and the dot plot we'll see again in June. So this is not one of those meetings, so we don't have to worry about that. But overall, the market here with 4 minutes to go, it's been very, very sideways since the start of the day, ahead of Fed Chair Powell. You can see even at the bottom here, volume very, very low. This is just the SPY, if anyone's wondering. So the S&P 500, we'll see what the reaction is. When we get this, real quick, we'll jump over to the guys here and get, what are we looking at here, guys, ahead of 2 o'clock?
No dot plot just has me bummed. I mean, what are we supposed to do without a dot plot? Nothing. Who cares about the dot plot?
We'll have no idea what to do.
No. Look, the few things that are going to stand out for me, I'm in one position, but NEO is just from the morning. My intention was to get flat. I have a trailing stop on it under 10 bucks. But AMD, 145 in VWAP. Meta is an absolute rocket ship. My goal will be don't try to go short on Meta. And if we set up for like a 230 run, don't forget that you like longs in Meta. But who knows? Like if you dip to the downside, things like VWAP, things like 432, if I'm looking to buy a dip on whipsaw action, which is usually the case if I'm expecting nothing because they're not going to change rates, then between 2 and 230, you're just looking for scalp levels. That'll be support on strong stocks and resistance on weak stocks. And I want to keep it that simple. So Meta, VWAP, Meta 432 are going to stand out for me. And then AMD, once it broke that 145, maybe VWAP in there as well to the south side. Those are the first two things I'm looking at. I doubt I will trade NEO for another entry, but if it gets back to the high of the day, I'll just get out.
All right, so here it is right here. There is a minute chance, ladies and gentlemen, that we start to have the craziest trading day
It's not zero?
that you've seen in a very, very long time. If there's a cut. 97.6% say that in 2 minutes we get that read that we're expecting, and then at 2:30 is when all the fun does come through and start with us. But I want to thank everybody for once again joining us here at Trader TV Live. We will now wait until Powell takes the stage. 2:30. We'll get that number in our ear. We are sponsored by Benzinga Pro, so I'll have that right here as well. I have that in my ear. We've got Brendan in our ear. You're in the right space. The minute we get any information, we will get it to you the fastest, the quickest, and we'll be showing you live charts. So I still have got Amazon on my mind, and I'm going to be trading the TQQs when this is all happening. So I'll just be looking at the TQs, looking for right now to short some pops. If the market gets going, I expect Powell to be pretty hawkish heading into his prepared speech, and then possible questions after that. We've had some hot numbers come in. So, I mean, if these PMI going to go to the upside, CPI going to go to the upside, they're not going to be raising rates if they're not going to be cutting rates if that continues to happen. So 1 minute to go. It's almost like kickoff to the Super Bowl, yet Super Bowls often don't have a 98% chance of picking the winner.
It's like basically imagine a scenario in which you have Dak Prescott in the Super Bowl versus Josh Allen.
Right.
So you know it's like, yeah, you love the Super Bowl, it's exciting, but you know in that situation, Josh Allen's going to beat Dak Prescott, so you know that's what's up. But if you do get a change in the language, obviously Brendan's really good. He's going to give you, this is what they said last time, this is what they've changed. And that there was that labor cost number that came out that no one even cared about. That was a huge mover. So I'm looking for some things, obviously, to fade. We talked about that AMD, but I don't want to close the book on some strong stocks. Meta has been an absolute rocket ship. There's one stock I don't want to short today. Right. I think it's Meta. But 20 seconds to go. Let's maybe get back to the desk.
Back to the desk, yeah.
All right, we'll show you the market here as we get this reaction. This is a 15-minute chart of the S&P 500. So again, there's going to be no change here at 2 o'clock as far as the interest rate is concerned. We will see if there's any kind of comments that come out. There it is, just hearing in my ear. No change, shocking. No change, guys. 5.25 to 5.5 remains the rate. Fed votes in favor of policy was unanimous. Inflation has eased over the past year, but remains elevated. I'll sift through these and let you know if there's anything surprising.
Yeah, when I saw the triple Qs do absolutely nothing there, I was like, okay, it's definitely unchanged. Now we wait to hear what some of those words that Brendan was talking about. What are they going to do with the securities? What are they going to do with Fed fund rate? What's the expected target? So we're just listening right now in my ear, and as soon as Brendan has something, we're going to throw it right back to him. But you can see the market is reacting positively. So if you're going to look at it from a daily standpoint, we've seen the market move like this just on Fed speak. So now we'll see if it can get back up to the upside. I was looking for shorts, but let's go over to Brendan for some more clarity.
First hawkish note here. Fed does not expect it will be appropriate to cut rates until it has gained greater confidence inflation is moving sustainably towards 2%. We've heard that many times in the past, but it's been a while here as far as on the statement itself.
Yeah, I mean, USD just went down a little bit. I saw the yields were up like a couple of ticks. Now they're right back in to the downside. So you're getting some movement. The market's not moving that much. No. And the name that I was watching over here, just want to make sure I check yields. You don't want to be completely off base there. But yeah, even AMD, like AMD with a $10 range on the day, and on that wick of 60 to 70 cents, that's it. So nowhere near a short level that I like. How strong is Meta? And this is a situation, like if I don't trade 230, I don't trade 230. Meta is broken out the top. That's definitely looking like it's a strong one. I'm not shorting that name, not shorting. You got to find something else.
All right, guys, let's go, man. There's the TQQ. We talked about what we'd be trading. There's the TQs right back in the building. One more time. And here it goes, man. We are elevated one more time here on the market. I mean, what else is new? But let's see if we can get a little bit of a move down. We are now short at 52.20. It just was in the 80s there. We only took one piece out at 52. We'll put another piece there right now just to see. We're right here right now. Hopefully we'll get that fill at 52 flat. And then we'll wait for that bottom. We just touched view up. I thought we were turning around. Look, to me, until Brendan comes over here, oh no. Okay, good. Thought you were mean for a second. Until Brendan comes over here with something that changes my opinion, we still have the exact same story that we had all day. Not much happening here unless he tells me something right now.
Fed maintaining mortgage-backed security redemptions cap at $35 billion per month will reinvest excess MBS principal. So there's a few things on the housing market as well. The rate at which they're running off the balance sheet, cutting Treasury redemptions cap to $25 billion per month from $60 starting June 1st. So Fed fund futures now at November as the first possible rate cut. We talked to Frank yesterday, this time on the show. At that point, there was still a 50-50 shot at September, but now we're looking at November, guys.
Yeah, that's not necessarily going to be what anyone wants to hear. So the only thing that came in, wick top on Amazon, that looks like it failed. Not VWAP because it can't even get there. Expectations for the size of the move are very different. Sometimes you're thinking, oh, it's going to pop and give like a couple of dollars. We can see 180, we can see VWAP. But right in here, 179 looks like that local high. AMD, literally nothing. I'm trying to grab 145s. So it looks like going inside of the range is the way to go for this. If you're looking for what did something absurd, Meta blew out the top and is just hanging out there. So yeah, if we actually end up going higher off of 230, I'm just gonna say it. This is like the fourth time I said it. I do not want to short Meta if we end up trending, or just in general. If it has to be an afternoon trend up, and then I would want Meta to the long side. But no matter what, I'm not shorting that stock. There's gonna be other fish to fry. USD is continuing to fall.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. I think we should be watching some USD here. I mean, the VIX doesn't really
Not
matter
much,
because
though.
we're watching the market here, but
Like a little bit.
I mean, so my out, we have a couple outs there at 52. We still have a little bit more than half this position. These are dangerous times to trade, as we've talked about that over and over again. I'm using 52.50 as my out. Just run the top, and then we'll get out of that one. You want to take out the high of the day on something that was expected, then you go ahead and do that. I still feel like I want to get sharp and ready. I don't have any more bids. I have nothing else going on right now, just waiting for this. The futures to settle down and get going a little bit here. It does appear that this is a big nothing burger with Fed Chair Powell. They're maintaining the $35 billion runoff cap. We sort of talked about that. Strongly committed to returning inflation to 2% target. I mean, they might have to raise rates to get back down to 2%. So I still
2%. We talk about 2%.
I mean, we got close enough, but I mean, I thought maybe we could get a change in target at some point. But it
Skip, we can't get no 2%. It ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen, Skip. Somebody said I look like Shannon Sharp. I don't look like Shannon Sharp. I can't even do a Shannon Sharp impression. I didn't even know
that was Shannon Sharp. So, that's because I don't know the show as well.
I watch a lot of Club Shay Shay.
Yeah.
It's like the way I see it. Like I used to think that Joe Rogan was the second best podcast out there. Yeah. Now I think that
is it that
I actually would say that Club Shay Shay is the second best podcast out there. The Market podcast is the number one.
Yeah.
Number two, Club Shay Shay, and then and maybe third. Can be Joe Rogan.
Yeah, we're gonna go. We did not reload TQs, but they are coming back down right now, Brendan.
Here's the red line statement for everyone. So it looks like ads. They've added a bunch here. So in recent months, there has been a lack of further progress towards the committee's 2% inflation objective. Yeah, no kidding, that's at the top there. And then talking about mortgage-backed securities here, the committee will maintain the monthly redemption cap, as I was just mentioning, for mortgage-backed securities, $35 billion. Will reinvest the principal payments in excess of this cap into the Treasury. So they added a bit about mortgage-backed securities, and then also they're still not seeing any progress, guys.
So why are we bullish?
I mean, the thing is that we talked about nothing was going to change other than earnings. And I tweeted that out last night. I said, do we really even care what the Fed says? And now I'm putting pen to paper and doing what I thought I would see here, and that would be a fade. So I want to fade this move. I'm not seeing anything there. All those crossed out lines just looks like jibber jabber to me, because until the Fed actually hits some of these targets and does something about them, I mean, now we're not hearing about rate cuts until November. So if all of these expenditure, PCI, PMI, CPI, BPI back there, we'll talk to Patty in a minute maybe, if they keep coming out higher than expected, then their target rate, I feel like, of 2% is not going to be something that's going to be achievable by the end of this year. So does that mean that even rate cuts then even get taken off the table as we approach November and some of these numbers get hotter and hotter? But there goes TQQ. It's just doing nothing. I wish their market was doing something else. But right now, we're just hovering. So if I can scalp some of this out back down near 52, great. We're about 10 cents away from getting stopped out. Like our stop rate here, we're short at 23s. Our stop is that break of 50. So here we go. Did we just, yes, sir. We just got filled again right there. So let's go, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're playing the short. I just told you why. Here we go. Let's make some cash here today. Live on the Trade with Shay Shay show at some point. will get that big.
Shay can't trade.
But right now, yeah, I think we did cross. I think we're number 2 or
Hall of
number
Famer.
1 most downloaded podcast for the week.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm
We're
a
not.
fan. Legit Hall of Famer.
Or are we?
He whooped my butt 10 times out of 10.
Front door, Randy.
You know what?
The Wingstop man has
beat him at
potentially
rate.
arrived.
The wings are in the house.
I have the arrival time right now. Nope. Still 3 minutes away, according to Uber Eats app.
Wah, wah, wah. You can't fake
It
us
said
out on the
209.
wings.
It said 209.
But you can't fake us out on the chicken wings. The chicken wings are either here or they're not.
We've got 3 sauces. Those
Chicken
were the
bacon.
choices. We'll save the big thing for when they come through. But for right now, the market's bouncing up and down.
Yeah,
If there's
we're
any
gonna take
specific
people up
stocks or any sort of questions you want to know, I just talked a little bit about
Bitcoin.
my opinion of what's going on right now. Bitcoin down to 58,000. Let me figure out what's going on with
Well,
the Uber
actually,
driver here.
technically, that's up to 58,000 because it was at 57 and change.
Oh, was it? Did
before.
it go that low?
I'm still just Amazon off of VWAP. Like, I would say this is probably one of the more, just in terms of volatility, like the volatility was probably a breakout in Meta. Like Amazon, I should probably just go into scalp mode if it's going to be a 50, 60 cent range. But Meta's a strong one, 440. Bitcoin, I'm going to look at IBIT for you guys out there because that's what we trade. Here at Real Trading, you can trade BTC, but the ETF is just incredibly liquid. This is the bounce, but it was getting smoked all day long. So this looks pretty bullish as well.
Going down.
Whatever this works out to at VWAP here, 32.60 if it can hold. I'm at the money on Amazon. I got to look back over at AMD because that was the first thing I wanted short. And like, look at this. I can't even get inside of the range top on AMD. Stock has a $10 range on the day, and I'm not even getting a pop, 80 cents or so to get me filled. So I'm going to come down into the 50s just a little bit here. Remember, when 230 hits and he's on the podium and then there's actually something which could be different from our expectations, that's when things get a little bit more interesting because the Q&A comes in there and we get a little bit more color as opposed to just a prepared statement. So just going to cancel the old order, stick with the new one. Neo is still chilling. All right, I have an offer on Neo, my trailing stop. I should move it to underneath VWAP because VWAP moves up during the day, Neo. I know this, and trail needs to be now under 15.
All right, so I was just, I'm actually talking with Randy. Make sure we get this order all sorted out perfectly fine because there's not one. If there's a moment where Ramin's going to be disappointed, then I am disappointed. All right, here comes the TQs right now. And you know what? As we organize food, we are making that money right here with the TQs as it continues to go to the downside. We just talked about where we wanted short. I said before this that we were going to short into the high of the day. That's exactly what happened. We got about 10 pennies away from the high of the day, and now we start to come back in. We are out of 35% of this trade as it just touches back into VWAP. And I was debating shorting Apple. Depending on how these wings go, we'll have a look at Wingstop stock in a minute. But right here, 172 was the area that I written down here on the sticky note. So if we got up there, that was my next choice. But for right now, it's TQs. And all of a sudden, this became, and you're seeing it live here. We do not show share size. We've talked about that. But now in just, I mean, you guys can take it for whatever you want. In 12 minutes, this is now P&L 2 for me. If we were to get out of everything right now. So there it is. Oh, damn. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's go. Do not forget.
Do not.
Under 500. Be the lucky 500,000th subscriber. And you may or may not receive a chicken wing from Wingstop if there are any left over.
Spoiler alert.
There may not be any
left over. We keep it real around here. They're going to be gone very fast. I promise you this. Sean got boneless, which just means they're going to get eaten even faster.
We had a request for boneless, and then we also decided that
wasn't my call.
We know that. We know that. It was also decided that for the show, sitting here and then eating it on the bone and then disposing of said bone may not be the most delectable visual.
No, it's the right call. I obviously, the real way to do it is to eat.
I never have boneless wings.
I'm not a
except for today.
I'm not a boneless wing fan.
Let's go.
I'm not gonna. It is what it is. You gotta respect the fact that hey, you're on a keyboard.
I know. And the thing is, I ordered it, so I would have, to make everybody happy, the best bet would have been to go like half-half. But unfortunately, Uber does not have the customizability
Oh, you can't try to do that. Yeah.
of that.
Meta's bouncing.
Should just called the store myself, actually.
Come on, let's.
Gone in 60 seconds, says Henry Chung. Yeah, we got some good flavors coming through. All right, there's another out there for us. We did talk about that as it does come through. Good trading, I feel like, anyways, today on the TQs. Now, whether or not it goes up or goes down, I just hope to be able to hold out hope that we can get this press conference going and we don't get the top run. But even if we do, we'd still like to get a little bit more into that high of the day. And then to me, I feel like there will be some questions about the target rate. And then if that comes into play, if he potentially says he's going to up the target a little bit from 2 to 2.5, but apparently that's not what it is. It says it's not. If there's some talk of that, then I could see this market really rallying, and then we'll try to get out of the way. But until then, I'm pretty happy with what we're doing. Right now, I have completed over lunchtime the official Jets lineup for High Park Little League, which our first exhibition game is today. The weather is gorgeous. We will not get rained out. Jinx.
It was gorgeous
on
yesterday.
that one. Yeah, we had a practice yesterday in a mud-lined field, which was still fun. Yeah, all right, so we're ready to go. Yeah,
All right, I gotta
Apple
take
172. I still like the Amazon short. We've already hit that today. I like it.
AMD,
but
nothing.
yeah, not much- not much
Nvidia's
happening.
starting to look a little bit spicy. I mean, like a tiny bit.
Like
Watching-
lemon peppery.
Well, okay, not lemon peppery. Maybe like what's milder than that? I don't know.
Yeah,
What's even milder than that? Like literally mild. Medium. Let's call it medium. You got some higher lows in here, but this is, for Nvidia, a $5 range is, the stock has traveled $50 today or $45.
Where can I bet on
It's
Little
still inside. You're not even close to VWAP. You're $5 away from VWAP. So, like, would you short it here? No. It has to go higher. If you're breaking it out, it's got to go through 35. CGC, you can look at the wheat stocks because maybe they're doing something again. Hey, CGC's finally catching a bid. Long out.
A little
long
puff
out,
pass action over
long out. See, like even when I was ready to celebrate the last bid that I had in CGC, I was holding like 80% of the trade for more than just 20 cents. But now it's starting to go. This could be something because you know what? The market doesn't actually have to move for CGC to do something. I like that. If Powell does nothing for us, at least this is now short sell restricted. It can give you a bounce play. I like here, 1065. Let's go for a dip underneath 11 with maybe like a 1050 stop, that local bottom here. First available dip. This way, if we do nothing till 230, they have caught a bid, so good luck mentioning CGC. It's got its own catalyst from yesterday.
Shout out to Kyle Burdett here. Yeah, you are spitting facts. We do recognize that true wings, of course, have bone in.
No, of course they do.
We do agree that they do add value with the bone in, and we prefer bone in. Okay, now, all right. It's been recommended that maybe people should send in some bone-in wings if they really want to
don't
see
have
us
to
eat
do
those. But no, I'm not going to say who said that, Sharif. No, he didn't say that. But as we go here, I'm going to like that, Big Kyle. And more importantly, you have spoken as well. The short pop, short any pops on the SPY. So we're just having fun about the wings. They're going to be absolutely fantastic, regardless. But you know, I agree with you. I'm starting to short it right now, Kyle. So I'm already short the market. I mean, thank you for the super chat. I agree wholeheartedly that is the play.
There they are.
Bag secured.
Bag
That even
secured.
says bag secured?
That's hilarious.
Okay, here we go. Where flavor gets its wings.
Oh, you can smell it. You can smell it.
Damn. Just as we're getting in and out of some trades over here, Randy. I see you had your meeting that didn't last too long there. You're in and out of that meeting,
You have
baby.
a meeting.
You are in and out of that meeting.
I'll be back.
Yeah, that's
All
the
right.
problem. No, there's not. By the
Give me
time
that
the meeting's
receipt.
done, there's not going to be anything left. I mean, you say that, but there won't be.
All right, let's just see. Okay, all right, as we go, maybe we should bring them,
Maybe we should have like a
Give 'em to the
plate or
desk.
something.
or something. Yeah, we got to organize this a little bit better. But they are here. The wings are now
Oh,
in
that
the
smells
building.
good.
Fabian, just figure out something to do with these, and
that
we can come pick them up, or we'll figure that out.
I actually didn't eat all of my salad.
Hey, you maybe do something for TikTok. Like, there's some crazy people with Wingstop stuff. You know, Ramin go crazy on TikTok, you know what I mean? All right, so here we go. Nice move. There it is, 52 comes into play right there. As there it goes, TQ's back in. Let's see if we can fire off the cannon a couple more times here for the short. Really, I have one more bid down here at VWAP one more time, and actually it's a little bit lower than that. A little bit lower than VWAP at 80 actually is where it is. And then we'll see if we get that drip, because right now I still want to respect some of the rules of engagement for trading for me, like, you know, making sure that we're in the right spot at the right time, making sure we're trying to respect some of the lines that we randomly have on here, which are not random at all. That's the kind of stuff that we're trying to do right now. So if we get VWAP, then the 200, then we can let the rest ride. But for right now, very, very comfortable sitting here with this short. We just took another piece off. We have 50% left now, and more outs. Like, we just don't have 5 outs. We're taking, like, trying to take pieces out here. So if it does make a move down, then yippee-ki-yay, but we're gonna have to wait to see if that does continue. So for right now, happy with this short, and I do want to fade some pops.
Just no fades for me in CGC. That's the only thing. I'm about to get bit. Yes. No.
They're eating the wings. That's why it's on me. There you go.
There we go. All right, there's a buyer at $11 on CGC, so I was just at 11. Now I'm at 11.02. So we jumped in there. Just want to get a little something on this stair step up. So previous high. Remember, we're looking for a dip back into 70s or so. Now we're going to change it up. If it's going to stall out at 11 even, we'll give it to like 11.90.
They're up there.
Well, they're up there. They're up at the desk, Randy.
We are going to do them.
What I love the excitement for chicken wings. You'd think if we don't actually eat food around here. We get chicken literally every single day, but the wings are rare. Our caterer does do them, but it's not the same as Wingstop.
Yeah, we're trying to find these sauces.
We don't get any good flavors either. That's the other thing. So CGC first stop, 11.20, and then 11.40. We're looking for some upside. I still haven't been filled in Neo, but I think that's going to come out pretty soon.
And I'm starting to agree, guys. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if the chicken wings don't have bones in them, we should definitely order more. And we should get some more. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting ready.
What are we doing?
Okay. Yeah, they're getting ready. That's our.
Hey, Randy, can you throw us like a plate or something?
I really like those behind the scenes looks right there. So we're only 10 minutes away. Like, this is going to get. I may not eat anything until about 3-ish or 2:45 when it starts to settle down, but let's just continue. Amazon is making a move somewhere.
It's at VWAP right now.
That's what it is. So we just got, I just got the scanner through. VWAP scanner for Amazon making its way back up. This is before I tell you, it is my P&L number one. AMD and Amazon are like neck and neck right now. We shorted Amazon right at the top. And we wrote down these levels. We talked about 181, 182, into 182.50. Let it make that high, and then the dump early. And then we just, like I said, sometimes it's luck, and you just got to be prepared. And when luck hits, you want to make money on it. So we hit that, and there's our last out right there. So we only held that. I think it was a little more than 10%. I feel like it was 20, 25%. We held that to the end, and then eventually we broke that level of 178. So it did go as low as 176.50, but I didn't have any air down here. So once we took out the sort of the pre-market, we thought we could continue, and we did. That's a good out for us. Possible reload rate here. Just dangerous. So I'm putting this on the radar for a reload because we don't need this to come out and then the market really pops. And I'm just going to lose what I made when we weren't waiting for Powell. So we'll just hit this fun graphic because it's really the only Powell one that we have. We have a Fed pivot one, I think.
Yeah, but that one doesn't make any sense.
And it's definitely not happening today. So
no, they're not pivoting, obviously, today. The numbers were not. There's nothing in the numbers that would suggest that they should change their stance, and there's nothing that's breaking VWAP here. Let me just quickly double check NVIDIA, because if NVIDIA goes,
they're starting to smell real good,
starting to smell
like
good.
If this TikTok stuff doesn't get recorded ASAP,
come on,
there's going to be a TikTok that you're going to want to videotape for sure.
Oh, it's true. Are you already eating?
Going ham on these wings.
How is everyone eating? But
Sharif is eating them. Okay, all right. Okay, them strong words. All right, so let's regroup right now as we try to focus.
Really, Sharif?
Man, those smell unbelievable. Look at these guys. Yeah, looking at them. Yeah. Oh, hi, Ramin. How are you doing?
Hey, what's
very
up?
Nice to see you.
Microsoft triple top.
Sharif.
Maybe?
Oh, yeah, Sharif getting in on that. Oh, yeah.
Wow, Microsoft is strong, eh?
Sharif, I think today is some sort of a day where you're not supposed to have too much protein or something. I feel like you've had way too much protein. You've had too much chicken today. That's probably what it is.
I mean, let's be real. Sharif probably has more protein in a day than I do in like an entire week.
Yes.
Like the egg content.
Now they're leaving the stage. Okay. Here I am, making the order, making sure we get boneless, editing the order, because the order, as many of you may be interested in, was initially bone in. When I'm saying wings, I'm saying wings.
The wings have been here for like
I go around, I figure out all the
minutes.
flavors and all of this.
10 minutes?
All right.
We haven't had anything. I can literally see this dude like
Google back up as well. Some of these names are starting to fly around a little bit, but honestly,
VWAP might break an Amazon.
we're sort of just having fun here. I mean, I want to welcome all 5,000 of you, which is a great opportunity to hit the like and the subscribe as we get closer and closer to that magical number that we will hit and destroy.
Right, now we're
450,000 subscribers. So thank you so much for everybody that does continue to support the show. It means a lot to everybody here. So. All right, Google, again, a strong name. I don't mind, I'm trying to figure out some longs that I like. Like, if the market goes, look how good this 166 is on Google. I think this is a fantastic break long if the market goes, but we need another $1.50. So breaking through that 166 on a name that I like. I think Google's strong. It's got faded those last little couple days, obviously off earnings. We talk about letting it settle down. Meta, another name, super strong today. Definitely has an opportunity to go, on a strong press conference. So that's another name here, 443. I mean, I haven't really looked at an exact level here. Ultimately, I guess that top right there is 440, 450 or so, leading us up to 448. It's a $400 stock. This name can go multiple dollars without even thinking about it. So that could be a good break. And then if we're wrong and we're trying to go the other way, which I'm already in the futures, I'm looking for Apple to fade out at that 172. I like that trade. I haven't been in it. It is a sticky note level today. It's the sticky note number 2. So we'll wait to see if we can get in on that one, as I like the opportunity there. But as you can see, you cannot get blood or money from a stone when this is what's happening. So there's nothing right now in the futures. If anything, we're starting to tick higher. The longs could have won buying off VWAP. The shorts could have won sort of doing what we're doing. But at the end of the day, this is not going to last. There's 4 minutes now until the market dramatically moves. I feel like I am going to get stopped out. I'm not averaging back.
I just got out of Amazon and
I do have a small average in, but
Amazon just, what is this wick short here? I was short underneath VWAP on Amazon now. I got to zoom in because you got that wick aftermarket. So Amazon just broke VWAP. I'm out. Wanted that short into the low. You got about $1.50 range in there, but you just sort of hung out, broke out. Even CGC stopped moving, which is wild because that stock was.
I thought I was just going to get we can just get one of each.
Oh, I can mess with this.
So the idea was we got hickory, we got lemon pepper, and we got the mango habanero. Damn. Yeah, let me take one.
Oh yeah, napkin. That's probably not a bad
And then bring
idea.
them back over there.
One? Yeah. Oh, we're sharing, aren't we?
That's mango.
I know.
Yeah, hickory and the lemon. So
I'm not taking one.
Cheers. All right, get them out of here. All right. One of each flavor. Thank you, Ramin. We'll take one of each flavor and we'll get on this. How is that, Neil?
I'm a little impatient. I'm sorry. I should use that cheers I was already eating. I can be rude like that when there's food around. It's good. It's delicious. It's tasty. Obviously, if you're gonna have the boneless, sometimes you want like.
Ooh, the habanero hitting though.
sauce.
The habanero hitting a bit.
Habanero. Oh, I didn't get the. I didn't. You're right. I didn't.
It's all right though.
That's my bad. And I stole the fork too, but.
3 minutes. All right. That's tasty. We do that more often. Thank you, Randy. Wingstop. I can promote the living crap out of these wings. So you let me know. At Trader TV, Sean. New sponsor alert.
I'll promote anything
Wingstop.
if I can eat it.
Those habaneros,
Yes.
Nice spice to that.
I'll have what I'm having. That's what's up.
All right, let's go. All right, here we go. So the market is now starting to go back up to the upside. Just a quick little look here in on our TQs.
Video.
We're going to get stopped out in about 5 pennies now. It's going to the upside. This is sort of what we thought could happen again. I knew that this always happens. It'll just move dramatically. He'll hit the stage. You'll probably get, I think, it generally, and I should have probably done some sort of a study on this, but I'm always feeling like the market really rallies for the first little bit when he hops on, and then continues to give back after that. So it looks like,
Anecdotally, I agree with that.
it looks like we'll be wrong here and get stopped out on the high of the day as we break the high of the day in anticipation of a Fed that we know is halting and not cutting.
Okay.
At least until November.
Amazon's already another, like it took 20 minutes for Amazon to go 50 cents to VWAP. It took 30 seconds after that for it to go another 50 cents. Meta's a strong one though. Meta's definitely the big strong one. 443, those are good and they have some nice punch to it. I did not get the lemon, so I took 2 and I was already eating. That was a mistake. We fail sometimes. But hey, Meta, super strong. I think you want to look for dip buys, but right before the podium is not when you want to get into, well, when I ever want to get into position. Because we know when he prepares those comments, we'd expect somewhat hawkish comments. And then maybe we can have a pump after we get a bit of Q&A. That's what it's all about. And those are tasty. As long as we get some more, I'm cool with that. NVIDIA is the other name that I want to pay attention to. I thought AMD was going to be a thing, really did, but in AMD just not really moving. So, maybe we get VWAP on AMD. I don't think it's done yet. Anything under VWAP, I still want to have the idea to put on short setups. So if we do make a curl or he takes his downside, AMD's still one I'd want. No more in terms of Amazon. This is why you get out. Like, look at Amazon. They're gone. Already another $1 to the upside. That's why you get away from it. CGC, I'm long at 2s. It's at 87, so that's starting to slow down a little bit. But you got to be patient. Meta's still the rocket ship. Undefeated Meta. You want dip buys. Meta is like, okay, you had your chance. Now what? You got, earnings came, you had your chance on Meta, and it's a higher low already. Oh, if this takes out 450 and you didn't get a dip buy after earnings, there's going to be some salty people for that stock.
Wing stock up $5 since those wings appeared on Trader TV Live. Just want to note that to anybody Wingstop shareholders.
It'd be 10 if we got them.
They may want to send more wings next time, and then we'll get to the upside there. But good job there. Wingstop, again, good quarter. We just talked about them. That's probably why we're doing it. Okay, it's 2:30. Jerome will be hitting the podium in a couple minutes, if not immediately right now. All right, so my level for the TQs now, I'm only sitting higher. I'm sitting at 54. Well, in here, 80s. So if we get that bump up into here, we have the 200 period moving average on a 20-minute chart. So the 400 minutes, we'll wait to see if we can get up to there. $54 or so is the level where we'll put on a real position short of the market. So here we go, Kyle and everybody else. If it started, so if we see anything at all come through, we'll hit Brendan up immediately, and you're in the right spot now for Powell and a reaction to this market. So let's see what happens here. I might take an initial, I'm gonna take a small short here. Okay, now we're starting to pull back. I'm just
chilling short?
Just a small one, just to see back in Qs right now.
Yeah, he's
small,
on the podium, but we haven't heard anything. I mean, I have my Benzing on.
I'm just reloading my Benzing. I haven't heard anything either
from them. So remember, it's prepared comments, so you're not expecting anything crazy, but there was a spike down. I suppose if I had just gotten into AMD, it would have worked because you're already starting to come back in here pretty nicely. Yeah, 145.5. I'll respect the beginning of the comments range here and look to get into this one in front of a VWAP as you're definitely heading back into the downside.
All right, there we go.
Is it even on?
The lemon pepper might be my favorite. All right, here we go, down to 52 and change, going to the downside right now. So we just reshorted. We're short at 43. Remember, we took a minute of a short there and got hit. So we've already talked about that, L. But we're still up on the stock. We just got to get this down in here. And there it is. Let's go. Let's go. There it is again. Being in the stock, trying to make this work. Here goes TQQ. Boom to the downside right there. Let's go. We would have much rather had a bigger position, but we did tell you that we were starting another small one here. This is the futures. This is Fed, and we're going to figure out what is going on right now as the market comes back in a little bit. We just touched 51.77. Wow, we touched a lot lower to the downside right there, 51.90. And so here we go. Nice move to the downside, starting to go. Let's see if the market can hold out. But so far, this is what's happening. Apple's nowhere near, well, Maybe it got up there. I wasn't paying attention. 71.50. No, I was looking now. 71s. Amazon was another one that we wanted as well coming into play there. So 180.50 so far for Amazon. I know you got the water over there. I got to get a water too.
You need
you don't need it at all. You don't need it.
No, it's not that hot. No, it's not that spicy. But Meta, I only want Meta long. I'm on the offer AMD. I still like that one short. It's underneath VWAP. Meta's trend up. 439 was the wick bottom at 2 o'clock. 439 was resistance. So I'm going to let it travel down in there. And then AMD, as some people like to call it, it's catching a bid, but I think you've got a clear VWAP in here to play off of, as I still not really hearing any comments. But we have, look, you have the desk here. If anything
Google's coming in
remotely important, you can see there, like, nothing's actually hit that I think is going to move us. So if you bounce up, AMD short VWAP, Meta long 439, that's where we're looking for bounce. And if it can't hold 439, I think reasonably VWAP is down at 435, which gets you another entry.
146. Yeah, we should have already had. I mean, AMD's been a big stock for us today for sure. 145.50. It's coming back up right now to that level. So let's put on a small piece right now. I mean, we're here to dance on this day. I mean, I don't want to just lose money just because of the day that it is or anything like that. But, you know, let's give it a shot. We're into AMD right now. We talked about, I mean, Neil just mentioned there, we're close enough to the VWAP. We've been short. We had that. This was such a monster short here, guys. Look where we covered. We put this on right when we left. This was 10.50. So if you're with me earlier on during the day, you saw me put this short on. This was 10.50. We covered, and said we were holding. So that's a 147. That out right there is 144. That's $3 right there on AMD. So obviously we don't ever want to give anything back. But here goes AMD right back up to VWAP. And not that same level, but close enough up to 146. Let's see what's happening right now as we get another short averaged in now. 145.40 right here for AMD to the short side. Put a bid down a little lower in case we do come back in, but we're short AMD and we're short the market right here as we just wait to hear question and answer period with our stops in place.
Yeah, look, Meta, you can't even get
Here
the bid
comes
on
AMD.
Meta. Like, AMD's already starting to come back down. The Meta dip buy got to 441, and it's already back at those highs. So I'm in AMD as well. Basically, it gave you the range short here. My price is Larry Bird. Actually, it's literally in between. It's 32.5. But it doesn't round.
There are half numbers in the NBA, yeah.
There's no half numbers in the NBA. Although, you know, also simple basic strategy would suggest that you should always foul in that situation, but I've already said enough about that.
Here we go.
So I want 144 into the downside on AMD. Let's see if we can take it. Again, nothing crazy,
baby.
but we're just trading inside of the range. We're about $1 in the money on AMD. Liked it at VWAP. It's right back in for us.
Let's go. Yes, sir. All right. I mean, that was a great short. I mean, we're just going to go back into the well, man. We've already said this. We tweeted this out earlier. Long AMD cash, short AMD $3-4. Short AMD again, man. We're staying right where we belong, man. We found our home, and it's right here on Trader TV Live as we continue to go downside. Good trading on the TQs. Look at this on the TQs. Look at that fill that we just got, baby. It's not only that, it's a reloaded position. We spray with that AK. There it is. I mean, look at this. All the way down to 52 right there. 52.50 once, 52.50 twice, 52 twice. Nice trade there on the downside. AMD starting to go. We've already got a little bit out right now. There is some more talk right now. So as soon as we get anything, it is Brendo to the rescue. But for right now, we're all good right now. But Brendan is ready.
Just quick update, guys. There's nothing we haven't heard before. He did mention that gaining confidence that inflation is moving towards 2% will take longer than anticipated. That was really the only kind of hawkish note, but here goes the market back to the upside right now. But yeah, nothing we haven't heard before yet.
Like, again, we don't expect anything crazy, and they have to be hawkish. I don't think there's any way around. They don't have to do anything except for, you know, get old and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. I think we'll go back to anything under VWAP, which I think that puts a few other names in play as well. I thought maybe Apple was going to sneak underneath. It's holding higher. You're going to have to throw out Meta. The dip buy still feels good. Like, Meta won't drop. And if it's this strong, like, I want to put the 39 on there. But I feel like if you get to 39, you might not like it. You want something to be making higher lows if it's trending to the upside. So before I thought 39, now I'm starting to think if it can bounce off the 440 level, it'll be a little bit more reasonable. Bitcoin as well is looking a little bit bullish. I had BTC on my, we had IBIT on our minds there. I was about to pull up the actual BTC, but we can't short that. VWAP looking strong. It's actually trying to break out here. So I'm thinking this looks strong in addition to Meta, trending to the upside. I'll look for some dip buys. I mean, it's going to make a run at 60,000 if we get super bullish, but I just reloaded AMD, so we have to go back over to that. But add Bitcoin to some things that are bullish with Powell talking here.
Yeah, Bitcoin's really strange, huh? I just 140. So, you know, we have to expect volatility, right? So, I don't know. I mean, Q&A?
What was that?
Oh, they're done. Yeah, okay, they're on the Q&A. Yeah, perfect. So, as Powell's on the Q&A, this is the kind of volatility that we do expect, right? Because now he's starting to answer questions that are off script. So people are going to try to get him to talk about monetary policy and what they're looking at, obviously, and what some of these targets are all about. So let's just wait to see what's happening. AMD is right at that level, so watch out for that 146.
Right at VWAP.
Yeah, possible breaking right at VWAP. We're short at 65s on AMD. Our P&L number 1 today is now AMD, so we'll stay with it, but there it goes, breaking 146.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to take out that top any second now. A couple of shekels more, and it's going to have to stop out. I reloaded it, which might end up being a mistake. We'll definitely see. There it goes. I just took it out. I reloaded it, so I'm going to slap the L on AMD. Much better earlier than late. You're now stair-stepping it upside. I tried to grab some Bitcoin, IBIT, I should say, because we don't trade directly. Just in here off the 33. I think this looks bullish.
Hey, yo.
As we're now really starting to pump. Hey, you know what? I wasn't anticipating the pump. I'll take the L going short, but I do not want to fight this trend. I've done it before. The last time, famously, there was a pop, and I was like, the firm is a piece of you-know-what, and I was shorting. It's like every single long was tempered by the fact that I would just continue to get into a firm short. It was like I had 4 longs at all one, and I just kept shorting a firm, and it kept on going higher. So I don't want to be fighting this too much. Meta is now absolutely gone through 445.
Yeah, everything's going up.
Well, I mean, it's not enough to just say you don't want to short Meta. I was a little too conservative with the dip buy, and it just didn't get to my price. It stalled at 440 instead of 439. That should have been a distinction without a difference. That's nasty. Yeah, 1 p.m. might have been the right time. Jack Me Nimble in the chat saying to buy Bitcoin. But the way I like to trade it is over the years when the Fed means something, to put the trades on after the fact. I just feel like you're making guesswork, and I'd rather react to it. Win or lose, or draw, I'm going to be down since going short, since the numbers came out. But win, lose, or draw, you just have to trade around your own normal style. And I've never really been I'm getting into position at 2 o'clock kind of guy. Or sorry, 1:30 kind of guy, or 1 o'clock for Fed. It's just never been my thing. USD is slightly moving down. Meta's now at 446. This is getting out of hand. What is he saying?
We told you about Meta.
Meta is
we just had a good winner in AMD, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. Like I'm starting to put some bids here to cover this because oops, that's TQs. Sorry, we're not heavy into TQs, but this AMD is starting to go. Like this was just at 140. Like this wick down here just happened for us, and we were in the money. That just touched 146 and change. What's up, Brendan?
Just said, and I quote, he sees it very unlikely that the next policy rate move will be higher. Again, that's from Powell. Very unlikely that the next policy rate move will be higher.
We really thought they were going to raise rates. Did we really think that? I didn't think that. I don't know. I know. Look, I understand the good arguments that were made for the possibility of it. Especially, I know Brendan mentioned it on the podcast. I think it might have been.
I mean, that's all you need to know is what's happening on the podcast.
That's the reality. But I'm a little bit skeptical that was ever a high probability, because like you can just leave rates where they are for longer and sometimes accomplish the same thing. Like,
counter something.
Inactivity can be activity for them at these levels. So I don't think that's
we got really
crazy.
Close to these levels, though.
Speaking of levels, if you thought that Intel was going to $31 today, then you're not me. But I am going to fade 31 on Intel because that was the level yesterday at exactly this time where it was the fade play. So I was shorting it at 30.30, and it broke out. Now I'm shorting it at the 31 level. Usually you get whipsaw action, to be honest with you, but I want that whipsaw down. We should have had a long on Meta, like I said. I missed it. Put that on me. If you went long 440 instead of 439, that's all the difference in the world. 448. Meta's going to hit 450 in a matter of minutes. I can't buy a top on a Fed day. And like I said, if you were waiting for a post-earning dip buy on Meta, sorry, that was it.
If you're waiting for AMD to go down, this may be your opportunity because we're just getting out of some of this because we just went short 147 again right there and just took some out for 50 cents. So, you know, we've given some back. We still are up. We're still up on AMD today, despite what we just did. So we're back in it right now for the short and trying to cover to make a little bit back here off that 147 area. Remember, let me zoom back out of this. We did get stopped out on the high side. No, stop it. That's fine. But I will have it if you're going to give it to me. There it is, a nice move back up to 147. I shorted that. That was that level right there that we took earlier on AMD. So we tried to take advantage of that short right there. All right, TQs just came in as well. I got to address this. We're now short the TQs against the market that's pretty much ripping right now.
Yeah, I was showing a 15-minute chart so you guys could see yesterday on Intel, but this is what it looks like on the 3-minute. Spike up, stall at 93.5, 94, whatever it might be. I'm short 87. That's a huge spike. And obviously, if you guess long correct, great. Probably the trade that you could have is when it sets this range here. So I'm out of it. I was in the position. I just would have got right out right before 2 o'clock hit, so I wouldn't have been in this trade anyways. But you could have had something along. If you're bullish, that gives you a long here or a long there to there or a long here to there. But I came in looking like I wanted to fade it. And like I said, the best you can do when you're fading it is sit it out from here to here. Yeah, otherwise, you're going to find yourself in a world of hurt. IBIT, I'm just going to cancel my IBIT bids because, you know.
Incoming inflation data.
Yeah, like I'm not getting 33s on IBIT. And if it does, then I need to be patient with that dip buy. So you go for that whipsaw action looking to pick up along, and that's kind of two places where I wanted to have that bid. And a lot of times the volatility will let you get picked up. Like, if you throw a bid in there, you don't think you're going to get filled, but like you get enough volatility that you get picked up. I hate like chasing those moves. So I got it on. Back into 30.60 is where I want to take this with some 70s, and I'm going to get a bid out in the 60s. Yeah, I didn't think Powell was going to pump us today. He even heard me say I thought he'd be pretty hawkish in his comments. So sometimes you anticipate a bit too much, but just make sure you trade with stops, everybody. That's what it's all about. SoFi squeeze? Oh, I hope so. I just saw in the chat SoFi squeeze. I'm like, yeah, it could use a squeeze. I mean, this needs more than a squeeze.
Get down.
Like, this thing needs a boa constrictor bear hug at this particular point. SoFi shareholder right here in my long-term account, just so you know.
Yeah, it's been a tricky one for sure. All right, so AMD still, again, like, it's just been like just one of those days, man, where you've had to have been as patient as you possibly can with all of this. And just now here's another, I'm hearing in my ear again. We'll probably throw to Brendan in a couple seconds as there's another answer to some sort of a question on inflation again. So, you know, we did get hit on that TQ position, but let's just get some more back in. We wanted to wait for 54. It did blow us out there, so that was bad. We will go red on the TQs, but again, trying to hold on to some of these so that we can have a bigger windfall because we wanted to get short on this event. I don't think anything different's been said. So I feel like we want to go there. And then the reason why I'm sort of going short, if you look at a longer time here, this is what we're sort of talking about. I still think this 17.8 is something. We went over there just for a minute, fell back in. Once we broke it this time, it wasn't even considered to come back. We first went down 700 points, then made it back, touched it, and dropped again. So for me, yeah, man, I mean, I'd like to see this happening. And there it goes right now. Come on, baby. This is what we're talking about. Thank you, Mr. Powell. Nice move to the downside for the TQQs. Hallelujah. Now it doesn't look so bad as we start to go back into the downside and we go back into Greensville, as we said, on Advanced Micro Devices temporarily, as these stocks could either be up or down $1 by the time you blink. So there it is. We do get that fill down there. Props that up. Ooh, man, we're getting a little spicy now in this market. P&L wild right now. I'll leave it at that. AMD now $1 in the money. TQ's now 40 cents, but we've taken hits on both those since this number came out, so we'll have to wait on this.
Yeah, if Intel moves $1, I'll wear like one of those tight-up sweaters that Shay wears. It's not going to happen. Intel's not moving $1, but it is moving.
It's only moving $1
wild.
down.
No, it did move 2% to the upside. It's a $30 stock. It's not going to. Like moving full dollar, you're going to move 3% and change when the range is not even that on the day. But it did just come back in, was able to take some out. Now I want to reload it in front of that 31 even. Feeling a little bit more calm about that push up because we had to pick a spot to go short. Holy crap, Meta. Okay, Meta.
Oh, we knew we wanted that long too.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you just can't. I just can't chase it. Can't do it. You can't do it. Can't do it. Like, where's the out here if you're chasing the top on Meta? What about NVIDIA? NVIDIA's trying to punch back through 850. I don't like that NVIDIA's back underneath the 850 level. So, you know, it would have to pull, like VWAP would be something, but then you've almost fallen too far. Get back above 850 NVIDIA, and I think I could get a little bit bullish on that stock. But yeah, we waited for Intel to get to 33. There's just no chance I thought it was going to get there. I mean, it's not zero because I don't think in certainties. But when I looked over and realized that stock was at the even dollar level, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Tesla is very strong as well. Let's not forget Tesla. This could be a little something because you know what? It's not that far from previous highs. So opening range top 184, that's not chasing. You're only $1 away. So 184 gives you a reasonable range on a dip. You dip, bounce off 84, give me a long bouncing off of that as long as it can hold one time. That's all I need to see.
One time. I know there's a lot of people talking right now about different stocks for me to look at. I won't be looking at any different
SMCI?
stocks. It's only because like I want to focus on the futures right now. I mean, I could short whatever, but for right now, there's really nothing for me to do other than sit here on the TQs. I just bid again at 80 here. If we could take 30 cents, that would be fine for me. Let's see if we do continue to push down. We did get some more out of AMD right here as well. So there it is, man. We just got our best fill on this is 146.20, but now we're coming back in again. So hopefully this will hit us back into the downside. Let's see what happens right now on this play. So AMD short, TQ short. This could get blown out. If we take out the high, then we're gone on this one. 54.30 again for the TQs. This was my #1 stock last month, but again, we should be probably switching. Do not the short anymore, although we were bearish. Let me just try to hold out until he's gone. That's,
dollar down.
If I get stopped out now, I will wait and get way more aggressive when he's off the stage.
So this is the thing, like I'm not even looking for, like, a lot of times I'll be like, okay, well, what else is weak if I'm thinking fade? But, you know, the 10 years at the bottom here at 458, the USD's down as well. So there's enough here that I want to find something long. And now all of a sudden when I want Tesla, it's not even giving you any kind of a dip. Let's get a zoom out here because the problem, you need to break through 186. Like I'm not going long into overhead resistance. Like you zoom it out and 50 cents higher is yesterday's afternoon top on Tesla. So if I'm not going to short it, I'm certainly not going long that top because that doesn't even make any sense. Either it punches through or gives a dip buy. But I only want, if it's this strong, I want to be looking for longs in a general sense. Intel, again, they're different. They didn't have a good quarter, and the daily chart looks like this. So that is the reason why. The trend is your friend to the end when it bends, and if it bends from here, then count me incorrect, because I also said that Intel was on a one-way collision course to $25 after that report. So this is the low. I'm wrong there.
Yeah. Okay, just getting more in our ear about Powell, but it's kind of just the same old talk here. They're not. We just covered more of the TQs. Like we got short again here at 54.12 into that high of the day as we talked about. So substantial lags in data. So, I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Remember when they had that hotter than expected jobs number and they talked about seasonality? That was like one of the first times that we heard them talk about that. And it sounds like he's kind of doing that again to some extent here. So, you know, we'll wait to see. They're talking about interest rates is an active 2.0. We already know that. Anyways, just going on and on. We'll cut to Brendan if anything happens.
What? Interest rates are an active tool?
Yeah. I just typed in yes there. I saw someone say SOFA, yes.
Oh.
Wow, okay, back
So
up to
that's how
7.
they influence things. Interesting strategy.
Yeah, it is an interesting strategy. The Fed always seems to be late on something. 66 yesterday, $6.60 coming through there for SoFi. What a nice day today. I would think that this could be like a multiple day run here, especially if we take this out. 720 right there, that's not bad. So that's kind of where we couldn't get going on the, watching out for AMD, where we just got some more shares. But I was thinking about this 72.20 area right there for a level. Get past that bad SoFi day, get past the high of the day of that day, that we can make a move back up for SoFi. So I'm not going to get too excited, but yeah, that's very close to happening. We could get that today. I'd like to see it close above 720 before we start stamping SoFi for the long, but congratulations if you hit that. Nice little recovery day there for SoFi.
I'm going to take the opposite approach and just get excited on SoFi even though it hasn't gone anywhere, because I've needed reasons to be excited about SoFi. You're back above $7. I'm not going to do any backflips because I'd probably break my back trying. But you make a post-earnings low and you make a higher low. If it holds the higher low, then I'm looking long off the higher low, because I like that. It's just such a huge move to the downside that I like the potential of the other way. Let's just go with that. But you still see the strength in the market. Like, come on, Tesla. I'm so accustomed to, once you get inside of a range on a Fed day, that you actually get both sides of it. Like, Tesla comes up into here to the 85, and I'm expecting it's going to do this nice little dance, like down 70, 80 cents, go long the dips, and then back up, but it's just holding so strong up at the top, and I don't like how tight it is to yesterday's resistance level. Greg Newman saying, what about Upstart? I would imagine things like this are on the jump. But what about Carvana would be more interesting. They're going to be reporting Aftermarket tonight, and you're talking about a squeeze name. I know Upstart's 7.5%. That is impressive. You won't see me fading that one.
No.
Wow, Carvana
What's up?
is up another 7 as well. So 7% going into earnings, right back into 52-week highs. Oh, Varna. And the thing about Carvana too, and don't get me wrong, like I know Upstart's a big one, but Carvana, 30% short float. The you know what hits the fan one way or another tonight, because there's shorts that are going to be either screwed or there's anybody that bought the top, and you know, the risk could be like 15% on this bad boy. We'll give you guys, it's not even 3 o'clock yet, but we'll talk about this in the aftermarket show. I'll be stepping in for Sean so we can do some coaching of the baseball team in there. We're going to have the Fibonacci Princess. Carvana's on tap. I don't think I want to trade this because everything about me sees 90 and is thinking fade. And I feel like that's way too silly to just shoot for a short. I didn't pay for shorts anyways. Why is everyone putting Getter in there in the chat? Oh, because it moved 2 cents.
It's same guy. It's not everybody. It's some guy.
No, I see a few people. Okay, you know what? It's the same person putting.
Get that blocked.
Same person putting it in.
All right. So basically, you know, the TQs, it's still up here at the highs. We said we'll hold on to a piece. We got out of half up there when it took it out. We basically, our last reload was pretty much I'll flush it, but it's not, we haven't done anything on it. Like, we got out there at 54. That last reload is a 54.10. We just got out of half at 54.30, and then we were also cashing out down here as well, down at 54 flat. So there's 2 at 54 flat. There's another one at 53.90. That's 40 cents. And then there's 20-cent hit on our last reload. Plus, we also had this reload. We only lost when we got stopped out at 54, but still not a stop out that we like. There it goes. I can't just keep on going. I'm going to wait. We still have a piece on as it's coming back in. So hallelujah for that one. But it's really this one that's starting to work for us now, as look at that reload on AMD to the top side and then out again. So like that's just, we just made 70 cents on AMD right there. Like it's just moving that aggressive. You know, like I'm looking down, I'm like, where are these fills coming in? The net is kind of like fluctuating a little more quicker than normal here, but we've lowered our shares. So that's the one thing that we're going to tell everybody. Like, we're not swinging this like this was 9:30 or 9:45 on a day where we're pretty confident with the direction. Right now,
you also can hold it all day long at 9:30. Here, we're out at 4 o'clock. When you're day trading, your day's done. So there's a limited amount of time for it to move.
I mean, most of the time, like right now with an hour left, like time is not for me of the essence right now. But at the same time, like you're right. Once the market makes a direction, it's hard to stand in front of it.
Wow, we're still...
So market's still going up. I just have to wait. if I can be patient, this could be good. Yeah, I know Frank Jones. I know Kyle. You guys don't want me to give up on the short. I understand that. But I got to protect my neck at some point as well, right? So we could be wrong. Nothing wrong with being wrong. I know it's maybe few and far between, thank God, but.
It's okay to, look, it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. That's the way I look at it in trading. You're never right 100% of the time in trading. And if you are, I said it from the beginning, if you're right 100% of the time, then you're cheating or an algorithm that is loosely cheating, potentially. But that's the reality. SMCI, it's tempting. This is SSR. And so the thing about anyone, you see a level like that, you're like, oh, but couldn't you just short 770 and put a really tight stop up here? You could, but it's short sell restricted, which means it's very squeezable to the upside here. Like Intel's stable in a way that if it breaks out, I'm getting slipped by a cent or two. If this does break out, you could get slipped by a few dollars at a time on SMCI. Obviously, the long earlier would have been good, but again, I did my thing for an SSR bounce, and it would have been perfect at $700, but I didn't have it. Got to acknowledge that. Tesla does not seem to want to go anymore. The market's still at the top, and Tesla's coming down some. So it's not usually what you want to see out of a bullish stock. Like a Meta, on the other hand, is going right up to the 450 level. Instead, Tesla's dropping a little bit here. So I don't want to be dip buying something that's going down while the market goes up. That's not making any sense. What is going on over there?
Exactly. I'm just going to hold back my comment for all this because I don't want to downplay what traders should be doing and not be doing. But all right, so there we go. I know you're shooting TikToks. That's amazing. All right, so here we go. Nice downside move for nothing right now because everything is upside. We are almost, and exactly what you guys were talking about there, Kyle and everybody else. You see, there we go. So now we're stopped out. There goes 148. You don't need to, it's the first of the month. You can be off on what's been happening, and that's apparently what we are, but we're fine. I just want to wait for this guy to get gone, you know. We had AMD, that was a really, really top trade, but we're going to have to wait now for 148 to settle down and then get back in. Too many shorts in there into this market that's now up 1.1%. It's so crazy because I was like, oh, Meta, we'll take 446 break or 444 break, I guess it was. There it goes, straight up there, up to 450, looking like it wants to go. No more fading anything. I mean, we're just going to wait for this right now. Hands off. SMH is starting to go as well. This could be better than AMD. Remember, AMD also had the report today. So that's like AMD's already at 149. Like you want to talk about, honestly, I will just do this. We could have had, if we don't have that stop there, then there's money coming out of that wheelbarrow you don't even know. So we had to get stopped out right there. And there it is, man, in and out of that one as we start to fight the short, which was not good.
I just looked at Amazon. I'm like, thank goodness. I mean, sometimes the best trade you make is the one that you don't make or the one that you get out of. Right? Like that's pretty, again, obviously long is better. I get all that good stuff, but thank goodness. But that is absolutely ridiculous to that upside. NVIDIA is going to take 860 any second now. It's back above the 850 level. Breakout, breakout, breakout. If it was 930, I'd probably take this break. Look, if it double tops 860, that's a little bit better. But it already gave you the break here at 855. So I can draw a line because I like that level this morning. But realistically, you know, it showed you that 855 was the breakout price. So I'm not going to take the next break on that name. Tesla's probably available still off of 184. So I'll just go into that one. Clearly, Powell's got us to go into the upside here. Bitcoin's also gone. Intel's at 98. 99, now at 31, so it looks like that's going to take it out. A couple of pennies above that one of the even dollar, and we'll have to get out of that last short. And we were patient with that as well. That's the crazy thing. So I'm just going to get my order out on
scale of 1 to 10. That was like a 2.
On Tesla here,
honestly,
and see if we can't get picked up on the way. But Intel just came out of there. At the end of the day, it doesn't seem like it's huge on some stocks. That's still inside of yesterday's range.
That white skin, no.
But you look at Intel, that tripled the range today. I waited for the top, got patient, I got one leg out, and then it's still going to the upside. So we're going to have to back off of that one. What's going on? I don't even know what's going on there.
No, Dara almost died over there, and I was just like,
From what?
honestly, I'm white.
I'll eat it.
And I was just talking about, hey, I'm Sean. That was like a 2 out of 10, the spiciness of those.
I've
in my
known
opinion.
you since we were in high school.
What would you rate that out of 10?
You're
That
white?
habaneros.
When the fuck? When did this?
I know.
What?
Oh my God.
I tried
What?
to get different things, but yeah.
We're playing on basketball together.
I
don't
know.
even
I
what's
play.
going
I
on.
know. You would think that I wasn't, and there's a lot of other reasons, but no, I was gonna say that wasn't that spicy.
So you're talking about the
I was just,
habanero.
no, I was just
No,
saying
it
because
wasn't
Adara,
that spicy.
Adara was
No, it was not
losing
that
it. I was like, nah. Like that
wasn't
is
that
like
spicy.
that. Very spicy. This is what happens when you're from Winnipeg. Just Google Winnipeg, and then you will figure out what different spice levels associated with Winnipeg.
I've never been to Winnipeg. I've never
Been to Winnipeg? I guarantee you will never ever be to Winnipeg.
Have you been to Winnipeg?
I've never been to Winnipeg.
Okay. Well, I mean, don't guarantee me I'll never be to Winnipeg.
I'll pretty much guarantee you'll never.
No,
be to Winnipeg.
actually,
I'm, I'm willing to bet it.
This
is not insulting to Winnipeg.
No, but
I
there
just say,
might
why
be
are
a
you going
chance.
to Winnipeg?
Because the next full eclipse or whatever the eclipse is in 20 years, and it's in. I think the best place to see it is somewhere in the prairies in Canada.
Okay, but it will not be Winnipeg, is what I'm saying.
I don't know if it is Winnipeg. I've already promised my dad. If my dad is still around, I've made him a promise that we're going to see it together. He'll be.
man.
I mean, it's just one of those things. So I could be in Winnipeg, man.
Yeah, you could be.
I could go to Winnipeg.
There is no doubt that in
Winnipeg
20
is-
years, on a random eclipse, you may find yourself in Winnipeg.
If the best place to see the eclipse is Winnipeg, then I'll go to Winnipeg.
Yeah.
Another reason.
For sure.
Why else would I go there?
Exactly. So, all right.
They still have a hockey team?
Yeah, they still have a hockey team, but you don't watch hockey.
No.
Okay, so they
No, I
cross
don't.
that off the list. All right. So let's
I'll
go.
watch the league.
All right, so there goes the TQs to the downside again.
I hate you.
We're just thinking, I mean, he's still on, right? Yeah, so
All right.
waiting for him to come off so that I can eventually just start to take some of this out. I'm going to put another bid here at 34, take something out right now. There it is, another out there at 34. Let's just wind up seeing what happens here. We're nicely in the money. We could go back. I mean, if this gets back into the 50 period, which is all the way down here, kind of where we started this mess, then we'll be up on the stock. So let's just give it a rest a little bit. We let AMD cook, and we did not do, like, if the market was open, the market's open, but if the market was regular trading right now, this short right there, that is what we would have been all over that. Wick high into a raging market. We tried that here at 147, 148, got stopped out, and then boom, goes the damn dynamite. But we are dynamiting it up right now as well, as here come the TQs. Let's see if we eventually get a bottom pick here on this name, but I think we could get a little lower here on the TQs, trying to get back into that level. Let's see if we can turn this trade into something special. Down to 53. Let's put a bid at 75, see if we can get that. I don't know, but it could flush.
Yeah, I just went back to the well because I actually was the top wick on Intel at 3102, and it came instantly back underneath 31. So it wicked it out. I get back in at 95, so you give that up. I mean, you could get 99s if you're a little faster, but I wanted to see an offer under there. But then the same thing, at the same moment, I was getting that fill. I'm like, oh, there came Tesla in there, and I was still bidding. So the first thing I did is immediately jump out of a bunch of it because remember what the plan, I remember saying it's always an execution plan. Let it bounce off 184, then get in. Did I actually do that? No. I caught it on the way down. Thankfully, I was able to take some out right away. I'm like, that's not the execution plan. I wanted to see it bounce first and then go long, be a little bit more cautious. Now it's starting to bounce. So even if it goes higher, I defend if you break a rule or you do something to get in a little bit too early and you want to wait for confirmation to have it on, then just take some out flat. If you have that chance to do so, then you lighten the load. But the plan was to watch it bounce first. I can try to get a better price as well. My stop's in on it. But as that's starting to go back to the upside, I want to manage the short because the shorts haven't been right. I just got some back out there 90s, even low 80s on Intel. I still think if we really do break down from here, I think you break 80 and then wear this candle. This will be, here you go. So the big volume candle in here, that was a breakout at 3060. So the point at which everything accelerated to the upside, Intel accelerated from 3060. On the way back in, that's where I look to terminate the trade. That's where I want to take my profit. Trend is still to the upside. Even if it looks like we've made a top here, It ain't over till it's over. It's only 307. We've seen Powell carry this into the imbalances before. So I don't want to just assume.
No, I don't think so. Really?
No, not him talking. I'm talking about
the move.
Yeah, let me be more precise about that. We've seen the move post Powell get carried into the imbalances at 350. He's not. If he talks till 350, that's ridiculous. He doesn't do that. He'll be done usually about before 3:30.
In change. We do have a new position on. I found this NASDAQ pen in a boardroom. It says NASDAQ 100 on it. So I figure, like, since I'm trading the Qs all of the time, it's impossible to see. It says NASDAQ 100, symbol QQQ. We'll watch that. We got that pen in here for good and or bad luck as we continue to short the Qs. But new position was Apple, and that's what we're talking about right here. So I said we look, we wrote it down on the sticky note that we liked 172. This one went right through 172 on some of that movement, but now it's having a hard time getting through yesterday's close at 172.60. So, hey, again, definitely going counter here. Oh, there goes the market again. So we're trying to do this. We're going to be shorting Apple. We are short now Apple at 42. Let's see if we can get back into the downside. We'll put a bid in the 30s. We'll put a bid in the 20s. And then we'll put a bid in the teens just for a little bit and see if we can get some out. And then if we do start to get, I mean, again, this is what happens. He's talking right now. I hear it in my ear. And, you know, you get little market gyrations, let's put it that way, like up and down, figuring itself out. So these are days where you're either gonna, you can make big, lose big, or kind of do nothing. So, you know, we've lost trying to go short into this, but I would like to put on bigger positions. I just like to see no more questions and then just let the market do what it's gonna do and not make these moves, because like here I am short and I don't want to put on 1,000 shares or something like that of Apple because we're not at the level, you know, like we're at a level, we have uncertainty in direction now.
I think the smash spot had to be long early. So if, like I defended, like I was looking to fade first.
I still want to go short.
If you were looking to fade first, then there's just never been a smash spot. Because if you were looking to long first, then I would say, like, if your first inclination was you wanted to be long in this, then there was a chance to go ham. And the only place I think maybe that could have happened would have been Meta. But as I said, I was probably never getting anything that's set up for me. You know, I know how I'm trying to trade, and I just don't see, like, when this happened, there was nothing in here that I could get. So I probably was never grabbing that one. Oh, come on, Intel. You get one fill. Like, it goes one step down and then just hangs out. Like, it makes a top, goes one step down, gets short on the way back in, one step down, and then a little bit higher. Tesla, I'm going to take high of the day here because if it gets into 86 again, that is overhead resistance from yesterday. So I consider that a bit of a top, so I want to play this into yesterday's high. It's not yesterday's high. Yesterday's afternoon high is about 186. I keep saying yesterday's high, but it was at 191 at the open. But at about noon, 86 was the top, and it triple topped it. And the same thing again today.
I'm getting like, I'm just getting
hungry.
Hungry? No, those wings were good. Like, I'm good.
I hope you.
I'm not even really. I wasn't even really that hungry. I mean, we have that salad. Well, that was just fun to do. Wing Wednesday.
No, my problem is that I look over. Sean's to my left. But there's also like a chicken wing just sitting on the desk over there.
That's Adara's habanero that she cannot.
So you're not going to eat that?
I cut it with a.
You said
so you basically had one little small bite of that.
Come on.
And you're done.
No, that's fine. I'll eat it. That's fine.
Oh no, yeah, no, get it to use. I thought we were tapping on a bigger portion there, but okay. Here we go. All right, we did take a piece out on the NASDAQ. I mean, we're still 30 cents in the money. We did take that piece out there at for 26 cents. Now it's 30 cents, starting to go a little lower here. Let's see if we can cook, Dalvin Cook style, down to the downside there. Has he signed yet? No, he has not.
He's got no team.
Okay, so Apple is the one right now. We're short at 42. I was bidding mid-30s. It doesn't look like we even want to go. Okay, we just got to, no, we did not. We got to fill in something else. We got to fill in the TQs, I believe, yes. Okay, so that came right down there. So these are good trades. So now we're starting to feel better about the short, but I still don't feel that good. Like, as long as Powell's there, I am not feeling short as we are.
Paula
Definitely
in the
over
chat.
short.
Apple short into earnings ? Apple reports tomorrow after the bell. So if you're holding it overnight, good on you. I don't, in my personal account, I don't make trades going into earnings. I'll buy a stock if I really like it, or I'll sell a stock if I want to get out some before earnings, but it has nothing to do with the actual report. But they don't report till tomorrow. Carvana, DoorDash are the big ones. You've got Qualcomm tonight. So by the way, Qualcomm, obviously, that's going to move around and affect Apple a little bit. So you can get some sympathy there. And another step down in the second, this is what's happening on Intel. It rejects 31. We get back in after taking an L. Come to the chart for a second, Ram. That was delicious, by the way, and it's not that spicy.
Forgot to say chart.
Got 95. It goes to 90 and bounces. It goes to 80 and bounces. The second you get a bid, this stock is bouncing. And that looks like a bull flag to me. But it's still at a big resistance level, so I want to respect it. I'm not buying this stock at any highs for at least, I don't want to say how long, but it's got to make some power moves on the daily chart before I think Intel is a stock you can be buying on any kind of an upward trend. So as long as it's under 31, we'll keep trying it. Tesla is really starting to stall out here. Now it's doing exactly the same dance. If it breaks a 185 and puts like a 15, 20 on the bid, I'll probably trail it. You're starting to get really sleepy in the markets right now. Except for Meta, by the way.
Meta's good.
Meta wants 4. You know what the high is on Meta right now? 449.96. So, yeah, about Meta, Meta's winning today. Meta wins today. Good for them.
Yeah, Meta's been, and of course Meta wins today. We've been talking about buying that one up, and we haven't been able to step into that one. We did dump it at 485 and haven't had a chance to buy it back up. And remember when I said to you guys, Meta's going to come in and it's going to be 470? That's just going to be tomorrow. So missed opportunity in buying up some Meta, but so far so good for the day on that one. All right, we have not been able to get out of Apple. It's just kind of triggering higher and higher and higher. So we just now, I'm not going to trigger out at this level. I'm trying to wait out. We talked about this. So I'm just going to let it sort of float upside. And then if there's a big move down, we'll see if he's gone. And then we'll see if we can add to it at some level up here. And maybe we'll be lucky enough to punch short. And that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I'm not going to sit here and stare at this. Let it just work. I have some targets down here. If we're able to take those out, great. And then get back to the 50 period. And then I think Apple falls. I like the stock into earnings. I know you guys just mentioned that. I'm not afraid of the earnings. If anything, I saw Starbucks today take a hit in China. We've talked about how the iPhone maker is no longer top dog in China, and it's number 3 position right now in units sold. So I'm not sure. I know that there's going to be the Let's See event or whatever, Let Loose event, and we also have WWDC coming. So there's lots of levers that they're going to pull. It's just I don't think they're there yet. I could see a bad quarter, not a bad quarter, but one that's not as great as maybe expected. And I'm long. I bought this name just a couple weeks ago at 169.75 or something. Let it go all the way to 178 right there before. Who is that? Like a broke down Mark Zuckerberg talking right now? Who is that? I can barely see that in my. Okay, so
we're interesting mustache.
All right, 172, 172.40. Just waiting for the Qs, man. That's Apple, sorry. Waiting for Apple to come back down, plus the TQs as well, trying to get back in again. So
if Intel breaks $50 before the end of the year, I'll try to grow a mustache like that. That's a horrible mustache, the guy asking that question.
Look at
but you know what? Actually, there was someone in the chat saying Intel stole Neil's lunch money in the 3rd grade. I own Intel share. We usually try to say this. Why is my chart not going? I want to show a weekly chart here for a quick little second, and it's not loading on Trade Ideas. Oh, just a little bit slower. There we go. So I own this at an average price of $27.50. It's like 40 something, but let's just call it 50. Most of the buying down in there, I had some called out, and then I sold some when it failed to $50, like 49 or something. But I still own like 40% of the original position. So I'm not I'm sitting here saying all that stuff. All I've done is I want to own this for the Foundry play. But everything just keeps telling me that I cannot be adding back into this to get a full position. I was thinking about the end of the year. I'm not even thinking about this year anymore. I'm actually thinking this could just be next year because they've told you 2027. So anyways, I mean,
I guess the
why
answer
am I
is more like,
bagging
why
on?
not sell it? Like, why didn't you get out more at the top? You never know.
Well, that's-
like, how do you know where it's going to go?
Yeah, like I could have sold 80%, but my intention was to hold this thing for at least 5 to 10 years. So I didn't want to get out of all of it. That's not really the way I play. And I didn't know hindsight being 20/20. But all that said, you know, like the chart, look at the chart on the weekly. Like what? So I own this and probably could have sold more. But am I going to sit here and be like, this stock is a long because I happen to own it? Does it look like a long? No, this is a weekly chart. There is not a red candle on the weekly chart for the last, month and a half. And it didn't have a good quarter either. Tesla did get to the top of the range. I wish this is crazy. 184.5, 185.40. This is a Fed day. That is the effective range on Tesla for the last 15 minutes. Check that, 20 minutes. For the last 20 minutes, the effective range on Tesla is 75 cents. So that's it. I mean, I scalped it out. Obviously, I didn't have to get some out flat there, but you're not moving nearly as much as you would expect. So I feel like pick your spots. Like I said, Intel, we're back into it. Maybe it punches down into this. I thought I had a 60 bid in here, but maybe it punches back down. I'm just looking for the retrace and play. We're in a short that at least the level I like is good, and I don't want to buy anything off of these tops. Maybe we'll get a late day rally. It's about 320 as well. So imbalances are going to hit in 20, 30 minutes. We're going to get some early looks in about 10 to 12. It's the first of the month, and there were gigantic sell imbalances on a few Mag 7 names yesterday. So you might see some decent numbers on the imbalances. Don't freak out. But Amazon and Apple certainly were gigantic sells yesterday. If they were to come out as big imbalances, it wouldn't surprise me too much. I'll have them on the radar. But the earnings names for big cap tech, you're waiting for tomorrow. Today, it's a squeeze earnings night.
Guys, we wrote down on the sticky note 186 for Tesla. The high of the day was 185.90. So instead of going into Apple, we should have shorted this one. Powell's press conference has ended. All right. Wow, that was exciting. No, let's just see what happens now. So we are still in Apple. We're still in the shorts. Here we go. We just covered a little bit on the TQs. It's ended. Let's see if we can get a smash mouth move to the downside right now on this. We haven't sold anything, but it is now concluded. So let's see if the market, if we can get a little bit of a pushback, that's fine. I'm staring at the TQs. Nice move down, but not doing much. Here comes Apple. Let's go, man. Let's get a little lemon peppery with it and see if we can get down to the downside, because here comes that move. Here we go. This is what happens. We talk about it with conviction. We say we're holding these positions. We're talking about that BPI because we said as soon as this man has left the building, then we should start to print. And there it goes right there. And that's exactly what we did. Thank you, Apple. Pretty decent opportunity right there. Just mad at myself that we did not get Tesla up there at 186. It is your sticky note. Trade of the day missed. Apple all the way up there. But hey, man, 99 problems. Tesla missed. Apple has now become one of the top P&L names on the show today.
Yeah, that's what it's about. But thank goodness we got
20 cents in the
That's
money.
the problem with Tesla. Do not watch out for that overnight, or not overnight.
Get down.
That overhead resistance. Thankfully, I just got out of the long. And you're like, why would you scalp it for 70 cents? Because of the 86 top. So there was a long opportunity in there. Clearly, the one short that we have on is going to be fine. But you had to get back into it. I had to stop. It broke 31. I'm getting out. But it wicked that top, so we got back out of it. Now we're starting to roll over, and we can get a bigger move. I think at least 1% off the bottom on this one. It looks like we could get a retracement. And remember, when Powell leaves the podium, if you're at the high, leave the podium, pull back. We've seen this the other way before. We've seen the market be at a bottom, leave the podium, bounce. It's really just about a little bit of a mean reversion moment there for those of you that might be tuning in for the first time. If it's your first time ever, hit the like, hit subscribe if you enjoy it. Learning to trade on Fed days is a bit different. Spreads open up. You have to keep your ear to the ground. You want to come in with some good levels, but you don't want to get too stubborn about it and just pick your spots, because you're going to get a little extra volatility. It's like that open volatility that you're going to get on days like today.
Yeah, unbelievable day so far here today. As we've given a little bit back here, obviously, but we cannot be any happier. I mean, when the plan works out, it works out. We were just in it, like we already talked about the mistakes that we made. And it was just waiting. Like we didn't know anything, but we had a feeling that this was going to happen. So Apple was honestly like read like a book. Neil likes to read books. I mean, you could read this chart all day long, baby. That was the most beautiful thing you'll read all day. Hitting this and then boom, it literally happened as it was written. But it was this was the mistake, really, was just trying to short this all the way until eventually we caught that top. We'll still be fine on this. And then AMD, again, the same thing, where we had that top and now it's way under everything that we shorted. But at the end of the day, man, trading is about timing. And we didn't have it there. We did not have great timing. But we have it now. So let's see what can happen into the close right now. See if we can make a little bit of cash and start the month off on the right foot. But we're going to wait, man. There's big earnings tonight. It should be a fun one. Then we have Apple coming through. The TQQs enters right now your dollar club. So there it is. The futures is right there. We've had some requests about futures trading. I told you my #1 stock last month was futures, right? It was TQQ, so futures isn't really a stock. But #1 traded asset last month, or whatever class you want to call it, trading vehicle, was the NASDAQ 100. So yeah, and that's been the first time for me in a hell of a long time that that's been the case. So we're really, really happy to do that. We've told you we've changed up the strategy right there, and we just made a decent part back as now the market potentially bouncing off 17.7.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, make sure you take profit out there, as it's still an overall upward pattern, even though you broke some support, which is exactly what you want to see.
Look at that.
At that high, it's tricky. When you know he's leaving the podium, going long at the highs, you can scalp inside there, but I never want to get rinsed underneath if it breaks down. So I just missed a fill on Intel at 75. I was sitting at 72s, but as I said before, and I can't reiterate this enough, it's okay to be wrong, you just don't want to stay wrong. I was in this all morning underneath 30.30, all morning long, and then it just broke the heck out. So you got to wait for another level, and that's the best you can do in a situation like that. I was in Amazon. It was the first thing I'm like, okay, if I wanted to fade, I liked Amazon off of VWAP. I was in it. It made that breakout. It's gonzo. It went like $6 to the upside, but I wasn't looking long. So the best you can do is try to limit the hit. And if you do that, I think you can be fine in the long run as well. Get on Amazon. It could get to 186 by end of day. World Collection saying that. Like I said, I don't want to necessarily be buying any tops. I want to get to see SMCI. I know there's other things you guys are looking at in individual stocks, the earnings play. SMCI ends up calming down a little bit. I know a couple of people were saying they wanted to short this. I gave my explanation why from a risk to reward standpoint. The other thing about SMCI, it has a big spread, and I've never looked at this on a Fed day. I have an idea what I've traded. I don't think I've not traded Intel. The spread's not too different from what it normally would be on a Fed day. SMCI, for all I know, could have a $1.50 spread going to $3, and I'd have no clue. And that's something you don't want to find out once you get into the trade. Oh, I'm in. The spread's 3 times what I expected. Well, that's nice. So you can learn, look at the level 2. It doesn't look too much different from before. Risk to reward, you're still not even then that big of a win, because I think for it to go down $7 or $8 on SMCI, you're probably risking minimum 5 on a Fed play. But it is working back into the downside on that bad boy. DJT, just see some, yeah, no thanks, DJT. I'm not gonna, this is a quadruple top breakout on a key level on a stock that I don't want to be long. And I didn't pay for locates, and I'm not going to pay for locates at 326. It's a good setup on something else. Like if Carvana set up like this, going into earnings, I actually might like that punch right in here if it could break through 48. But under VWAP, under pressure, yeah, that's going to be a pass for me. It doesn't mean it can't go. It's a squeeze type name.
All right, we will, yes. We will look at Apple one more time. We did get out of the majority of this trade, but now it's come back up to the upside. Like we said, man, we will take advantage of that trade on the TQs and of him leaving the podium and really get out, man. We got out of 75% of Apple, more than that actually, because we just reloaded. I only have 75% now, only 25% now. So I think we got out of maybe 80, 85% down there on Apple when we went to 172. It came right back to our level. So that's what Excuse me, that's why we were happy with that trade. And the TQs as well. We only got out of, so we have about 25% left of what we had on this as well. This fill, I didn't even realize we were there, but we were there. So that was pretty lucky. 53.80 to get out of that one as we held on for dear life on the triple Qs. So yeah, so far so good here. As we go, again, the quad Qs, we'll take triple the risk right there on the movement. Not triple the risk, but on the move. So we'll see if it can go in. I like trading these ETFs. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know. I haven't like analyzed it. We just heard the updates from Brendan and all that. So all of you asking like if Powell was more hawkish or what, like I don't really know. I'm just looking at the market right now, and the market tells me that I'm guessing he was dovish. I mean, it looks like we're starting to go back up to the upside right now. So more positive talk. I thought there was questions about higher for longer, and he said that. We talked about November possibly now being the time for rate cuts. We can check the CME Fed rate tool. I'm sure that's updated now as well. But with only a half hour left, we're going to take a last shot here on Apple. So we've just taken a few shorts here. We're now short at 57s. If we can get filled at 50 and then 45, so on and so forth, and make a little bit of a, there we go, take a piece out there. No, yeah, 50s, 48s, 47s, start to bring it back down. We are starting to make a little bit more money here on the downside, on the reload. So there it is for Kyle and everybody. There's the cannon as it's starting to fire off again as we go short. We're now short Apple's 60s. Our average price was 57. So as we start to get out, our price will change. But there it is. Nice move down here. Let's go. Hydration Nation is in the building as we start to go to the downside right now. We've just made back a hell of a lot of money here in the last half hour, or since we slowed down and got that sort of Powell bump away. We've made a lot of money back right now, but still not too happy. I hate what we did on AMD, even though we're down where we are now, 147 and change.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't get a reload chance at all in Intel. It looks like it's just putting in some lower highs. I'm not going to change the plan here. Leaving a 70 bid. That's where we want to grab that fill. If we get down any lower, and it's like 350, I'll probably put a trail in and not give it back up to that high. That would be the adjustment for me. Just not to give it a move back into that top. Don't want to be changing anything. Obviously, when you're thinking short and it just grinds higher like that, don't want to be forcing anything, going up, 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 up over and over again. So I'm just going to stick with what we have in here. I know there's some names you guys want to look at. Tesla, like I said, I had my plan of action for Tesla. Probably could have been a little tighter to 184 on the long, but when I realized that was an impatient entry point there, I instantly took some out and then held the rest for inside of the range, and now you're seeing it fall. Like I said, sometimes the best thing you can do is get away from the stock. You know, like it did not punch through the highs. There was no chance to get an 86 break or anything like that. Now you could be just dropping down into VWAP. So it is what it is, guys. Let me move this to 75. If you're going to show me bid at 75, then I'm going to bid in front of it. Like every single time it's bouncing in the same spot, like a couple times there. So I'm just going to make sure we get some out. I've said the last stop for me is at 360, and then the reason behind it is relatively simple. I try to keep things a little bit simple. I know the initial break after 2 o'clock was here at 340, but on volume after the podium, the big move happened right there at 3060. So if it gets back to 3060, I'll take the 1 point and run on that. The risk was to the local high. I'm not risking 5 cents with a 96 entry because my new stop was to the high of the day. So I'm risking actually 7 or 8 pennies. So at this point, it can't turn into a losing trade, but it doesn't mean I'm going to get aggressive adding into that. The short overall didn't work. Like I said, Amazon, I was short Amazon into VWAP. Didn't fight it. I guess I could have shorted 185 and it would have been fine, but you know, at some point you're going to stop it. Higher highs, higher lows up until like this moment right in there. I did see that Paramount was making some moves. And in the chat, there were a couple of people asking about this. Remember, there's a lot going on with Paramount with the deal or no deal, essentially. Maybe there's going to be a cash portion now as well. So I'm staying away from it because I don't really know the entire structure of what's going to be happening in Paramount. Great move. I understand it's probably a nice bullish stock because you have the very linear move to the upside. That's like algo up. Nothing crazy, not a single candle that's completely ridiculous, but just all green all day. When I see that kind of movement, it tells me two things. One of them is don't fade it, and the other one is anybody long is just chilling. Not many long entry points, but also no reasons for people to be getting out. So I think you got to be really careful with this. Again, I don't know the structure of the deal there. Naresh, you're right. I neglected to mention Etsy also reports tonight. That's another one. Carvana is easily, to me, the most interesting earnings name, but Etsy is going to be in play as well. After Pinterest knocked it out of the park, I think Etsy could get interesting. It's funny how I just said, yes. I was just actually talking about Carvana and then pulled up Carvana instead of Etsy. No, I mean, Carvana, Etsy, as far as I'm concerned, it's just up because of what we saw over there in Pinterest. It wouldn't surprise me if you caught a bit of a bid there, but not one that we usually trade very often. Well, if it moves, we'll let you guys know.
We're not going to it. Yeah. You guys want to go to Dara? Okay, let's go to Dara. We have a dollar winner. Apple's absolutely tanking. This is an absolute monster. We're in the building. What's up, Dara?
We did something on Paramount after market close yesterday. PARA basically saying that it's going to reportedly extending conversations with Charter with regards to its contract renewal. Now, why this is interesting is one of the things supposedly holding back that potential deal with Skydance Media and David Ellison was that they were not sure about what was going on with Charter. So the fact that we're extending the conversations with Charter could be a nice move for those looking for that Skydance deal. So that's some context with regards to that PARA move coming yesterday after market close, guys.
70, and we're short Apple right now. We're short Apple at 172.60 right now. I'm just talking to these guys behind us because, you know, we're trying to talk real trading here, not just like waiting for something to happen and then like, you know, talking about, you know, if this happens, then that, or I just missed that trade. We ain't just missing anything. Like, we're sitting here, we're putting on trades. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. This is what real trading's about. You got to test the waters. Got to figure it out. And right there, we said that as soon as this was over with, we had a feeling that this market would retrace back to its home and where it belongs. And honestly, like, we knew that was going to be a bump up there. I mean, to been able to call, this is now $1 in the money. That's what's going on right now as that falls down. But I'm here to tell you that honestly, we talk about being robots and not being robots and being human. I screwed up getting way too short, way too early. There was no need. Why are you going short during a Q&A? It makes no sense. So we waited, and we didn't get anything out. It came all the way, well, we did get some out at the 50 period, but now Apple's coming back in. We wanted the short on Apple. We have the short on Apple. It's printing. It's a good one. Tesla, again, 186 was that level. We had it written down. We don't have it. It's starting to go to the downside. So, like, we've just now, despite definitely making mistakes, have brought it back, and this is what trading's all about. Make the calls and make the calls confidently. You know, there's Apple. We talked about this, whether or not you believed what I thought was going to throw down or not. I said we're going short. We'll see what happens. And there it is, man. This is really made the day. Really happy with this, man. And there's more to come as we, you know, there's a day that starts with Y and it starts tomorrow. And we're going to be here again and again and again, as Brendan's always going to be here. Shout out to the goat/sheep coming across that screen, because right there goes the TQQs, baby. We are now $1.35 in the money as we props it up as that goes to the downside. Oh, Apple, this one now $1 in the money as there we go. The fake out, breakout, shakeout. We're rocking and rolling. It's Apple time, baby. It's almost time for the Jets.
The Jets?
Also,
well, the better Jets.
The High Park Jets.
Yeah.
In their first exhibition game today, despite subpar coaching, and despite missing one of our best players.
What's up with that?
The lineup has been adjusted, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to show everybody's name.
No, don't give, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, you didn't. You couldn't see, I know you couldn't see it.
My daughter's batting third. And your starting catcher for the High Park Jets, Miss Gia Katina. So, I mean, you're going to get ready. P. Rose? Stink face. We're ready to rock and roll. Apple $1.20 in the money. Neil, I don't know what's going on over there, but what's going on over here is exactly that. We are crushing it with you guys here right now. The amount of money that we've made in the last, we lost money. The amount of money that we've made in the last half hour, is what it's about. Good move to the downside. Let's see what happens here. We're just really confident. Good way to end the day. Can't believe what we did earlier, but we're back right now. Apple's a ho-hum, $1.50 in the money. We'll put a piece out. Miss Adara, I love Winnipeg.
So do I, and this part of the show is brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used by on our desk by many of our traders every day. You could actually see what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas using it right here with us. You can just check out the link in the description for 20% off. Thank you to Trade Ideas.
There you go. And just one time, one short, one opportunity for me that I liked. We waited for it to get up there. We did stop out on it, but we're back down into the 30-60 level. So, I'm just going to stick to what I see as a decent setup. Sometimes you get your stop run, and the only play is, well, I don't like anything else, and the trade's not invalid. So you got to maybe just jump right back into it. The other play, like I said, the other thing you can do is understand that even if something's working and the market is bullish, you don't have to fight it. So I had one long that worked, one short that worked. It started out with like a couple of shorts that just didn't work. And then after that, you had to wait for it to get to the high of the day. As I said, I think the best thing for me this afternoon was if I'm bearish, sit it out. Because, sit it out. This finally got to a level and turned off the 31 level. That's what we're able to do in there. So we'll stick with it. Please look at APPN, Naresh. We don't mind looking at new stocks in there, but I'm not going to pretend that I know anything about some of these names that you want us to call up, right? Like when a stock doesn't do any volume and it's not a day trading stock, volume's under 1 million shares, never seen it before, probably not going to trade it. But obviously it looks pretty decent as a trade, as a trend back in, but everything's falling at this particular point. But you can call up any chart that's falling and say, yeah, you could have shorted this. Well, you have to have an execution plan first as well. And that comes with like, what's your out? What's your plan for getting into it? And then you can get those profits. That's what we're just trying to give to you guys, right? So I had one short. Sean had one short on Apple. I don't know that stock. It's flushed a buck, and you probably, whatever APPN is, maybe you could have traded it. I just don't know. So I'm gonna get my trail on because it's 340.
Die, let's go market. Hey, look, guys, we talk about this, man. We talk about it. Neil just hit the nail right on the head. Have your plan, have your trade, know what you want to do, and put that darn trade on, baby. This is what's exactly happening. This happens almost every Fed day. Like, we love trading Fed around here, and it's been a lot of volume, a lot of movements, and it's nice when the movements make sense. But yeah, today they're making, like, that just touched the VWAP. Like, I mean, to get all the way back to where this job started, like that was an amazing push back in for this. Apple, $1.50 in the money. Like, this is the first trade we made all day on this name here, Apple. The first trade we made in the Qs, we knew it was going to be exciting at 2 o'clock, so we flipped over to here, and I hope we're bringing some excitement to your day at least. Anyways, we have to be more than a pretty face. There it is, Apple. We will just look at that fill, 170.90, 170.90 right there, putting $1.80 in our pocket right now to the downside on that. What a recovery day. It was a recovery day. Now you're recovering back into the downside and turning. Remember about a half hour ago when I was like, what is this thing even doing bullish? We flipped that over to a bear. So that's what we're talking about. I'm glad Neil brought that up. Understand that if you have a feeling and an opinion on what's going to happen, that you put your money where your mouth is. And we just did it too early. We had talked about that. Now we are frozen. By the way.
Yeah, but you quotes are down.
So the only time we had here, it's back.
We're back.
I have to remind everybody, our worst day, we were 14-4, something like that, in the month of April, green to red days. And our worst day was when the system froze for 40 minutes or something like that. And it was as the NASDAQ was breaking 1,800 and none of our stops triggered. Our stops are in there right now. And we're ready to rock and roll. It's 340. I'm hoping for a bigger push, but I think we could just start to cover and do one of these. Whoosh! That was okay because we were close right there to taking some L's. But as you know, we're back and we're trading again. 171. Let's put a bid here and take $1.50 on Apple, and then we'll just chill probably.
Let it ride.
We definitely missed we missed Tesla. We missed Tesla. That should have been, I mean, we could have had $3, $4 on this one. But again, we wrote it on here. So all we can do is look back at our notes and be like, yep, 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 and yep. So we even talked about shorting DJT through 50. I don't know what that's at right now. Let's go over to Adara.
Talk about some of these S&P 500 names making big moves that we haven't necessarily discussed as much. A lot of these are going to be earnings related, as is apropos for earnings season. The first one here is going to be Johnson & Johnson. J&J, not an earnings name, but did announce that it's reportedly looking to propose a $6.5 billion settlement package to deal with its talc lawsuit. So this one moving to the upside on that news, up over 4%. GRMN, Garmin, trading higher on earnings, including reaffirming its outlook and a slightly higher than expected sales forecast for full year 2024. Last but not least, Estee Lauder to the downside, despite an earnings beat across the board. Very weak guidance. So seeing earnings per share 18 cents to 28 cents for Q4 versus the expected 75 cents. So definitely a bit weaker than expected here, bringing EL to the downside. Lots of earnings names here making massive moves today, guys.
So there was a question in the chat that I just saw. It's like, what made you go short? For myself, like I was already bearish on, the stock Intel. I had been shorting it underneath pretty much yesterday's bottom on resistance. Since earnings, it's been a Huadong, so I was short most of the time. I got stopped out. And then this level here, which is day 2, bottom 31, and then afternoon and actually early morning resistance at $31 yesterday. It tagged that level and started to pull back. So I didn't want any longs off the top. I did scalp a win long on Tesla, but that was an inside trade inside of the range, and this was the one that set up. So a stock comes to a level, it could have been something else. I mean, I said maybe I'd even said like a firm could be a short, but I mean, to be honest with you, I said like my last experience, and a firm was a good short at 34. And if you're looking at it, yeah, that came to a resistance level as well. But I haven't traded a firm this week. I have been into Intel. I did like that level. It's easy enough to say I like the level on a firm, but that's not the thing that I was paying attention to. And so you've got to pick one. They're both $30 stocks. A firm dropped a little bit more. Would it have been better? Yes. But did I have a plan to trade it? No. So I'm just going to trade the one that you are ready for, the one that you're going to be able to say, hey, this is where I'm comfortable. I know the way it's trading. And it just has to set up for you. That's all you can do in trading. And then once the chips are in there, the rest is up to it. You ever play poker? Oh, your job in poker is not to win every hand. It's to get your chips in good. When you have the odds in your favor. When the pot odds are good, you put the chips in. And sometimes your aces get cracked, but over the long run, that's the only way to play, because any other way is the sucker's play. So just make sure you trade your strategy out there. It's 345. I'm now trailing this to 65. If it gets down to 50, or actually I think my bid's just underneath 50, I'm going to get out. When the imbalances drop, we'll see if there's anything big. I'm thinking you might have some big cap tech names that are a little spicy after yesterday, but you never know.
Oh, great. So we talked about Square today a little bit. There's just they're just thinking that this is probably overdone. Just hearing it in my ear right now. Somebody coming out and reiterating a buy rating here on Square. Just talking like overdone. Blah blah blah. Down 9% there on a look for crypto. And possibly dealing with some terrorists. That's not going to be a good look for Square.
Not good news.
But it's not great news at all for Square shareholders or anybody involved with Square. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I'm in Square. I have to. Man, I need to do some account.
I know I have some left, but not much.
All right, so 172.60 on Apple. We're still waiting. We are getting greedy, man. We put our greedy hat on. We're going to try to get this lower. We did cover a lot at 171. I have right now, I can't remember, probably about 30% left of this trade. So pretty happy with having that 30%. Let's see, where it comes into play here for Apple. We could take a piece out. It's trying to break above the 200 period right now. But again, with imbalances, we saw it really got cranked yesterday. I'm going to put a stop. Where is imbalances? They're not quite out yet. I'm a little worried about this 172 and or running this high. So we're capable of giving back now because we never want to give back, but because of the money that we've now taken on Apple. Apple number 1 P&L stock, not even close. Amazon number 2 P&L stock. Tesla number 3 for me, and that's about where it stops because the TQs, as I've told you guys already, I don't have a problem telling you we're red on that. Well, again, if it can get back, we didn't take it out down here. So let's see if that can come back. Tesla's doing, Apple's doing completely fine for us. We will try to get that reload again as well. Make sure you join Neil with the Fibonacci Princess, Tammy Marshall, coming into the closing recap show, as well as Adara. And then I will be back in the throne on Thursday and Friday. So thanks, Neil, for covering for that one. It'll be a breeze.
I got
It
you.
actually goes really quick, especially when you have such great guests. All right, only 2 minutes to go right now. Let's see what happens as we get down to the downside here today.
Yeah, again, I'm not going to change it. I mean,
Go.
this is not really the time that I'd usually want to be getting into position anyway. So, you know, it's you hang on to what you got. Square is bad. I think it got 10% down. I should have looked at that for an SSR play, but I didn't. I think that was a bit of a mistake because usually when you get a report like that, there's going to be an opportunity. Again, I'm not going to trade anything new. I have a trailing stop in here on Intel. So either we get VWAP or we take this one out off of a 365 break. So if we break upside, let's say there's a buy imbalance, you'll just see that position come right out instantly. I don't want to get too, not going to get too out of pocket on this. We do want to give it a chance to drift a little bit further, but I wouldn't be surprised after this kind of movement if you were to see a bit of a retracement. Like that's a hefty, breakout, give it all back. If it catches a bit at exactly where things did start out, it wouldn't surprise me. So it's been a nice little run back into the downside. We said once it broke here, we're going to hold. I was bidding 60s, and I pulled it just to trail the same price level. So we got 1 minute till imbalances. I mean, we'll see. The early look was nothing. Like Pfizer's got an imbalance of 1.2 to the buy side, and then TSM early look 800,000. So nothing sizable that would really concern you. Those are both names that are likely to pair off.
Here we go. Come on, baby. Let's see if we can go to the downside right now. The TQs is $2. We just took Apple out again at this bottom. We're only seconds away from seeing a number here. I put a bid on the TQs at 52.20, like getting real jealous, getting real excited down here of this number here. If we can get going down to 52 and change on this short. Let's see, we're only a couple seconds away from that imbalance. We did take some more out on Apple. I mean, Apple, just like I just said, we'll take another piece out. Now we're holding about 25% of the position into this imbalance number. I'm going to get rid of all these brokers because who cares? They're going to get gone now because we are going to get a public dissemination in 3, in 2, and 1, and let's rock and roll. Okay, Apple is getting to the downside. So nice little move back down in right now for this. Let's see how low we can go. Looks like the TQ is making a downside move. I'm not even on our chat. Now I am. Adara's putting it in the chat right now. 1.3 billion to sell without any NASDAQ names. There's Google with a sell as well. Oops, there's Verizon. Microsoft with a sell as that goes to the downside. Tesla's going to haunt me, but that is okay. We missed that opportunity. And I smile with that right now. Someone was asking what the P&L are. We do not discuss P&L, but we will. We just need to get one more fill, and we'll be back to Greensville. There's 4 green traders here on the floor today, and I'm proud to say one of them is Adara. So right there, shout out to Adara right there. Congratulations. And we'll see if we can, again, get into that level. And we'll see right now. Here it comes. Okay, so coming right back in is the TQQs right now. Let's get a print just a little bit lower and see if we can make this magic happen.
Yeah, I actually just took the out. I didn't see Intel on the list. I thought it would be there. And then I looked. I was able to find 300,000 to the sell side, which is infinitesimal. Tiny sell and bounce. I just took advantage of it. We didn't get VWAP, but again, we took one short trade on that move up, and we had to wait for it to get there. It takes a lot of patience sometimes because you get that FOMO. It's like, but if it turns here, but if it turns here, but if it turns there, and then even had to have a stop out to finally get it in good. If you're watching Tesla, you know what I mean? Like, this is sort of the thing. Like, you can try to fight something,
the death of me.
but you get in, you get out, take
No,
the money
man.
and run. If your stop out is there, which by that time I was out of the position, I promise you I'm out the second it breaks 84. 90s, 80s, like something in that range. Even if I had not gotten profit, there's no way you're gonna you just can't let yourself get ruined trying to hold on to something like that. But it is what it is, man. Like, you gotta be able to trade what's out there in front of you. It was built bullish early. Clearly, if you just had that early long, it would have been good, and then you just had to wait for the short. Wait. I can't say that enough. Patience is everything in the trading game because the moves are out there. They're always going to be out there. They'll be there tomorrow. They'll be there in the aftermarket, probably on Carvana. They'll be there tomorrow on Tesla and Intel and Nvidia and Meta, which probably, let me just realize I haven't looked at Meta to see where that got to. It didn't end up breaking the 450 right back at VWAP. So even Meta, which for my money was the strongest of the big boys today, pulls all the way back into VWAP as well. So it's a matter of what you chose to execute on and how you executed your plan, and that's all you had to do to get that win for the shorts. There's lots of places you could have done it. You just had to have a level you like and a setup you liked as well.
So, you know, I know we don't talk about P&L at all on the show, but what I can tell you is before 3 o'clock, I was last here, and now we are one of 4 traders green. So, I mean, if you want to talk about having sort of the fortitude and the staying power to try to be confident in what you're doing, that was literally in 45 minutes from last, not to first. I'm not going to say who's in first unless he wants me to. You can stay in the background. But we have that right now. Nice move today. Congratulations. It hasn't been a super easy trade, but that is what it is right now. So, and again, we're just talking about, you know, all the trades that we've been showing you guys here today. Add those up and you'll be able to figure out what's good. All right, it's 3:53 right now. Proud to tell you that, guys. Like, honestly, I wish I could say we were having a huge day, but we'll be like this. Flat. Or is that kind of, we were like that, and now we're kind of like that. In the morning, we were like that, but we did give it back. We were trading selfishly. We talked about that, and I am fine to discuss that. You know, like, again, we had fun here today, but we did not trade properly. If we avoided all of that, I mean, obviously, it would be a completely different story. But it was having the confidence in yourself, and I think that's what trading's all about. Doesn't matter what anybody does. Doesn't matter what Neil does, anybody, BPI, Sharif, anybody. It's about what you do at the end of the day. And like I said, no matter what your questions are, what's the P&L, what's this, what's that, you can either trust us or not. But I'm here to tell you, real trading sees real trading, and all of the trades that I have on are displayed to you right here. And I will tell you, with all of those trades added up today, with the share size that I use, it is a green day. So we'll drop down some money right there, but it's not enough. We want to get more. I got to pay some bills. But you know what? On a day where you screwed up and you admitted it, I think that we'll take green on that all day, every day, because we go from last into a spot, like I said, where it's a trophy. So we'll hold on to that. Look at Apple still going down. Let's see what happens here into the very close.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing. Like, you've got to trade your own particular style. I actually admit, I didn't see a single smash spot that wasn't the long off the open. I saw one good short trade, but it was just enough for me to go from red to green on Intel. I was short Intel 3 separate times. You know, the last one's going to end up working, but if you were short multiple times, you just try to get it back. The imbalances did hit 350. So, 355 hit. Nothing gigantic for flips or anything like that. I mean, the PCG, you know, that's that energy company. There's nothing there. So it's a bit of a nothing burger. If you're watching, for me, what I'm going to be watching, and I have to get up to the desk in a second because I'm doing the aftermarket show. I want to make sure we get things set up. Carvana, I think, is worth a gander. It's up 4%. It just pulled back $4. So I think the volatility is going to be rather nice. I'm not still in Intel, by the way. Let me just do a refresh.
I still am in the TQs.
No, I covered that. That's not real. I'm going to refresh. I know it's not there, but it obviously hasn't. But I'm just going to get set up. I'm going to log out, get over there, because I want to make sure I have everything in the layout set up. We got the Fibonacci Princess. We've got earnings. It's going to be a fun one. And I know if I don't get a chance to say it, I know you guys are going to kick butt in your game.
Look at that, though. Oh, we might lose. We may lose today.
What the hell are you talking about?
But just like you have confidence in trading.
You guys aren't going to lose.
Well, it's exhibition. We've had free
It's an exhibition. No, as long as you guys, it's an exhibition game. You want to get the reps in. You want to make sure everyone does everything
like I
right.
have random people playing random positions, but
Because you wanted to learn.
You know.
All right, I'll get to the desk. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Yep. All right. Good luck. Apple is completely tanking in right now as it just continues to make these moves. Man, it is now 3:57. You know, we've been here all day, and we had a lot of fun today. Shout out to Wingstop. Although I'm going to stop talking about them because I feel like we should be getting some kind of a sponsorship out of that as well. But all right, good day there. Look what happened to Apple, by the way, into the close. We just covered at 170.50, basically at the low of the day. And now we are literally at the low of the day, trying to get, not literally, but trying to get to that 169. We nailed that short. I mean, is this not in like what we're here for? Honestly, if you logged in today and took the advices of waiting and getting short, look at this Apple trade. Look at this Apple trade. I mean, I'm going to have to tweet this out. I have to. I mean, that for me, it doesn't get, for me anyways, much better than that. And I know all you guys can see that. So, all right, that is what it is. Anything else? Symmetry is a beautiful thing. That is right. Holy smokes. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but we are now, guys, $3 now in the money. Money, 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 money. Oh, the Uber receipt just came in. All right, enjoy, guys. We have nice movements here. Remember, it's a red day for the NASDAQ. This is how they fall. We had this chart up for you before. I talked about 17.8, 17.9, has to get through there. Look what the high of the damn day was, 17.8. You cannot trade unless you are confident in what you are doing. This trade here was a confident one. Like I said, man, we'll go from last damn place to be one of the only green ones around here. We will take that every single day. And again, I'm not proud. I'd rather be up a lot. We are not. Part of being honest and part of being true to yourself is being exactly that. I could tell you everything. Some won't, some will. I'm here to tell you about my trading. All right, so here we go. Only 1 minute left. Let's just check out the imbalances. Again, congratulations back there. Good trading. Starbucks still a sell. Apple turns into a buy. We're ready to rock and roll with now only 45 seconds left. There's a mystery man behind that bell. Why isn't Adara there, by the way? I have no idea either. Okay, I prefer Brendan. I don't prefer anybody. I shouldn't say that. We haven't had Brendan yet, so that's why we like him. Oh, I just ruined who's up there. Brendan, focus. Ever since the podcast, this guy's got a little unhinged. All right, here we go. With only 19 seconds left now, Brendo. Move over. They can't even see your handsome face. More. All right, here we go with only 10. Oh, shoot, countdown is now on. Here we go with only 10 seconds left. It's Mr. Brendan Wickens. He is here. You know him and you love him. And it is 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it now, my guy. And that is that. Yes, more, Brendan, more. All right, here we go. We are still in the TQQs, but we're going to get a fill right now. $3 in the money. There it goes. It's a nice fill. Let's go back over to the desk. It is time for the close, and that is how you trade the close. I'm Trader TV Sean. That's Trader TV Brendan Wickens. It's Trader TV Neil. It's Adara. We're here tomorrow. Thank you for watching. I ain't going anywhere. Ciao.
Welcome, it's your aftermarket show here. We did it. I am not Sean Katina unless something drastic has changed. I don't know what's up there. There you go. What's up? We're going to be getting some earnings coming through here right away. We're expecting Carvana, we're expecting Etsy, we're expecting Qualcomm, and we're expecting DoorDash are the big ones aftermarket before we tee it up. There's a lot to get into because the markets did so much. And then, of course, we had Fed as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to have this discussion. We're waiting for Qualcomm coming right at 4. Just checking the times on everything here. We get Qualcomm at 4, DoorDash at 4:05, along with Etsy.
So I got Qualcomm
eBay.
already moving. You let me know when you have the actual numbers, but Qualcomm already up $8 after market here off a gorgeous breakout here through 170. So you've got a good percent move. Remember, it's early. We saw what happened with Amazon, where it was dipsy-do. It was up, it was down. around, and around, so you do want to be careful here, but it looks like Qualcomm
I have the
beat.
numbers, yeah.
So what do we have here for Qualcomm?
So we do have a beat here. Q2 revenue 9.39 billion versus 9.34 billion expected. So beat 9.39 billion versus 9.34 billion expected. Let's see, for earnings per share, $2.44 adjusted versus the expected $2.32. So that is a beat as well for earnings per share. They're also nice move up here as well for these estimates. They did beat estimates across the board here. So they're seeing a Q3 sales of 9.2 billion, 225 per share for the EPS. So the expected was 9.05 billion and 217 per share. So beat across the board, higher than expected estimates here for QCOM.
Yeah, and great look. And the thing you remember for Qualcomm is it's a good barometer for like the Apples of the world. So if you've been worried about Apple trying to catch some bids in there, Qualcomm's holding on to 170. It has pulled back a little bit in the aftermarket, but remember, this was a stock that was down today. Just come to the 3-minute chart if we can for a second. This is a stock that, like everything else, dumped into the close. So you had the Powell pump, you had the Powell post-podium dump, and that was down into 164. So I feel like that might have aided the move a little bit. I always try to remember the context. If you drop this far, it's kind of flattish if you're hanging out in the 67, 68 range on Qualcomm. Some of the other ones that we're looking out for, DoorDash, again, a lot of things dumped at the end of the day. It's barely moving just yet. My personal, this could be the insane one, is going to be Carvana, and we have nothing yet out on Carvana. I feel like that's the one I'm the most excited for. Yes, Etsy is also reporting, everybody. But if they've already reported, nothing has happened. It looks like Qualcomm is going to be your stock du jour, still trading to the upside. I do like what I see here. I said Apple, let's double check it. Apple not catching too much of a bid. You saw Sean short that one into the end of the day. Sometimes you get a little bit of sympathy, and I don't wonder if they have to digest this one, maybe get a little more granular, especially with the guidance with Qualcomm before there's any reaction over there in Apple. But just a quick question for you, because I know, and I heard Sean say it, and the first thing that came to my mind was, this is the first time you got to actually live trade a Fed number.
Yeah, this is, to be clear as well, I was not trading during the FOMC conference. I traded into it on the midday how to trade desk. But I will say there is a very different type of trading that occurs leading up to the Fed number. And so I was very happy to be able to take advantage of that. I was talking to Obi as well in the kitchen about the flip that we had from short to long heading into that Fed number. And that was very cool to trade live, seeing how you have to adapt your levels and maybe even flip what you were using to short off of. Maybe now you use that as support to go long. So that was really fun to witness in a live setting.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do. And we say this before, like a lot of traders, when they trade the first time, like, are you going to be trading on a Fed day or not? Some people will sit it out. Early traders, when they're trainees on the floor, sometimes won't even trade the first 5 minutes until it settles down, and then they work themselves into it. So getting the mental reps, or at least observing it and getting an idea of how it moves, it lets you put those trades on. All you had to do was pick one spot. Obviously, and we said it before, like a lot of things faded there off of that top, but you had to find something that suited you, that fit you, that is a trade that you were going to take, and that's all that did matter. Still waiting here. I mean, look, I want to see Carvana, but DoorDash is now tanking. It's in a mad dash to the downside, Tyreek Hill style. It's cheated to the downside. So we have numbers out on DoorDash. Obviously, it's getting destroyed, down 14% DoorDash. That's not going to necessarily be good for Uber, which is already under some pressure. A little bit of a bounce here, but it looks like we have numbers on DoorDash.
Yeah, Dash lower than expected here. So net income, they lost 25 million versus the expected loss of 23.5 billion. So that is a miss here. Revenue for Q1, 2.5 billion versus 2.45 billion expected. So slight revenue beat here. It's the same as what we saw last earnings report with DoorDash. Revenue beat, but EPS miss. So it seems like they're repeating that again. I'm not seeing their guidance yet here, but apparently they're seeing quarterly profit below estimate. So I'm going to find exactly what that guidance was, but EPS miss, revenue beat.
So at the end of the day, I mean, it's a bit mixed, but they're getting punished for it. They're back to 9% down from 14, but just to keep in mind, look at the daily chart on DoorDash. It's going to line up gorgeously if it continues to the downside, where the 200 period on the daily is going to sit at basically $100 that would be an obvious SSR bounce play if it even sneaks down there. We've seen outsized moves. When it comes to earnings season, you never want to take anything for granted as to how far things can go down. Just ask SMCI that. We know this can happen. The other name that we are looking for, Etsy. It was never my intention to poo-poo on Etsy. That wasn't really what I was getting at. I think as a trading vehicle, it's a little bit different from what we normally look at. But Etsy to the downside, $10 at the worst. It's bouncing a little bit here, so Etsy numbers are out. It is down. It's now only 8%, but it was about 12 or 13% to the downside on Etsy. eBay also was out. Wasn't really as interested in them. But you are looking at misses on Etsy, miss on DoorDash. It's Qualcomm that's going to hold the crown aftermarket here today. As even with everything pulling back in, Qualcomm is going to retake some of those Powell highs. It's giving some back in here, but I do like that 170 and what it's been able to do. And if you're just looking for that higher time frame, which we should always do on Qualcomm, the key bounce here is holding on to 170 means holding above the 50 period on the daily. So that's an important level. This is like any other stock in tech space was hugging the 50 and then rejecting it. Reject, reject, reject. A close above would be key. Any failure under 166 is a big deal for Qualcomm because that would be rejecting this push back into the upside. So I just wanted to get into a little bit of a quick review here because we got the earnings plays in there. I still actually haven't seen Carvana. Let me just double check.
I think it was supposed to come out at 410 from what I'm seeing.
We have some time here. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Qualcomm is the big one. Carvana, obviously, with a gigantic short float of like 30%, that would be a biggie. But we're still waiting on that number. You know what? Some of these markets that we weren't paying attention to because it was a Fed day, worth noting, you had a big run on uranium up 3% today. I think that was pretty good. Gold doesn't necessarily surprise me. It was up a point today. Energy got shellacked, down 1.5, just doing some housekeeping here for you guys. Yeah. But those are the things that stood out to me. I mean, uranium's been pretty resilient, a little surprised. Energy was down maybe a little more than I was anticipating at the 1.5%. But I feel like I'm really anticipating Carvana because I know Max, one of our traders, with a 30% short float and the recent moves that this stock has had, I just think it's got an absolute squeeze. I mean, the fact that it could squeeze through 95 as a top and potentially press 100, you don't get opportunities at breakouts at 95 and 100 on squeeze stocks. Those are very big round numbers that traders just get excited about. Yeah. Whether we can get it, I don't know, but they're not out just yet. We'll have to be patient with that. We're going to have the Fibonacci Princess coming through. There's a lot to go over. I know she's going to be interested in talking a little about AMD and some plays she has post-earnings. Yeah. But just a question for you on, like, what's your approach? Because I know immediately the first thing that stood out to me on the earnings we've got so far might be that DoorDash and the 50-period moving average, the 200-period moving average at 100. It's the only thing that stood out. Do you mark off levels? Do you not care? Because I like to set things up in my head.
Yeah, I think I will be honest, I probably should mark off levels more than I do. I think a lot of what I do as well, because I mostly trade during that midday period, I like to do intraday scalps. And if we get an intraday scalp opportunity and a range off of a previously interesting level, that's when things get really interesting to me. So I remember probably a couple months ago now, NVIDIA 727 to 724 for a couple days kept being interesting. So it's like if a level will repeat itself on an intraday basis over and over, then I think it shows more confluence. But I think I do have to be better about doing this this charting in advance as well, in addition to just my midday moves.
Well, I think it just happened. We just got to 95 on Carvana, so we joked about 95 and 100 on a squeeze. It looks like they are out. We'll get the numbers to you when they happen.
It's a revenue
I see
beat.
your revenue beat for Carvana. So, $100 just got taken out. There it goes. Bye-bye, and right back in at 97. So it does tag that $100 level. Fresh highs for a brief couple of seconds here at least, as the 30% short float has the shorts absolutely crying right now as it's right through that 52-week high on Carvana. Wow, it's going to be nasty for some shorts. I bet you they're running to the hills at this moment. If it opens tomorrow above $100, and there's going to be some stops that are going to get run there. What are the numbers out here?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we have adjusted EBITDA almost double what was expected here, $235 million versus the estimate of $124.6 million, and a revenue beat $3.061 billion versus expected 2.673 billion. So that is a pretty significant revenue beat as well. Not seeing the EPS, but those numbers on their own are very strong. We do have an expected move of 16% based on what I was seeing for the options.
Well, if you like 16%, then I think 26 is not that bad either. But of course, that's from yesterday's close. I mean, if you look at the move is insane here. If it can hold up, you have an outsized move. You've got the $100 level. You've got a 30% float. Now, I get it. I don't want to hear anyone talking about the fundamentals of the company when you're trading as a day trader. Sometimes you just have to follow it. I'm not here to tell you that this is going to be a great long in your long-term account, but I'm here to tell you the shorts are panicking. Now, 30% to the upside and still going higher on Carvana. We had an inkling that this was going to be the one. The fact that it's holding up 108 here is going to be absolutely insane. So a ridiculous earnings day. Weirdly enough, it's Carvana that gives you the big move to the upside, and unfortunately for Etsy and DoorDash, peace out. The excitement's over there in Carvana. We're going to have you guys let me know when we're ready, because I know we did the review very quickly, but on earnings day, I wanted to make sure we got CVNA in there. I'm really excited to talk to Tammy for the first time for myself, the Fibonacci princess, because Fibonacci's are something that I, to very limited to basically no success, which I can admit to everybody else, or something I dabbled in, because I used to do a lot of penny stock trading when I started trading.
Okay.
And it was kind of a thing when you would kind of look for ranges, when something would break out of a range, and it's like this is a nothing company. You're just looking for levels that you can take profit and where you can get back in on dip buys. And so Fibonacci's were something that I tried to use, and I just never really had any success with it. I just kept going back to the basics of what was working for me, like support and resistance. So I'm pretty excited to talk to Tammy, and we're going to talk some shop here. Am I supposed to hit the Trader Talk button? Yes? Fabian says no. Ramin says yes. So let's get right on into it. Thank you very much there, Tammy. It's a pleasure to finally get a chance to talk to you. I've seen you on the Aftermarket show several times here. It's an absolute pleasure. How was your day? And what?
Meet you, Neil. I'm so glad to be able to be on with you and get to talk to you and get to know you.
Well, appreciate it. So let's try to jump right into it, because I mean I could probably have you on here and ask you about execution strategies for Fibonacci's, but I think everyone wants to hear what you're looking at right now. It's been a big earnings week. Clearly, we don't pull till tomorrow in Amazon, but we've had Amazon, AMD, right now Carvana doing ridiculous things. What's on your radar, and what are you most interested in look for trades, and maybe just for technical setups too?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I really don't personally trade earnings that much unless I decide I just want to do a lotto ticket on something, because what we say with our work is that our work is a crapshoot when it comes to earnings, because levels can be sliced right through like butter when it comes to earnings. Otherwise, our work works great. But, and you know, what I love to use our work for is run into earnings. But what I say is, unless you want to sit through earnings, and I tell you to get out before earnings. So,
you know what I love about
that's
that?
kind of how we are.
No, what I actually really love about that, Tammy, is we say, this is a phrase that we like to say, it's called like stay in your lane.
Yes.
So, well, and as a trader, like today, when we're trading the Fed, you know, I've basically been shorting Intel pretty much every single day for a while now, and it's like, okay, what's the stock I went to when the market started ripping that I felt good about the short end that I would take against the grain? So that's the one I was fading off of a level. And if you're a scalp trader, scalp trade. And if you're a technical trader, then you trade the technicals. Well, the problem with earnings, as you said, is things go helter-skelter. And if you're looking for technical setups and all that goes out the window at the moment, then you can go before or after. So just can we walk through like
Exactly. And I love what you said right before I came on, which was you found what worked for you. So that is what I have to tell people all the time. They'll say, hey, what do? You know, what works for you? And I'm like, listen, it is such a personal thing to find the pieces of the puzzle to your trading plan. And you have to figure out what works for you, because we can find things that work for each other, but for the most part, it takes years and fine tuning to figure out what your trading style is and what your trading plan is going to look like.
So speaking of that trading plan, I always went back and forth. I mean, the reason I didn't have success I think, and this is just my estimation as to why when I was early penny stock trading, I had no success using fibs, is I wasn't really consistent in trying to find a way to deploy them. Essentially, I would just take any stock that broke the range I had traded it in. If I was range trading it for a week, it breaks that range. I'd be like, okay, plot it. That day, there's the bottom, there's the top. And either it works the next day setting it up, and if it didn't work that day, I didn't look at it again. And
Right. And the thing is what I like to say about Fibonacci is it's a great tool in your toolbox. You want to have, when you have a toolbox, there are some essentials you have to have. You have to have a hammer, a screwdriver, flathead and Phillips. There's certain things that you have in every toolbox that you have to have. And this is one of those main tools that you want to have in your toolbox.
Yeah, and that's the key. So, okay, so walk me through, what's the name? I know AMD is the one that's sticking out in my mind because you mentioned something about running into levels. Into earnings, I should say. Now, I mean, running can go both ways. This is a stock that ran heavily to the downside into earnings. So obviously, it's got a bit of a trend trade into it on the daily chart. Now, I know post earnings, maybe you look for reversals, that kind of thing. But this was clear. Like there was one stop in there where if I was like for myself, when a stock does this, and can we just quickly go back to my daily? When a stock does this, pulls back, and then into earnings, you get this reversal off of the 50-period moving average. Like at that point, I'm like biased short, as a day trader, biased short side. So in this consolidation, it's like short this top in there every chance you get it, 170. It makes another step down. It's like try to short those. But those are all day trades. Like you're in, you're out. You're not really capturing a move. So on a move into earnings, like it's very different swing trading to day trading because you kind of just come in, if I prefer the short trade, okay, find a short setup. It could be shorting a previous day high. It could be a gap and go strategy. It could be just a breakdown of a particular key level. It could present itself in one of many ways. So once you have maybe a direction on a stock, what are you really looking for maybe that entry point when it's already trending?
Okay, so for me, with AMD in particular, what I would be looking for is a short sell setup, okay? And I would be looking for symmetry and retracements or extensions coming together to form. The cluster is a very strong area because it has 3 or more Fibonacci price relationships that come together. Okay, so you were saying about something about the 50, so you come down, 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 you get that pop, and we're looking for something up into that pop. So this more recent pop that we've had, okay, we would have price resistance from some of these, previous swings here. Then you would have, almost like a little 2-step pattern there, and then you're going to have an extension up there. You're going to look at I'm sorry, I'm going so fast, but this is this is kind of how I do it, but some retracements that are going to come together. We could even look at that overall high to low, and I'm talking about that previous low where you could have shorted from the 19th of April. And you've got a little area here anywhere from 159, 161 that is a great area that includes symmetry, retracements, extensions, and it defines your risk. That is what I do. That's what the Fibonacci Princess does. I help you control your risk by giving you a defined zone, and you can say, hey, if it breaks this zone, then I'm out and I have a minimal loss. So that's what I like to look at.
You know what I love about that? And don't worry about, you're going too fast. I think everyone knows in trading, Sean and I are talking all day long trades, and I find the longer you've been in it, it comes to you quickly, you just talk your own language. Anyone can always watch it back. But I think the most important, you said 2 really important things. I don't want to pick and choose which one's more important there. But finding an area where you can be confident about the risk and where hey, if it breaks out of here, I'm wrong. Because I find I don't want to be in a trade if I don't know where I'm wrong. I can think the stock is a short to forever.
Amen.
But it's like, if I can't find a place to exit the trade, then the problem is I'm not going to exit the trade when I'm wrong. So I definitely love that. And what I love about that is I think that when you do it the process that you just quickly showed us, you then found confluence, which is a term we love to use here, at a particular price level. So it wasn't as if you had one point in there with your strategy. Okay, well, this one line set up. Now I'm seeing where I went wrong with Fibonacci's back in the day, because I would just do it once and then be like, that one didn't work. Let's just move on. No, but you found multiple multiple levels of confluence around that 161. That gives you more confidence in the trade. We cannot say this enough. If you have more than one reason for liking a level, you are going to make more money off that level because you'll put more risk on and feel more comfortable with risk in that price area. So
Absolutely. And you should not ever go into a trade until you know what your stop loss is. If you don't know what your stop loss is, then walk away and spend more time studying and developing an effective plan. I mean, it's something that takes time. This is not a, if it was a get rich quick scheme, everybody would be doing it, right? This trading takes time. You have to be a professional. And guess what? You have to be able to play in the major leagues. You're trading against the major league baseball player traders, if you want to talk sports talk. Which I love sports.
You are already now in my, like, okay, so fine, you were here, but now you've taken it to a whole another level. I'm a huge baseball fan. I love the fact you made a sports reference,
baseball.
but the fact that it was even baseball. Okay, Tammy, if you're ever in Toronto, I'm taking you to a Jays game.
Hey, listen, I want to come. I'm actually wanting to come and visit y'all. And so we really need to look at that because my husband's been trading for over 35 years. Y'all would love him. He's amazing. So we would love to come and visit y'all.
Look, at the end of the day, traders love talking shop, and it's baseball. What I love about baseball is you can sit there, you can enjoy the game, and you get good conversation, and it's that like family sort of chill atmosphere, and you get the excitement to go with it. You're obviously not going to be.
Don't forget the beer and the hot dogs.
The beer and the dog is the way to go. Although the last time I was at a Jays game, it was like, really? Am I really spending $50? They had this like maple.
Yeah.
So it was opening. They had a special maple bacon hot dog that was like a new thing they have at the Dome because with Canada and maple. So they charge way too much. It's not even a foot long. It was this big, and it was like $30, which was not a very good value. But I was going to eat it anyways because I'm a sucker. But let's go back for just one quick second back into trading.
It's a man's foot long.
It wasn't even close to a foot long. If I'm paying $30, it should at least be a foot long hot dog. I'm a value type of person. Like I think in trading, it's the same thing too. Like if I can find two setups and one of them gives me just a little bit better risk to reward, you know exactly which one I'm putting on in that particular sense. But I do want to jump really back to something that you said there about it. You said like your husband's trading 35 years. First off, congratulations. Like that's that's impressive. Like I'm happy to have been.
He is probably one of. I mean, he's in my mind, of course, but I mean, I really do think he's one of the best options traders in the world. He's unbelievable options trader. He understands the Greeks. He does classes on them. He's awesome.
And like you said, you've got to put the effort in. This is why we bring on guests like you because at the end of the day, I know I don't know everything. We've had guests that have talked options before. Like the only options trading I've done in my long term, I'll put some covered calls on when I'm feeling a little bearish. That's about it. That's nothing. Essentially, it's like the most basic thing you can do with options, but I don't trade them. And I'm an equity trader only, and I day trade, so you sort of stick to that. And I love the fact that you stay in your lane because there's so much you can grow into just specifically in that lane. Like there's always more you can be doing without having to jump out.
Yes, and the great news is that my work does all of that. You can day trade, you can swing trade, you can trade options, you can trade stocks, you can trade futures, you can do anything with my work. I cover all of that.
Well, that's what I loved about when you have a signal like a Fibonacci, because essentially when you're looking at a 161 on AMD, it gives you a price area that you can trade around. A day trader can use that for multiple day scalping off the same level. A swing trader can enter into that position and then hold it to their heart's desire. You can structure your options trading around that particular setup. So just out of curiosity, and this is just for my own just personal curiosity here. Now, how long did it take you to sort of refine, because you literally just went through, this is the perfect level in AMD, and that took you, in the analysis, what, 5 seconds? Maybe 10 seconds as you were going through that. Now, I'm going to imagine at some point when you were developing, these are the levels I'm going to look at to slap the fibs on. How long did that take you just to put that work in, just so that people don't get the idea like this happened overnight and you were able to sort of pick these levels on AMD?
Well, for me, I think in general, it probably would take somebody if they were, it just depends on the amount of time you put in it. Because what happened with me is I had a 1-year-old when I met Carolyn Barodin, who is the Fibonacci Queen, who is my mentor and I still work with. And I would do this, 1 to 3 hours a day, but not consistently because I had a 1-year-old, and it was a few years later that she ended up, hiring me to start working with her. So it's hard to say. I think that you could get the basic fib work down maybe in a matter of weeks or months if you really put a lot of work into it. But it would have to be something that you are really dedicated to learning. And the reason why, that's why I really think that it's better if you just come to our service, because we've got dynamic trader software that is so clean, and it's a lot harder on some of these trading platforms to run these levels because they're not really clean. And so I'm at Elliott Wave Trader right now in the Fibonacci Markets and Stocks room. It's myself, Carolyn Borodin, who is the Fibonacci Queen, and then also our other partner, who is Shannon Fitch. We have a fantastic team over there, and we take really great care of y'all.
That's what I love to see. And it's something we also try to say that around here. It's like, look, at the end of the day, this is not easy. It's going to take a lot of time. And there are going to be tools out there that you can learn from others, because I know I had a few mentors, and obviously I'm so happy for you that you found one, because I know how important that can be to help you grow. And it's a lot easier to learn from the mistakes and the successes of others and then build on your own journey. It does cut some of that time. It doesn't mean you're not putting in work.
You should have like a board of directors when you're trading,
Well, I
you
like
should have your own personal board of directors, and it doesn't have to be people you know. It can be people that don't even know you exist, but it's books, it's mentors, it's people that you get their trading strategies, you get their templates, you get their charting, and you use it and you figure out what works for you.
There you go. And thank you so much for joining us, Tammy. I feel like now that I also can see where you are in your socials, if you ever see somebody hitting you up asking you about random levels on Intel stock, it probably wasn't me ever at all. No,
Hey, listen, you can ask me anytime. I'm happy to run a chart for you. Just ask me. I am more than happy to. You get front row service.
I appreciate you so much, Tammy. And I'm not lying about this Toronto thing. I did not know you were a baseball fan. Sean hadn't mentioned that one yet. But if you are ever in Toronto.
And I also snow ski. I might live in South Georgia on a little tiny island, but I am a big snow skier. I love being in the snow. I love baseball. I love it all.
I'll be the first to admit, my wife loves skiing. I'm not much of a winter sport. I'm a bad Canadian in that regard. I'm not, okay, Dara's giving me a really bad look. I really am not a big skier or skater. It's what? You don't have to.
I'm from like deep winter Canada.
We don't all skate here and ski in Canada. I have skied before to mixed results, and thank goodness at that age there were no cell phones available.
Well, y'all just come down here to St. Simon's Island, Georgia, and come, lay on the beach. Does that sound better?
I mean, that's what's up. You come to Toronto, we'll go to a baseball game, and then I get to chill on the beach down there in Georgia.
Sounds
Thank you
great.
very much, Tammy. Everyone can find you at Trader Tammy, the Fibonacci Princess. I know for sure if we get a bounce in that AMD, that 161, I already liked it a little bit. Now I like it a heck of a lot more. Thank you so much, Sir Tammy. Can't wait to be able to talk to you again.
Okay, thanks. Y'all take care.
Take care now.
Bye-bye.
Baseball fan, yes. Yes, people like to dog baseball, like baseball's not interesting. Baseball's not fun. This just goes to show. We bring smart people on the show, and then they confirm the things we like to hear. No, but it was really important, a couple of things. I know you've just started your journey there, but we talk about this in like mentorship a lot, right? So someone that's very knowledgeable and clearly has been in the game a long time, and you hear two things out there. She talked about her husband's been trading 35 years and gave him praise. And then also talked about her mentor, the Fibonacci Queen, who was able to help her out there. You cannot say this enough. You're not going to do this on your own in trading. And one of the reasons I think the show has success is because if you're trading sitting there by yourself, it can be a lonely business, and you want to have someone to bounce ideas off of that you can learn from. Hopefully everyone gets a little bit of that. I don't know if we're supposed to only do it for 30 minutes or so, but it's already 4:30, as I've noticed. There used to be like a time thing that would come down here, Dara, but I just wanted to go back to, I know we had some earnings, and I just wanted to make sure everyone realized that this has happened. Carvana is up 42%. It's nonsensical. It's absurd. It doesn't mean that this is a great company, but 42% up. That 100 break went another $20. Now, this is clearly going to be on a lot of people's radar tomorrow for some follow through. That is a ridiculous move.
That's nuts.
And it is sometimes really difficult to look at a stock that's up that much and structure trades. But that's what we're going to be here to do tomorrow morning like we do, as always, everybody. That's what it's all about here. That's the standout. I know, obviously, Carvana wasn't the only thing they're reporting here, but that's the one that caught my eye. I do want to get to, before we get into the roll call or anything like that, just one question for you today, because you were up today.
Thank you.
I just want to know, what was the #1 stock? Because everyone saw my trades live. I just want to quickly see one thing that you were trading, if we can go through that.
Yeah, so my #1 stock today, and honestly, I think probably the source of all, and maybe all of the gains I made today, was Pfizer. I took that Pfizer long off of that. I want to say, we took the 27 break. I took it into high of days at the time, so I got in 26.58. And I talk a lot about how I like to have a very structured trade. I do not like to risk very much. We were risking into 26.53, so we were risking 5 pennies. I was trying to get that 26.65 break minimum because that was the flat top at the time. We took out half the position there. We saved the rest into 27.20. And what I want to say here as well, if I may, is because one thing we were talking about as well, and I really like what Tammy had to say about the board of directors while trading. I love this community, and I think I learned a lot from you and Sean, Sharif, Brendan, and everyone, but also everyone in the chat. So someone in the chat, shout out to Passover Trade if you're still here, something along those lines. That trader mentioned Pfizer to me, and that was why I started looking at that. So that's the stock that would not have been in my radar if not for this community. So I do want to say a shout out to this community. I was really happy I was able to find that trade and manage it.
What's amazing about that is Pfizer's been a dog, but there's a lot of great breakout trades in there from a risk reward standpoint, because it was breaking consolidations and shooting up. And if you got any outs into 27.20, I mean, I just want to make sure everyone saw the chart here, because 27.20 is up here. So like any way you cut it, I don't care where you got into the stock, if you're able to get it, holding an upward trend all day long. Obviously everything pulled back, but worth mentioning, you found something that didn't even pull back anywhere close to lows. So it might be worth looking at that stock again tomorrow, Derek. Shout out to you for that, because I wasn't even looking at Pfizer. And again, a post-earnings play, in play, great setup, great hold. I think it's fantastic. But you know what time it is. We're going to roll call it out, everybody. What up? And you know what? Let me start with this one right in here. Bears versus Bulls. First, not last. I didn't shout you out on the live show today. I know I talk to you every single morning before we go live, but we don't shout you out enough. The best moderator in the business. Renata, shout out to you. Chill Vibes, I see you in there. Saul G. 450K subs tomorrow. You better believe we need 450K subs. That's what it's all about. We appreciate you, Monty, Andrew Chow, Kurum E-Lover? That just got retracted. I didn't get a chance to see what you put in there. Keep it clean, everybody. Derek got in there as well. Cap UT electronic music producer. Shout out to you, Andrew Chow, Bora Hutt, Tammy again, Chill Vibes. Keep it chill, baby. That's what it's all about. Sebastian, Mark L, Fat Figure. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. I know we chat every single day, but haven't seen you in the afternoon. BJZ. We got Toko as well. D-Loaf. Oh, I hate to see. You know what? Let me stop there for a second. You were closed orders today. Tomorrow's another day. We'll go back and get them. I was there. You know, I started out with some losing trades this morning as well. We're able to get it back and even had some not great trades in the afternoon, but it did end up positive, so we'll be happy about that. Shout out to you, S. Samuel, as well. Herb S., Cher E., AV, Joe Finero. We appreciate you all. Jeff Free as well. Silver in our pockets and not in our precipitation. We like it. I love the comments. We love it. It's such a great community. I can't say this enough. You know, the ability to not just have a bunch of people that, you know, we get to talk to on a daily basis and support us, even bounce ideas off of. It was really cool, because I've said before, like I'll see someone mention a stock to me or a setup to me, and then it's like, oh yeah, something hits, and you're like, I wasn't gonna look at that. And then I did, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, that's a good trade. And I might not have gotten there if it wasn't for somebody else. And I can't say that enough. We're the best community out there because of you guys, the viewers. Let's get us to that 450,000 so we can put that in the rear view and get to 500,000, otherwise known as 500,000. So Adara, it's the first time I've got to host it with you.
This has been awesome, yeah.
Hopefully every single time we do the after show together, we can have something go up 43%. Shout out to anybody for any reason that might actually own Carvana shares. you definitely own the day and you've been printing. Tomorrow's another day. I can't promise you it's going to fill the gap or not fill the gap back in, but you know we will be back tomorrow. Carvana's going to be in play. Etsy, we had Qualcomm earnings. They were up for a little bit. DoorDash, not so good. Hopefully not taking Uber down too far with it because I think that could be a bit of a concern. But that is your roll call. That is your aftermarket show. Shout out to Adair for that fantastic trade in Pfizer. I think that's absolutely awesome. I wish I had looked at the stock. I'm not even lying to you. That's 100% genuine because I love that trend to the upside, and it was very, very clean. So for Sean, I'm Neil. That's Adair. This is Trader TV Live. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Go Carvana. What the heck?